places to go. So let's hop in my UFO. I'll even let you change up the radio. So many places to go. So let's hop in my UFO. I'll even let you change up the radio. And let the frequency change your gravity. Warm and free, so thrilling, so much to see. Marijuana, keep up with me. Waiting for the ends of this galaxy. First contact for humanity.
Baby, you talk about, Baby, talk about, baby, talk about, I'll be patient, you and me, we try to meet. So listen, baby, when you saw my face, how you gonna switch up on me like that? So run it back, baby, won't you run it back? Baby, talk about, 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 baby, talk about.
Hello. Hi everybody. I'm here and you can hear me this time. Well, welcome. I made a big text box and like dragged it all around the screen on my last stream, but Happy New Year. This is the first time this year that you're getting to hear me say it. Happy New Year, Chad Pulls. How we doing tonight? How we doing on this lovely Saturday that I keep forgetting is a Saturday? You're audible.com. I am audible.com. Audible.com/frogberries or text 69420 to I can't finish the joke because I can't think of any more funny numbers. He hi. Hello. How is everybody? How is your new year? Um how's the first week of the year been for everybody? Hello, Ray. Hi, Cherry. Pasta was here too for a while. I'm not sure if they still are. And hello, Pato. I'm not sure if maybe we have some lurkers. I generally keep my view count off. However, we're probably gonna chat for a couple minutes and then move on to the announcements there. But I'd like to give everybody a minute to come on in now that the music is over because I know a lot of people like to be like, oh, the stream has started, but it's just music right now, so I'm not gonna watch. Tell your friends the stream has started for real. We have things to talk about in a little bit. Way too much Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, so I've heard. I'm playing lots of Sonic. Ooh, which Sonic? Um, I've been fighting the urge to do more Chow Garden stuff off stream. I want to do it so bad, but we can't. That's a stream activity. I got to do it with chat. Um, oh my goodness. I'll tell you about my New Year's. I had a really good time. The last 4 or 5 years, I've been cursed. So that me or somebody around me gets into some kind of argument or fight on New Year's Eve. Um, I'm proud to say nobody got into any fights this New Year. At least nobody that I know of. Nobody who's told me has gotten into any arguments or any fights on New Year's Eve. So that's fantastic. That's wonderful. It's beautiful. I broke the curse. I'm a new woman. Additionally, I had fun. I had a lot of fun with people I didn't know even. All the Sonics. I've been doing silly little playthroughs of every Sonic game in a release order, and I'm on Sonic Drift right now. Ooh. That reminds me. Later, there's something that I want to talk about. Um, how this. I'm thinking of doing another fundraiser at near the end of this year for a very specific something that I'll talk about later. And the stream goal of that fundraiser will once again be Sonic related. Um, I'm very I've had that idea for a while actually. Um, but I might put it into action this year. I'll talk about it more in detail when we get into the updates part of the stream. But um, for New Year's Eve, we went out. I went to a friend's house, my friend Pluto, who has not been on the channel for a while, so some of you don't know who Pluto is, but I went to my friend Pluto's house, and we hung out. We had a little party, and we made a big bowl of miso ramen to eat. It was lovely, and we all played cards, and it was wonderful. And then for New Year's Day, I went out to a different friend's house, an IRL friend's house. I met somebody new, and we played more cards. I played so much cards during New Year's this year. I played a bunch of War, and I don't know what the game is called, but it's one where you have to go in number order, And you keep all your cards face down. You have to go in number order. Like, so person A has to put down like an ace, person B a 2, person C a 3, you know, like going up. And you don't actually have to have the card. You can lie, but somebody else can be like, somebody else can call your bluff. And if they call your bluff, you have to take the whole deck that's like down. I don't know what that game is called, but we played that and it was a lot of fun. I've also been thinking a lot about Doki Doki Literature Club in the past couple days. Girls in that game are pretty dang gay, if I do say so myself. Yes. I've been meaning to play Doki Doki Literature Club Plus because I played the base game when it came out. It was good. It was good. I liked it a lot. I wouldn't call it like one of my favorite games of its kind, but I do really enjoy it. And I think the character design is like super duper strong. But I would love to play Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. The one thing that bothers me about Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is that they have like what my classmates, it was called BS. Yeah, it might just be called BS. But the one thing that bothers me about Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is that everybody in the game gets like these like sweet, beautiful new renders and beautiful new CGs, but like they haven't changed the like the base like talking renders, and like the difference in quality for me at least is very noticeable. The talking sprites in Doki Doki Literature Club have very, very small hands. And it's something I notice and it bothers me every time I look at them. Um since they call it BS, I think yeah. Yeah, that game might just be called BS. But it was a lot of fun. I played a lot of cards. My goals for this year personally are I want to set like a very specific like just like tiny like good for nothing skill goal every month. This month is learning to shuffle cards because while we were playing I realized I don't know how to shuffle cards. Late but here. Hello, Valfear. Hi. Oh my god, that's crazy that you're like somewhat kind of not really like distantly relevant to the updates that I have today, and like in a very distant way. That's crazy. Hi, how have you been? Ugh. Anyway, we've got a couple people. I haven't played DLC Plus yet, but only because I've just been busy thinking about other things. Yeah, me too. I also don't want to. I've also just haven't been like in a position where I've like wanted to pay what is it like $15? Like I don't want to pay $15 for it. I don't want to do that. What is that? Is that is that Mechanic Sharkpog? Oh yes, by the way. For the most part my voice is recovered. But you still might get interesting enough, we both have that skill thing going on. Let's go. Oh my god, yay! 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 I just want to teach myself how to do like just like random things that like have no like real impact on like the quality of my life, but they would be fun to learn, you know? But yeah, no. The fuck was, oh yes, my voice is back for the most part, but I'm still like kind of suffering a little bit, so you might hear me like clear my throat or like make a gross noise every now and again, and please forgive me. I've been suffering with this allergies turned horrible sinus infection for like a week and a half, almost 2 weeks now, so it takes forever for my body to get rid of allergies. I don't even know what really triggered it. It might have been the weather. Probably the weather. The last allergy episode that I had like this, it wasn't even this bad. My cat allergy was triggered, and it took me a month to get rid of them. And it took me the allergies, not the cats. It took me a month to get rid of the allergies. It took me a month to get rid of the allergies. I don't know, like it wasn't this bad. Like I came down with like what I thought was like light allergies, I think almost 2 weeks ago. I was like, oh, I'll just take some allergy medicine. Nothing worked. No allergy medicines worked. And then it got worse. I had to go buy, my mom was like, you should buy Mucinex DM. And I was like, oh, sure, I'll go buy Mucinex. Haha. $23. $23. $23. I was like, hell no. I bought the store brand for like $10 less. And I was still upset. I was still like miffed about having to spend $11 on some decongestant pills. And also, if you use them, if it's really bad and you have to use them as directed, there's not even enough in there to get you through like 2 days. Like if it's really bad, if you have to use them every 4 hours, like as the box tells you to, which I haven't been taking them that much, but hypothetically, if you did, that shit wouldn't even last you 2 days. Like, I don't know. I have beef with whoever makes medicine, because they're the same people who are also keeping me from my ADHD medication. So that's great. I don't know who you are, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll do some extensive Googling, so watch your back. But yeah, we've got a couple people in chat, so I think we can get started with the update shit. Updates time, teehee. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, wait. I want to do some, throw some music in here, why not? Throw some music in there, why don't you? Where do I put my shit? I need to put, so I have a long loop of my BGM. I've made it, but it's in a different folder than all the other BGM files. I need to get that rectified. Yeah. Perfect. X out of that. Get into that. Wow, 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 wow. Yay! Okay, perfect. Lovely. Now we can soundtrack. Hi, Woman Real. You're looking magnificent this evening. She thanks you. She's appreciative. Doink. Hi, everybody. So I made this super quickly. Like, I don't know, like an hour ago. I don't have like a script prepared, but I did write everything down into a nice little presentation for everybody. So here we go. Welcome everybody to the Frogberries channel ambitions for 2024. We're gonna be discussing different goals and stuff for the channel this year, including some updates on the Donathon rewards and all that kind of stuff. So here we go. So for today, we're gonna be looking at the channel goals, the progress on the Donathon rewards, some events that I would like to have on the channel or off this year, and then at the very end, I'm gonna ask for some feedback. You can ask me questions, you can make suggestions, any ideas that you have. We'll bounce off each other, and then we'll do something else. I'm not really sure what yet, but we'll do something else. So let's go. Let's go on ahead. So we have some memorable dates. First of all, February 2nd through the 6th, I will be left to my own devices. This will be when we do those hand can streams. I will also do some recording for some other projects for the Donathon. But if you want a solidified frame of time to keep for special Pippi streams, it's February 2nd through 6th. Then July 2nd is the halfway point of the year, so we'll probably reconvene and we'll have another discussion like this, and we'll talk about what we've done, what we haven't done, what we should do. My birthday is November 8th. Because of something I'm probably going to get into later, I'm probably not going to do another fundraiser. I'm probably going to do something else. If you have any ideas, please pitch them to me, because I have nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then December 17th is my 3rd anniversary, and considering we just had my 2nd anniversary, I have no idea what I'm going to do yet. So just check back for these last 2 ones. Because they're on my radar. I was gonna say calendar, and like, duh, they're on the calendar, but they're on my radar. I'm thinking about them. Boop. Next up, channel goals for 2024. What do we want to plan to do this year? I would like to get our Twitch follow count to 400. We doubled our first year's total followers last year. We can double it again this year. I don't want to make this like a yearly trend of like doubling it every year, because that's gonna get like you should become a frog and real for your 3rd anniversary. That's a good idea. I'll write that down. It's unrealistic to like think that I could like double it every year, but I think this year we can make 400. We're already 213. I think 400 is perfectly reasonable for this year. Next, I'd like to get on a consistent schedule. That text does say like the good old days. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. When I first started streaming, I had a little bit of a schedule. It was not really I followed it to the best of my abilities. It doesn't necessarily mean that I was good at following it, but sorry, oh my gosh, ow, that hurt me. But I did my best. I would like to get back on track with that this year, not necessarily as like a super strict thing, but at least to every week sit down and look at like what times would be best for streaming each week. I've been doing pretty good over the last couple of months of just like making sure like no more than a week like spans in between streams. I know like I took like a break for the holidays and being sick, but before that I was doing like really good. At least one stream per week, if not more. And I'd like to stick to that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to look back at my VODs and see if there's any information on like what days specifically that I streamed. I think that is the first time in my entire life I've ever stumbled on the word specifically. Huh. If I remember correctly, my sister, when we were kids, didn't have a speech impediment, but she did have a really hard time with some words. I think specifically was one of them. I don't think I've ever stumbled on the word specifically in my entire life. Until now. That's insane. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? I'd like to check all my VODs to see if there's information like in the file names or whatever of what dates specifically I streamed, and I'll probably compile that information to see what days of the week I had the most energy to stream and probably work up from there to see if I can't like find any patterns and then commit to them so that they're easier for me. I could say all that and then not you're slipping. We should call you Slippy. Please don't call me Slippy. I've never played a Star Fox game. But yeah, I can't promise I'll even have that information, but if I take a look at the information that's available, that's basically how we'll be planning the stop. Please. Please. I'm not Slippy. That's not me. We're not even related. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna try to do things if I can, if that information's available. I'd like, oh my god, this is a goal like almost 3 years in the running. I want to get the YouTube channel off the ground. I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with the YouTube channel. We'll get more into it a little bit later. But this year, for sure, I want to branch out into YouTube also at least. Then I want to, when it comes to streaming, I want to complete 10 games this year. Last year, hold on, what did we do last year? Last year we beat Hello Kitty Roller Rescue. I think that was the first game we beat last year, and that, for some reason, saying that out loud hurts. That really does. Out of all the games we played this year, the first one we beat was Hello Kitty Roller Rescue. Shit, what else did we beat? I think we beat Ace Attorney. Shit, I know we beat a couple. 5, but it was like 5 or less, I think. I'd like to beat 10 in the 365 days that we have. I guess 366 is a leap year, isn't it? Yeah. In the full year that we have, basically, I would like to beat 10 games. No matter if they're short or long, or no matter what they are, 10 games. And then also I'd like to do seasonal events. You beat Zapper One Wicked Cricket. I beat Zapper One Wicked Cricket. And here's the thing, is that I was sitting here while I was naming off that list and I was like, oh, Zapper. And I was like, no, I didn't beat Zapper. Did I beat Zapper? I fucking beat Zapper. Because for the moment, I put it in the same category as Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. So I was like, no, Mystery Mayhem. Scooby-Doo Mystery Mayhem, where I was like, oh my fucking god, like, I didn't finish that game. I didn't finish that game and I don't want to finish that game. I did finish Zapper One Wicked Cricket. Thank god for it. And then I'd like to do seasonal events. This year I really wanted to do, last year I really wanted to do like holiday streams. And I don't think I did like at all. I didn't get into that and I really wish I did. I would love to do more like, seasonal events with y'all, community stuff with y'all. So it'd be cool to have more special streams this year, basically, is what I'm saying. You did. We were all so impressed and told you that you were the world's best gamer. Thank you. I know. I'm the gamer of all time and the frog that everyone loves. I'm that dude. So those are the main goals. 400 followers on Twitch, a consistent schedule, getting the YouTube channel off the ground, finishing 10 games, and doing some seasonal events. I think these are perfectly achievable for the year, and I cannot wait to get started with all y'all. I know most of these fall on me and not on you. That's on purpose. I don't want to ask too much of y'all. I'm just very happy that y'all show up. I'm very happy that y'all talk to me. Watching chat grow over the past year has been a wonderful experience, and I hope that continues well into this year. Next up, the Chad Pad, some Discord server stuff that I want to work on. Shinier updates. I've been in a couple of community servers that have used Discord setup tools and stuff, and some other bots and whatever. We'll run through these in no time, we believe. Thank you, Pato. Just for like a sleeker entrance process, and some like navigational stuff. So if the Discord server goes down for updates, don't at all be surprised, because I'd like to make it a little bit shinier, a little bit more professional. Additionally, I'd like to do more community events, audience choice for streams, movie nights, etc. I almost made movie night a Donathon reward, but I think I forgot. I think that's the only reason why I didn't make it into the Donathon, is I forgot. But I'd like to do some movie nights. I'd like to do some audience choice streams, some stuff like that, community events. Accessibility. There's some bots and stuff that I'm aware of that make Discord a little bit easier to use for disabled people, queer people, all that kind of stuff. I want to take the time to sort of explore my options, see what that looks like, see if I can make my streams more accessible, but also extending that out to the server as well, so that on and off stream I am reachable, but not in a parasocial way, as enjoyable as possible, without taking that in a weird context. Teehee. Viewer participation, reaction polls for streams, events, and rewards. I'm actually going to drop a reaction poll after this, after the stream is over, so tell your friends. You can use the power of democracy to decide a couple of things coming up, and I'd like to use that sort of format if it works out, with some stuff going forward. And all of this is kind of because I'd like to lean heavier on Discord than on Twitter for updates, just because of the absolute state of Twitter. I'm not really sure where Twitter is going to be by the end of the year. Discord, I don't think is like super stable, super polished. I don't think the experience is like the single best on the web, but I do think it will hold up longer. It will hold up longer and probably be a kind of a better landing ground for viewers and audience awareness than Twitter by the end of the year. I don't know when I'm not gonna like switch fully to Discord. You will still be able to catch me like on Twitter like for as long as I can, because I've committed to Twitter. I'll be honest, I've committed to Twitter, even though I'm not like exploding followers right now. Like, I don't want to learn how to use another social media site. I have a Blue Sky. I don't feel like learning how to use it, because there's learning how to use like a social media platform, and then there's learning how to use a social media platform as a content creator from a content creator perspective, and those two things are completely different. Because it's like when you're just like a regular user, it's like you're just doing it like for your own like tailoring it to your own experience. As a content creator, you're tailoring it for visibility, making sure that like people like know what's up and when, and like using sites for those two reasons can be completely different experiences. I don't feel like doing that again. I hope Twitter isn't driven into the ground by the end of the year, because I don't want to learn how to pick up another website, but if I have to, I will. And I would like to have Discord be sort of the main hub for updates and stuff by the end of the year. Sippy. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. In addition to Discord, I would like to do other stuff. Social expansion, YouTube, like I said, long-form content, and then the other one I'm considering is TikTok. There's a fat question mark there, because the only reason I would open a TikTok is because TikTok is really good for collecting a lot of views, drawing a lot of attention to streams and whatnot. Short form content is still doing like a big, takeover of the web as a whole. It would probably just be like stream clips. I don't feel like managing another social media, to be quite honest with you. I think it's like very tiring having Twitter and Discord already, but I do know that I need to reach out a little bit, especially when it comes to reaching some of the goals, and it's just healthy to kind of be on more than one platform. But YouTube will be the main focus this year, not so much TikTok. If I do, it'll be for exposure. It'll literally just be to get more eyes, and that's all. I am a little bit divided on the direction that I want to take the YouTube channel. Whether it be for long form content like video essays or like commentary updates and stuff, or if it'll be strictly for stream highlights. If y'all want to let me know what you would prefer, I can make that a poll too, or you can tell me when we get to feedback. Write down your notes. There will be a pop quiz at the end. I'm just kidding. But yeah, give me your feedback if you'd rather sit and listen to me drone about topics, or if you'd rather have like funny little stream highlight things. Should I make 2 channels? Should I put them both on the same channel? I don't know. I'll have to find some time to hone my editing skills, because I can edit, it's just not very good. Or it's not a pop quiz if you tell us it's gonna happen. Detention. See me after class, Jerry. But yeah, those are it says 1 and 2, but it should be like 1, and then there's like a big gap, and then this TikTok right here is like 8. That's like where they land on like a priority scale. It says 1 and 2. It's somewhat of a lie. Oh no, fuck. Okay, Donathon reward progress. This I've been really meaning to keep up with you guys on for a while, and I just, haven't been able to. How's it going? How we doing? I promise stuff is being worked on behind the scenes. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a look right now. Cherry's been detented and is very mad about it. Let's go. So, the art goals. The prints are done. The only thing I need to do is find a business, a company who will make them prints. And then, because there's some other stuff that I gotta do. There's some details that I'd like to put on the back that the artist and I talked about. So there's your sneak peek of the print design. I'm gonna try this. This will be one of the first other polls that I'll do. I'm gonna drop a few polls after this, but this will be one of the first. I am going to make an attempt to, as I said in the don't say let's go about my detention. This is transphobia in action. You're not just going to detention, Cherry. You're going to super trans detention. And you're not coming out for at least 15 minutes. As I said in November, I would love to be able to have these for free and have you just pay shipping. But I feel like finding an avenue to do that is going to be a little bit difficult. So I might drop a poll for like how important like that phase of things is for you all. Because it might come down to just for the sake of everybody's, like, if you want to prioritize like getting them for free and only paying shipping, or if you guys would rather prioritize things like privacy and stuff, because I can go through a company who will just, I can find a company who will just mail stuff out, but I will have to charge monies for them at that point. So I'll go into more detail about it after stream on the server, and a more permanent place where you can read it wherever you need, and kind of get some viewer feedback on that. But yeah, we'll figure it out. The design is done. I'm very excited about it. It looks so good. I don't think that this like filter over it does it like any degree of justice, because it looks phenomenal. The artist and I worked very hard on it. It was such a blast. Love every minute of it. The NSFW Skeb. This is not what you're looking at. This is not the NSFW Skeb. This is an unrelated Skeb that I got that I've put here as a placeholder, because the design is currently in the WIP phase. The final product is expected before the end of the month. The artist did tell me that she was going to take a little bit on it, but that we would have it before February, hopefully. Obviously, if it comes after February, I'm not too pressed, but I will probably drop this spoiled in the Discord server, so you can choose to look at it if you want, choose to not look at it if you want. This is not nearly like as weighty, important, or heavy as the prints, because it literally is just a fun little art reward for you guys working so hard on the Donathon. But yeah, wanted to tell you about it anyway. Wanted to tell you that it's in progress and we're working on things, and that's where it is. So those are the art goals. we have some dates nailed for the special streams. January 12th, I will be eating a whole edible. I own special snacks, as they say, and for the first time since I bought them, I will be eating a whole one. We'll see how it goes. I plan to eat it at the start of or a little bit before stream. I do have a backup plan if that goes poorly. But I'm not sure what I'm going to do for that stream. I'm thinking either playing Fall Guys, which I think would be maybe passes out live on stream. Kind of, yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. Just fully goes unconscious. Yeah, so basically, I think Fall Guys would be a very interesting game to slowly become inebriated to because it requires like accuracy. But the other thing that I'm thinking of potentially doing is like getting somebody to watch through, like getting a bunch of videos, like old YouTube videos, like from my childhood, like old funny YouTube videos. Getting somebody else to watch through them so like it doesn't spoil me beforehand, like getting somebody else to watch through them so that I can make sure there's no like offensive like content or anything in them. And then like putting them into a playlist and like marathoning them as I get zooted throughout the stream. I just think that might be charming, but also Fall Guys was recommended by a friend, and I think that's also a great idea. So not too sure what we're gonna do yet, but that is January 12th. We will decide before then. Yeah, there's January 12th. January 26th and the 27th. We're watching every single Game Theory FNAF video. I can't believe I'm in a position on this channel to have ever said those words out loud, but we will be watching every single Game Theory Five Nights at FNAF. Wait. Five Nights at Freddy's video. Every single Game Theory Five Nights at Freddy's video. Oh my god. Oh my god. I would have picked April 20th as the edible stream date. Ooh. That is a good idea. But considering it was a donathon reward from like November, I wouldn't want to make you guys wait that long. We might do an unrelated like zooted stream then. Oh, that's the other thing that I forgot to say. So I'm gonna eat a whole one. I've never eaten a whole one before. So if it goes badly, if I get to a point where I can't stream, it will become a sleep stream. I will put on some old streams for you to watch, and I will go to sleep, and it will be a sleep stream, and then we will do a second one later on where I take less, so it's more fun. That way you're not being robbed of an experience because I went in unprepared and went, you know. So that's the plan there. January 26th and 27th, we're doing the Game Theory FNAF Marathon. I don't know the exact numbers, but the reason why it's 2 days is because... Let me get a drink of water here. Is because there is literally too much content on Game Theory's FNAF playlist. There is too much content to fit into one sitting. It is literally impossible. I think it's over 24 hours of content, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And that was when I checked like 2 years ago. So I don't know how that's changed. I don't know how those numbers have grown. So I'm setting aside 2 days for it. There might be a stream break, whether that's I go to sleep and then come back, or if it's 2 separate streams. I have no idea. But that is what it is. 2 days. 2 days of suffering for me, January 26th and 27th. I hope I can watch them all in that number of time, because if I can't, that'll just be ridiculous. I will still watch them all. I will still do that for y'all. But man, will it take a toll on me. February 2 through 6, we'll be doing various crafting and hand cam streams. That's the weekend that I am left on my own devices. There's 3 activities for us to do. Thank you, Valfear. This is the part where I said Valfear was like very, very loosely related, because like 2 of the 3 things that we're going to be doing that weekend are stuff that he actually bought for me on my throne page, that I just haven't had the setup. Please don't tap into different dimensions on the zooted stream. The thing about that is I can't promise that. I can't promise I won't start reality shifting in real time. Anyway, yes, this will be the server's first poll. 2 of the 3 things are about by Valkyrie. Thank you, Valkyrie. I just haven't had the camera setup to be able to do anything like hand cam related, so a lot of this will be like me like figuring that out, setting that up finally, and getting it done. The 3 activities will be Splatoon 2 Aqua Beads, trying different G Fuel flavors. I've never tried G Fuel and I'm immune to caffeine. So I have a cup and like a bunch of like small like tester G Fuels, and I'm gonna be like just trying a bunch of G Fuel flavors, and at the very end I'm gonna combine them all in one cup and kamikaze them. That's the plan. You can tap into whatever dimensions you want as long as you provide color commentary so I know what's going on. Yeah, if you give me a little bit of time with Google Docs, I can paint a very good picture with my words. I'm a maestro so long as you're not willing to hear those words out loud. So yeah, Splatoon 2, Aqua Beads, the G Fuel stream, and then also Play-Doh. I have many cans of Play-Doh that Valkyrie was kind enough to buy me, and we'll just be making little things. Those will be 3 separate streams between February 2 through 6. Yeah, I think that's all where that is. I will have you all vote on which we do first, and then we will decide the order from there. Very excited to get to those. Very excited to finally find the time to set aside to get to those, to be quite honest with you, because even like beyond like the Donathon rewards, like these have been on the menu for a while. Okay. Sometime in March, I will be dropping my first song cover. The recording, it's so late because the recording will be done during that period of time in April. You should make the G Fuel thick by putting baking soda in it. Do I look like Dollop Days to you? Do I look like a platforming bisexual icon Dollop Days to you? Do I look like I want to drink thick Gatorade? I'm sorry, I don't have the bones. I don't have the guts. I don't have the frog guts to do that. Oh, just thinking about it, like thick G Fuel. Oh my god. What, can you do that though? Like, what if you were making Jello, but you used like G Fuel instead of water? Because like G Fuel is just water and powder, right? So as long as there isn't anything in the powder that breaks down the gelatin, you're probably at least 7 tall wise grapes tall and also a frog. How many grapes tall would I be? Fun fact, I actually don't have a canon height. My canon height for the most part is my IRL height. I think I decided a little while ago. I was actually voting on being a tall frog girl. I carbonate my G Fuel, but it's a process for the soda stream because otherwise it likes to explode. What do you mean otherwise? What other ways are there to carbonate? Wait. What other ways are there to carbonate G Fuel? How are you exploding your G Fuel? Wait, don't just say that and leave. What does that mean? Actually, a while ago, I was, speaking of canon heights, a while ago, I was conceptualizing perhaps being a tall frog because, you know, legs long. Oh my god. Guys, he's gonna go carbonate his G Fuel. What are we gonna do? But, /S. Man, he really is carbonating G Fuel. That's crazy. Have a good night, Valkyrie. But, what the fuck? Oh, yeah. Because frog legs long, I was conceptualizing perhaps being a tall frog, but then I was like, actually, I don't like that idea. So yeah, sometime in March. Oh my god, I got way off track. Anyway, sometime in March, first song cover is gonna drop. Cannons are around 3 to 6 meters on average. Did you Google that or did you just know that? Either way, Either way, my dogs have something to say about it. Hold on, I really need to blow my nose. I'm sorry, hold on, I'm gonna be real quick. Oh, my tissue box is empty. This is the worst day of my life. Hold on. Okay, mods, there is a fake Cannons fan in my chat. Please ban her. Anyway, my tissue box that I have fetched from the closet has lemons on it, which, by the way, is my second favorite fruit. I bet you'll never guess what my first one is. Anyway, so the recording for the song cover will happen between February 2nd and 6th, that weekend that I'm on my own. You've exposed yourself now, Cherry. It's too late. I have no choice. They'll take my artillery degree. So that's when recording is going to happen. After that, I need to find somebody to mix and master the song. That will be where the majority of the work is going to come from. So it might be late February, but I'm thinking sometime in March, depending on who I find and how long it takes, depending on what their work queue is. I know what the song is going to be. I'm not going to tell you yet. It'll be a surprise. You will know when you know, but you're probably never going to guess what it is, because I don't necessarily have niche taste, but I did make a commitment forever ago. So there we go. If you don't know, now you know. First song cover, sometime in March. Now the merch designs, I have not reached out to anybody to make the designs yet, but I have thought of what those designs could be. So far, there's going to be a logo design. There's going to be one that's just, you know, the Pippi logo. Then there's going to be a generic, like, Pippi Ananasa design. There's going to be a woman reel design, and there's going to be a certified girl fail design. Those are the three that I've thought up of. I also considered a Chadpole design. I'm not sure, because of what I envision for that. I'm not sure that will be the first drop or if I'll add that later. But these are the designs that I'm thinking of going with. If you have any better ideas, you are free to pitch them when we get to feedback or in the feedback channel in the Discord. But this is what we're working with right now. Okay, that's it for the Donathon rewards. I hope everybody is happy with. Are you allowed to put woman real on a shirt and sell it? Isn't she like a copyrighted character? That is the one that I've contacted an artist about. We are going to make our own original woman reel, who vaguely resembles this woman reel, but not like in a like it's gonna be like hey, can you copy my woman reel? Yeah, but just don't make it look like you copied it. We're gonna do that. So woman reel is actually gonna be getting a makeover for the merch drop. So Misasagi woman reel, your days are numbered. You're gonna get a new real woman that's never been done, never done before, ever. She's gonna get like a 90s movie makeover where they make her look objectively worse. But anyway, those are where the Donathon rewards are at. I hope you, thank you all for waiting. Thank you all for being so patient. I hope you are excited as I am for some of the stuff that's going to be dropping in the first early months of the year. I think it's going to be baller. I think it's going to be killer, and I can't wait to get through all of it and think of more cool things to do for the channel. Next, events, festive stream ideas I have for the year. This is not a very well thought out section, but it's just kind of elaborating on my point from earlier where I missed a lot of holidays last year, and I'd like to rectify that this year. So in February, I'd like to dedicate February. Jesus, I can't talk tonight. I'd like to dedicate February to playing dating sims, and then hopefully do a Valentine's Day stream. April, convention ? I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means because there's a convention in April in the area that I live that I think would be super fun. So I don't know if that means maybe taking y'all out one day, doing like a little operation where I, walk around the convention and you get to see my hands as I give money to small artists. Or if that means just buying a bunch of stuff at the convention and then, doing a little hand cam stream where I show you everything I got. But there's perhaps convention related things in April. That maybe. V-Day stream on my favorite day of the year. Hell yeah, brother. The V-Day stream happening on V-Day on twitch.tv/frogberries will feature various V-Day activities, none of which I've thought through yet, but it'll happen, trust me. Then fall. For those of you who are unaware, in the fall, I am planning to move. IRL, move houses, get a new place to live. And earlier when I said that there might be another fundraiser, this is what I meant. It will be a moving fundraiser. I don't quite know what I'm gonna do for it yet, but I have considered doing I own Sonic Mega Collection, and a couple, like, various other Sonic games on other Sonic systems. This presentation is cute, thank you. I got a little, there's a little credits at the very end that'll show you where I got it, and it, like, credits, like, the website that I got the template from, but it's very cute. I own various Sonic games, and I thought of perhaps doing a little challenge for this moving fundraiser where I play every single one of them, except whenever I get a game over, I get Sonic Gems Collection instead. It has Sonic R on it. Yes, I have been pining for the Sonic Gems Collection. Don't talk to me about the Sonic Gems Collection, the fact that I don't have it. I'll get angry. Not angry, I'll get sad. But every single time I get a game over, I'll move on to the next one. Like, if I get a game over in Sonic 1, I'll move to Sonic 2, then to Sonic 3, etc, etc, etc. Like, going down the line. It sounds fun. Hee hee. I actually have multiple ways of doing this. I have multiple collections of Sonic games, just not the fucking Sonic Gems collection. Don't fucking talk to me about it. But yeah, that's kind of a vague idea of what I'm doing. Sonic Donathon? Perhaps, in a different way than last year's Sonic Donathon. Sonic Donathon this time with more Sonic. I might even try to make it like an endurance challenge, like last year's Donathon was like 8 hours. Sorry, I'm delayed. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Gachi, it's Pippi from the future. It's okay. It's okay to be delayed. But anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, so last year's stream I think was like 8 or 9 hours. So I might be pushing like maybe 12 hours maybe. I would love to say perhaps pushing for a 24-hour stream, but I do not think I have that in me. Whether or not I have that in me is a fat maybe. Like that's a fat maybe. But yeah. So there might potentially be a moving fundraiser in the fall. I should tell y'all that it is not a that won't be like I won't be hinging on the moving fundraiser. I do have my own savings. I am preparing financially in my own right, so it will just be like, if you feel like contributing, if it's safe for you to do so, you can absolutely contribute. If not, no pressure, just chill with me, have fun, play Sonic. Exactly the same as it was last year, except this year it's going for a cause. Yeah, so that's February, April, and the fall. October, I would like to dedicate to horror games in the same way that February I may dedicate to dating sims. I have a select few that I have in my head that I wanted to do last year, that I haven't done. Can I vent about something real quick? This has nothing to do with the presentation. Last year I wanted to play Silent Hill. Silent Hill or Silent Hill 2 last year in October, right? And I was gonna do it with my sister Beamy. And it was to a point where in July I visited the company, and at some point they looked behind them in the car and were like, "Hey Pippi, we're gonna play Silent Hill later. Do you want to join us?" And I was like, "Well, I don't want to be spoiled for this thing that I'm gonna do in October, so I'm sorry, but I'm gonna sit out." And then my fucking sister did not pull through. She literally was like, "Oh yeah, no, like everything should be fine. I should have everything set up later." And then she didn't. And then she literally didn't. I try not to be angry about it because I know who my sister is, but like, you made me miss an opportunity, bro. Like, come on, man. I do get a little sad thinking about it sometimes. But you know, past is past. I'm not actually that bothered about it. I just, this year, for sure, something Silent Hill related in October. What a flake. Yeah, a snowflake got him. And that was so unfunny. That was such a nothing joke. Anyway, November, birthday stream. It's probably not going to be a fundraiser. If I do a moving fundraiser, I will not do a birthday fundraiser. Yeah, I'll think of something fun to do. We'll still do fun stuff. Maybe we'll do that, like, chat orders me a pizza again, because that really was such a blast. That was so fun. Or did you make that what sound? I don't have my soundboard set up. I don't have my soundboard set up. That's crazy. Whatever noise you heard, that was all me, baby. Yeah, we'll figure out some activities to do for the birthday stream, and then December is my 3rd anniversary, Christmas and New Year's Eve. I'd love to do streams for both of those as well. I just finished my 2nd anniversary kind of stuff and the birthday donathon, so I literally don't have the brain energy to talk about what we could potentially do for the 3rd anniversary. Leave me alone. I'll let you guys know. You're so talented and silly, or maybe I'm going crazy insane and hearing things. I'm gonna take credit for it because it sounds cool of me to have done that. Anyway, feedback time. Any questions, comments, concerns, suggestions, fire them off in chat right now or forever hold your peace. Just kidding. We have a Discord server with the feedback channel that you can type them in if you miss the chance right now. I still owe you some Splatoon. Hell yeah, brother. Some Splatoon. Pog in chat forgot you still owing me some Splatoon. Yeah, feedback time. That was the presentation. Gotchi, anytime you want to play Splatoon, we can play Splatoon for real. On stream, off stream, does not matter. Pippy sippy. Pog. They're saying Pog in chat. Yeah, is there anything y'all would like to see? You can say it now or say it later. Does not matter. That's my presentation. That's where we're at. Those are the goals. That's everything. That's everything. I hope you all enjoyed. There's a fun little end of presentation graphic right here with all like the animals and stuff and the fireworks, and then here's the credits. I got this from a site called Slides Carnival. They have lots of different cool stuff. Not sponsored, but there you go. I'm gonna hide this. There we go. Stretch. That was the presentation. Wouldn't it be cool if animals were real? Absolutely. They'd make stuff like jobs. They'd have like animal scientists if animals were real, I think. I love just chatting. It's just nice to hear you talk. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it so much. It's been a long time since I've just sat down and like talked y'all's ears off. We are probably right now, not right now, but like when we like transition other things here. Let's go back to the chatting screen real quick, so you're not bothered by unnecessary visuals. In a couple minutes, after I've successfully brought my brain out of presentation mode, we'll probably check on Girl Fail, and that's probably the only game we're gonna play tonight. I do not feel like gaming right now. I don't worry, there are still plans to finish Undertale and SA2, just not today. We'll probably find some videos to watch, and that'll be that on that. I don't know from who. I had a couple of video essays saved and then I watched them, so it's not fun anymore if I watch them again. Maybe some old ones that I haven't watched in a really long time. Perhaps. Who knows? I'll reach into my bag of long YouTube videos and pull one out, and I'll go, look at this, and you'll go, ooh, shiny. Yeah, speaking of YouTubers, a friend of mine finally got me like into Stephanie Sue. I'd heard of her. I've like seen her videos. I have friends who watch her, but like I just haven't ever like gotten into her myself. The secret I discovered is driving to her videos. Her videos are really good to drive to, depending on which one they are, because also for whatever reason, Stephanie Sue just has the tendency to cover the worst true crime cases you've ever heard in your life. There was a Stephanie Sue video that I literally couldn't make it through because I was like, oh my god. She just like gravitate, like, I don't even know how to describe it, because it's like true crime is like a thing, you know. I'm not like true crime obsessed, but I do like hearing about that kind of stuff. Things that real criminals do, as is their role in true crime stories. Everywhere I go, she follows me. Damn. She has like 90 different channels, so that doesn't surprise me at all. But like, I don't know, there's just like, there's like a level of like, there's like a depravity, there's like a depravity threshold that Stephanie Sue exists in. If it's outside of that threshold, she doesn't want anything to do with it. Like, she wants to damage you on purpose, is what it feels like. But yeah, I don't like watch like all of her videos. I do have like my good friend who does, like watches all of her videos. I've been, what are we talking about? I had to step away for a sec to unclog my toilet. Rip your toilet. If only you are a real Canon fan. We're talking about videos because in a second we're gonna check on Girl Fail, and then I'm gonna throw on some videos. Who have I been watching lately? Hold on. Let me look up my YouTube. Let me switch my account and look at my YouTube. Oh, I've been watching a lot of 16 Leo and Lily Simpson, it looks like. How do I rip my toilet? Have you seen that video of that guy who, like, I don't know what he lights like a match or something, and he chucks it into his toilet and half of it falls off. It used to be in one of those like important videos playlists, so it was like everywhere for a while. I have no idea what's happening in that video. Yeah, who the fuck have I been watching? I've been watching a lot of people lately. You gotta show us? Okay, hold on. I don't know if I can find it. Wait, hold on. Match. I almost typed video into the YouTube bar. No, where is it? Is it a match or is it, wait, maybe it's a sparkler. He lights something on fire, then chucks it into the toilet and like it instantly falls apart. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Hold on, I found it. God, it's been converted into a short. That sucks. Hold on, BGM. Make sure you all can hear it, and then yeah, here.
Go. Yeah.
Oh my god. You've got a browser extension? Oh my god, what's it called? That's insane. Hold on, I need that. I can't stand YouTube Shorts. But anyway, yeah, that's the I was talking about. But what was I talking about? How does that? I don't know.
Let's make a worst rate.
Let's make a worst rate. Shut up. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know how that happens, but it was like, I think it was like the second video in one of those like important videos playlists. YouTube Redux. I think I have that one. I don't know. I have like a short collection of like various YouTube extensions. So that way when one of them, when YouTube gets ahead of one of their ad block functionalities, I just like switch to the other one and like refresh over and over and over again. Which I don't want to jinx anything, but it does feel like that YouTube has sort of calmed down on that front, because I haven't had any issues with it in a little while. Knock on wood. But yeah, hold on. I went into YouTube with the intent of looking at who I watched. Not that y'all didn't just get a big look at it earlier, but lately I've been watching a lot of 16 Leo, like commentary stuff about trash TV. I do this thing where I hate watching trash TV. I will not watch daytime TV. No like 90 Day Fiancé, none of those Netflix dating shows, none of that. But I do love watching other people watch it. So I will find commentary YouTubers who will do 90 Day Fiancé, who will do like Love is Blind, stuff like that, and just talk over it. And like then I can consume the trash TV while also having somebody make funny quips to the side, and then I don't have to like annihilate my algorithm with that kind of stuff. I have a friend who loves watching the sort of like, I do the same thing to them, because they love watching the God, what would you even call it? Like the Karen meltdown videos, just like Reddit readings, those like engagement fodder videos that just like get a lot of views, and there's like a million of them. I have a friend who loves to fall down those rabbit holes. I don't. because I know if I watch one, it's all that's gonna be like recommended to me for the next 89 years. So what I do is whenever I go over to their house, I watch them watch it. So that way I still get to consume like the brain itching content, but I don't have to infect my algorithm with it. It's actually a really good strat. It's a wonderful strat for retaining your sanity, I think. You could tell me, oh, just make another account, but I'm not going to do that. Thank you and have a good day. I love watching long form content. That's my shit. And like video essays. That's my shit. People get like really concerned over like my archive of videos that I have in my head, where people will be talking about something and I'll be like, oh no, I have a video you'll love if you like that. Sorry, I got distracted by video title. I need to click away from this tab. But anyway, when it comes to video essays, I've been watching a lot of Lily Simpson, H-Bomber-Guy, Tara Moonke. I'm still thinking about how the guy's doing and just fucking exploding. I can't believe you guys haven't seen that video before. Like, half of it just falls off. And you know what's really interesting? What you don't hear is the water. You don't hear the water, like, rushing out. You just hear the cracking of the porcelain as it gets sent into the ether. Like, oh my god, I love that video so much. Yeah, I've also been watching Ordinary Things a lot. Lee Speaks is literally fantastic for like, I don't even really know what she does. Like, it's like half review content. It's like deep dive. She does deep dives into like early 2000s like girl-centric media, like Polly Pocket, BarbieGirl.com, Club Penguin. Maybe we'll watch a Lee Speaks video. I've seen literally every single one of Lee Speaks videos. She's a rather new channel. She only popped up last year, but like, oh my god, I love her shit. Her voice is so like relaxing to listen to. Well, maybe we'll find a Lee Speaks video, but in a similar regard, I also really enjoy watching Izzy's. A friend of mine introduced me to Swoop very recently. Swoop makes really good content. It's like very professional quality documentaries. And then of course I love watching Snapcube when I have a good day. New Year's Day, there was a point where we went to a friend's house and she and her girlfriend had to leave to go do something real quick. And they were like, oh, I'm so sorry, I gotta go. I'll be back. I think they were like walking a friend's dog or something. And I threw on the Snapcube Sonic Unleashed playthrough. Because that's like one of my favorite things that she's made in recent times. Like, that is such a good playthrough. Like, it start to finish, brilliant. Yeah, real crowd pleaser, that one. What else? I have a big fat long list of people that I'm subscribed to that I like don't remember, and then one day like one of their videos will be recommended to me out of the blue because the YouTube algorithm is hell. And then I'll be like, oh yeah. I think the word she and her girlfriend, it feels like everything's right in the world. Yeah. There are certain truths of the universe that, you know, I gotta speak. Sometimes things are just correct. Leah Toro is another content creator that I really enjoy. Does anybody have any like trans mask creator recommendations? Because I watch a lot of trans femme creators, and it occurred to me the other day that I'm like, I don't really watch. I haven't really been recommended like any like trans masculine creators. Where are y'all? Please find your way right into my subscriber list. I'm waiting very patiently. There's a seat for you to the left next to the window like an anime character. Blue screening. I need to stop looking at YouTube because it's making me like, it's like, I'm like sort of half trying to figure out what video we should watch, sort of half like my eyes are like scanning the screen for something to talk about because there's like visual information on the screen. But the problem is that I'll start reading the words at the same time. And that will completely derail me, like entirely derail me. And if we ever did a Discord movie night, what would you guys want to do? I'm also considering, in addition to maybe doing some movie nights, kind of somewhat sort of related, bringing back Anime Club. Those of you in the audience who are baby Chadpoles enough to remember, who are growing out their Chadpole beards enough to remember, for a very short period last year, every month, the last year or 2 years ago, how long has it been? Every month, I would commit to watching an anime. Excuse me, and then we do like a discussion stream. I'm thinking of potentially bringing that back, but now that the Discord server is up and everything, maybe doing like, in addition to the discussion stream, maybe doing like watch throughs. But that would require, if we did like watch throughs like a couple nights every week, I would either have to not do an anime a week, or I know this isn't exactly related, but I gotta tell you, the icons for Pipcoins looks like a very sick emoji wearing a surgeon mask. Oh, that, yeah, I know the emoji you're talking about. It's really weird because like when I like imagined Pipcoins, that's exactly what I imagined them as, like a little like frog on a gold coin. I actually bought this asset off of Etsy. And when I saw it, I was like, oh my god, it's the thing that I was talking about. So yeah, no. I don't know if I'll do a watch through series, like start doing like watch throughs like on Discord for Anime Club, or if I'll just bring back the discussion streams. But I would like to bring it back this year. I'd like to consume more anime this year. Currently, I just finished up Spy Family Season 2, and then I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen, but I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen blind with my mom. That's happening. For those unaware, my mom likes anime. She likes watching anime with me. Her favorites are My Love Story and Mob Psycho. Anime Club sounds like a very fun idea. No, Cherry, you don't understand. I had a whole setup for it. I had a whole like background that looked like a library broom closet, and I had like a dirty couch, and a body pillow. And anytime I announced an Anime Club stream, I made it look like a bulletin board. Because when I was a kid, I went to an anime club at my library. So for me, it's like a library thing. An anime club is like a bunch of teenagers who don't fit in at their school, going to the local library for their only connections of people who can relate to their interests. Because like anime was popular when I was a kid, but not nearly as mainstream as it is today. I feel like the curve for anime's popularity among youth in the United States is exponential and distinctly COVID flavored. Like, it has been so normal to be a fan of anime in a way that it was definitely not when I was a child. Outside of, like regular picks like, Pokemon and Sailor Moon and whatever. Hold on, I think my cat might be knocking on my door. Is my cat out here?
Say hi to chat.
Can you say hi to chat? No? She never wants to say hi if I hold her up. Hi, baby. Sweetheart. Sweetheart moment. Okay, you wanna go in my bed? Be free. She got cat hair all over my face. Ugh. To watch the rest of the game and abandon me at Yu-Gi-Oh! So I returned seeking the weed of the pond. No weed until February, Pato. Come on. It's illegal. It's illegal until I do it. She got cat hair like all over my face and on my clothes. Why are you shedding? It's January, girly pop. And it can't be the warm weather because it is not warm anymore. Okay. What was I saying? But yeah, it'd be nice to bring back Anime Club. That would be fun and cool and a cool thing to do. I wonder what we'll watch. Maybe I'm trying to keep to like, at the time, the way we did things was a 12 episode anime we would talk about. We would either do 2 12 episode animes and have discussion streams every 2 weeks, or we would do 1 24 episode anime and have 1 discussion a month. Hey, when Cat gets hit on my blankie, it's like, how the fuck am I gonna eepy sleepy now? There is a specific quilt that I use on my bed in the summer that my cat loves. I have since traded it out, so like my cat loves my blankets, but to a significantly less degree than she loves the quilt. She's been very sheddy lately. Goodness gracious, she walked in and I like hit a wall. Wow, okay. Oh my god, it's my cat. Suddenly I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. She's so cute. Wow. But yeah, no, I don't know if I do it every month. But every so often doing an anime club again might be cool. I don't want to set too many goals because I don't want to be too ambitious. I am certainly guilty of doing that. But being like slow about it, setting some stuff in a little bit at a time. Like the schedule is probably gonna be the hardest thing, but you know, like the schedule, event streams, potentially doing an anime club. Last year we certainly did more streams than the year before, but we could have done a few more. It could have been a little bit more frequently than we were. So I'm trying to like find that balance without overloading myself, you know? And that's what the stream is all about. Ambition is the first step to success. That's what I always say anyway. And you should keep saying it because you're absolutely 100% correct. Let's do 2 things. Let's check on Girlfell. And then let's watch some videos. Let me get my Girlfell checking supplies. Yeah, I'm not really sure why my camera is picking up any movement because my face is nowhere near it. That's crazy that I got ghosted. Got the wires. Oh please, please get a waffle. Oh no, where's my pen? I can't check on Girlfell without my pen. What the heck? What the heck? Where's my pen? Why am I twitching? There's no reason to twitch. Seriously, where'd it go? Where'd my stylus go? Hey Pipster, if you had a catchphrase, what would it be? I don't know. Probably, I want to say something cool, but it would probably be like one of the super lame things that I end up vocal stimming all the time. My new thing is 3-syllable phrases. I say things like mean to her like all the time. There's a couple others. I've probably said them more than once already, but trying to remember what they are specifically, I can't. God, there's so much shit. I did the thing where I like go to clean my space and then I make it dirtier before I clean it. No Girlfell today. Girlfell later. Maybe Girlfell tomorrow? I'm not really sure, but I can't find the pen that I used to check on Girlfell with. And if I can't tap on Girlfell, what's the point of checking on Girlfell? Girlfell will have to wait for another day. I chucked my tablet onto my beanbag and it landed directly onto the cord, so that's fun. That's a lot of fun. But Pippi, you're streaming on there right now. Okay. A video. Let's find a video. Sorry, BGM. It's time for you to stop background musicking. Okay, let's see. We have... I'm trying to find a video that a lot of people will relate to. Because Lee Speaks makes cool videos, but not all of them are going to be things that my audience are going to know anything about. And I know that because she makes videos that I don't know anything about. How about Neopets? You guys like Neopets? Do you guys want to watch a video about Neopets? Neopets? Hold on. Neopets or Disney Virtual World of the early 2000s? It's like Club Penguin, Toontown, not Two Town. Y'all want to watch about Neopets or about Disney? The choice is yours. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow meow meow. Have actually fixed the Neopets economy. That's insane. Okay. Da 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 ba ba da bow. That's weirdly cropped. There we go. This is Neopets is in Trouble by Lee Speaks. Hold on, wait. Let me link the video in my chat. There we go. Okay, cool. Now, for realsies this time. Doink.
Neopets, come here. Sit down with me. Neopets, you've come so far. You've survived for so long despite the odds. But what happened to you? You're not the website I used to know.
Caption.
Neopets, we need to talk. Neopets.com is a historically notable website. One of the very first online virtual pets, it's remarkable both for its age and its longevity. The fact that it has survived to this day is no small feat, and with this charming selection of memorable and lovable virtual pets,
Thank you.
it's not hard
Thanks
to
for
see
coming
why.
by.
However, these days, although the website
If you need to go eat sleepy, Lee Speaks is the one to do it. She'll knock you the fuck out.
still does exist, I would describe
Have a
it
good
more
sleep.
as a
Thanks for coming by.
shambling husk than a lively, vibrant virtual world. Neopets did not take the death of Flash very well, and for a long time they didn't have the funds or the know-how to convert the website into a more modern format. So for years, Neopets has existed in this kind of half-converted zombie state. However, there's been some new developments very recently that may have a substantial impact on this website's future. The ownership of Neopets has recently changed hands, becoming independently owned for the first time in nearly 2 decades. This comes with a large cash injection that the website sorely needed, as well as a host of planned changes and updates, both to the website and to the franchise as a whole. Fans of Neopets are largely pretty optimistic over this change, and while this is a better situation than languishing under the uncaring ownership of NetDragon, the company that cannibalized and obliterated Jumpstart, which, to be fair, was an equally uncaring owner of Neopets.
What is face-shaped in my background? Jesus
we're
Christ.
not completely out of the woods yet. Let's take a look at the current state of the website, what has changed, what needs to be changed, and eventually answer the question, can Neopets be saved? Before we dive in, let me introduce you to the fragrance revolution and sponsor of today's video, known as
No.
Scentbird.
Wait. Give me like 3 seconds to work some magic on my end. By work some magic, I mean I've finished the professional part of the video, so I now have the opportunity to turn off the overhead light.
So, holy sh**, this is the worst state I've ever seen a website in my life. Like, it is so deeply broken that it just leaves me astounded. It makes me ask, why did this happen? How does this happen? And my answer to that is, I have no idea. I have no idea why they attempted to convert the site out of Flash and just seemed to give up halfway through. Maybe the site is too spaghetti coated and complicated, maybe they just ran out of money. But man, the final result is a website that is just painful to use, especially in comparison to the glory days of the 2000s. First of all, hey, what's going on here? What's going on with the new version of the website appearing most of the time, but like only on certain important pages? And so all the more peripheral pages appear as the old, much more functional version of the website. Well, at least not every important page is in the new format, like something as rudimentary as your pet details. And once you get to this page, you can explore the website much more effortlessly, although you may get sent back to the crappy layout unexpectedly. The current world layouts are pretty nice looking. However, the links within them no longer reliably lead to anything functional. Like, hey, what's this? Oh, it's nothing. What's this? Nothing. What about this? Oh, you can't even click on it. This Swiss cheese functionality is at the heart of what's wrong with Neopets in the current day.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of grew up like adjacent to sites like Neopets and Mystic Pets, where like I was not really like hating it. Like I had multiple like Neopets accounts because I kept trying to play the game, but also like there were other options for me for like online games, and like Neopets and Mystic Pets, like they weren't quite like bright, shiny, flashy enough to really keep my attention. Because it's like those games are kind of like the virtual game equivalent of like forums to social media sites. Does that make any sense? Like they're like visibly not quite like as advanced as like some other things. Some other games. Good God, I'm losing my ability to talk as we speak. It's going away. So like I don't have too much nostalgia towards Neopets as like maybe I would towards other things. But NFT's broken website, I felt for Neopets nostalgia people at that time period because ugh.
Wants to be a complete website like it once was, but it just isn't able to be. They've done too much and not enough at the same time. I really can't express how the poor integration between the new and old version of the
Webkins.
website
That's what I
gets
really
how
loved
valuable
was
it is.
Webkins.
Coming back to it, it kind of feels like I needed my prior experience with
Unrelated, slightly related. Sorry. I'm trying not to be XQC, basically. I love watching videos with y'all. But like the last thing I want to do is like pop one on like it's Cocomelon and just like I might as well not even be here. Anyway, I had this idea where I would love to get together with some friends and like create a Webkins account, buy ourselves Webkins to put on the account, and have like a Webkins hype house where like everybody has the login, everybody can decorate their rooms one way, and like the responsibility of dailies changes from person to person, day to day. And it's just like it's Webkins, but like Webkins roommates. It's such a stupid idea, and like I'm way too old to have it, but I do be thinking about it sometimes.
the website to be able to play it, or else it would probably just feel entirely opaque. The new ownership has made one change that I personally feel was very overdue. So, for years post-Flash EOL, the once huge and robust games page was shrunk down to a pathetically small list of HTML5 converted games. Well, kind of. Because technically, all of the old games were still accessible, just not directly via the games page itself. They were just kind of floating around, extant but unlinked, as yet another odd and confusing relic of the half-complete post-Flash conversion. Well, better than getting rid of them entirely, I guess, but what they've done recently I think they should have done a long time ago. Instead of just half-assedly hiding the old games, there's now a section on the games page for classic games. This has Ruffle directly built in, which means that all these old games are playable without any downloads, which is definitely a marked improvement from the previous completely baffling situation. One thing that's a bit of a bummer is that the games that weren't able to run with Ruffle are just completely gone now. To be fair, I wasn't able to run them with Flash Player proper either when they were still there, so maybe they were just completely non-functional, and, well, they shouldn't be hosting things that are completely non-functional on their website. A lot of these games are missing because they were based in Shockwave instead of Flash, which means that Ruffle wouldn't work with it. But there are a couple Flash-only games that are gone now too, for reasons that I can't explain. If you're interested in playing the games that are missing, check out the Flashpoint archive with a search for Neopets. It seems as though they have
You guys
all
wanna do that on
of the
stream
games,
one day?
including the
Flash
intentionally
games?
temporary sponsored games. Man, if you weren't there in the immersive advertising era of Neopets, well, you didn't miss much besides a lot of ads. A lot of goddamn ads. So many ads that I'm not even sure if that kind of marketing tactic is allowed to exist anymore. The ad games tended to be the weakest of Neopets' game catalog, so I can't really recommend any of those unless you're nostalgic for a specific one. You can't redeem Neopoints on these archived games, but it's nice that they're not lost forever. The new version of the site is, well, kind of dumbed down. The version of Neopets that I grew up with was unabashedly complicated. It required a lot of time to look through and absorb all the stories and lore, and it kind of feels like they're trying to erase that with this new format in favor of something much more simple and kid-friendly, even though the vast majority of Neopets' current player base is veteran adult players. This overly simplified version of the website just doesn't serve it beneficially at all. It gives the impression that there's nothing to do on the website because it removes access to so many pages. And it's really nonsensical to me that your active Neopets stats aren't constantly visible like they used to be. I want to be able to see the status of my pet. I want to be able to see how hungry they are at a glance instead of clicking through several pages. The only way to see this very basic information is clicking through to the homepage and loading up a submenu. This
That's
is
insane.
just way too inconvenient. It's as if they're deprioritizing the virtual pet aspect in favor of nothing? This is a virtual pet website. Your virtual pet should be front and center, not hidden away in a menu. It feels like they did this with the intention of making the site more kid-friendly, but instead it just feels much more inaccessible. And I mean, they are really gung-ho about the whole kid-friendly aspect, because the level of censorship on the boards is so stringent that I'm kind of afraid to post there in fear of accidentally setting off the censors. Abbreviations like LMAO and WTF are off the table, and I can understand that one because they do implicitly contain swears, but also words that could hypothetically maybe be used to evade censors are banned too. Some words that have been reported to get users warned or frozen include corn, tweed, grape, as well as cucumber and document due to the string containing CUM. This means that you can jeopardize your account by talking about something perfectly innocent that just happens to resemble something inappropriate.
Document?
So yeah, the current state of moderation on neopets.com is
Damn.
say the names of potentially lewd
The stuff you chose do be difficult to build something. You don't have to do that for me, Pato. Come on, man.
produce a
Come
few
on,
times and your account will
man.
get frozen, while
It's
cheaters
okay.
and hackers run amok.
It's not life
and
or
the
death.
rest. Oh, that's right.
I just like pretty
the cheater
ladies.
issue. So how about the fact that absolutely nothing is affordable anymore? Neopets is facing an inflation crisis, the likes of which resemble Gaia Online when they decided it was a good idea to
Jesus.
sell money printers. Current players allege this issue is a result of unchecked cheating and botting. Basically, every single rare item.
I do remember there was this one point, I had a very brief stint on Gaia Online. And there was this one point where there was a treasure chest. I just logged in and there's a treasure chest floating around my screen, and I clicked it and was instantaneously a millionaire. Gaia Online is fucked, and I don't think it'll ever be unfucked, to be quite honest with you. Hold on. You know what? Let's check it right now. Let me get a new window. Let's check Gaia Online right now. Hello? Why is my keyboard not working? Girl, what? This has been happening sometimes where like my keyboard is on, the lights are on, but like nothing, it doesn't work. Hold on. Let me unplug it and replug in. Keyboard. Hi. There we go. We're back. Gaia Online. Let me see here. It's more of a forum than anything else, so you don't have to log in to browse. What about the shops? Exclusive premium items. How much are we charging? I guess you can't enter a shop if you don't have an avatar. Yeah, I have no idea. Hot topics. Here we go. I'm not a robot. How expensive is everything? Oh, this is for like art. Oh well. I have no idea how Gaia's economy is doing so.
That may appeared in stores get snatched up instantly by these bots and then resold at an absurdly high markup.
That's
This
crazy
makes
that that
rare
happens
items
in
all but
Neopets as well as real
inaccessible
life.
for casual, non-cheating players. It seems like Neopets' current system isn't equipped to be able to identify and ban these cheaters, and so you'll get perfectly legitimate players getting banned on a fluke, while these cheaters keep doing their thing and making the Neopets economy more and more broken. You may be wondering why.
What's the point? Wait, let me let her finish her question because it might be the question I have right now.
Why not just set the site back to the old version since it seemed to be much more functional? Well,
No. What is there to gain from destroying Neopets with insane inflation? What is there to gain? You're not making real money, are you? It's not like you're gambling. It's Neopets. How invested are you in the economy of Neopets for, like, Neopets' wealth to mean anything to you?
Well, Neopets being profoundly broken isn't exactly a new phenomenon. They just used to hide it better. A lot of these old features allowed hackers to use completely game-breaking scripts, including one that seemed to have allowed users access to administrator tools, although this is a claim that's denied by the Neopets team. This exploit allowed users to create unconverted pets, Neopets that still have the old design used prior to 2007, which are easily the most highly coveted type of pet in the trading market. This particular issue was fixed relatively quickly, but there are still several.
Sorry, you can trade pets on Neopets? You can give up your pets in your pet simulator? What? Why? Why?
Several exploits that plague the site to this day, and this would only become worse.
That's like using the ciao goodbye function in Sonic Adventure. Why would you do that? Is that not your baby? You're just giving up your son? What's wrong with you?
If you attempted to restore the old, less secure version of the website. Now, there are certain scripts that are only personal quality of life improvements, and these users don't deserve to be banned. Although, in practice, there's no distinction made between these harmless scripts and the ones that make the site worse for everybody else. And there are certainly types of hacking and botting that make the site continuously more and more unusable to anybody who doesn't have access to these tools, and the most prolific users of these exploits seem to be able to get away with it over and over and over without facing any repercussions. According to the Reddit user NeoTruths, there's one user in particular who is an extremely notorious botter who has stolen over 40,000 accounts,
Oh
is
my God.
personally responsible for a lot of the hyperinflation on the rare items prices, and has accumulated hundreds of billions in Neopoints. This botting operation is
Guards, arrest that man. Put him in Neopets jail. He is wanted for his Neopets crimes.
so large-scale and intense that this user
Neocrime.
claims that this single individual accounted for 42% of all users who changed their passwords in April
Oh
of
my
2023.
God.
If true, these stats are completely insane, but I do have to take this user's word for it because I don't know how they're obtaining this information. They claim that they're better equipped to observe this kind of illegitimate activity due to having updated observation tools as opposed to the Neopets team's decade-old infrastructure. So why would anybody spend so much time and
Yeah,
effort
no, you can believe me,
spoiling
my
this
dad
game
works
for
at
everybody
Neopets.
else? Well, the Neopets black market is thriving, and there's a lot of money to be made off of selling items, pets, and accounts for
Oh.
real-life money. This user makes bank off of their gigantic botting operation to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars per month. NeoTruths
Good
also
Lord.
reports rampant cheating on the site's site-wide yearly event, the Altador Cup. Last year, a group of accounts representing the Croc Island team started pulling suspiciously high scores, and their usernames are equally suspect. Syntheson 1, Syntheson 2, Syntheson 3, and so on. The Altador Cup is one of the most important remaining aspects of gameplay and a major draw for the fan base, and so it's disappointing to hear about this event being spoiled by one or a handful of illegitimate players. And how about Neopets' whaling habits? For those who aren't familiar with the jargon, whales are the top spending players, usually defined as the top 3% of high spenders. Whales are typically the backbone for any microtransaction-based game's profit model, and I don't really have evidence for
Neopets
this
has
claim, but
microtransactions?
being a whale isn't typically a sign of being a rich, benevolent gaming beneficiary, but rather a sign of having an intense gambling or spending addiction. And Neopets is no different from sleazy mobile apps when it comes to whaling. Let's take a look at the cost of Neocache. With an approximate conversion rate of $10 for 1,000 Neocache, this means that 10 capsule bundles costs $11, this other one costs $25, individual items cost about $1 a piece, which really adds up when you consider that you can now have 20 Neopets total, 6 by default and 14 purchasable. The option to buy 10 extra pets costs about $42, an $8 discount over buying them all individually, which is $5 each. These are pretty non-trivial amounts of money, and kind of an absurd charge to ask on this site that is functionally a shambling corpse. I've seen people on Reddit posting about buying dozens of these birthday capsules, which works out to hundreds of real-life dollars, and some of these people also mention how they're broke and that buying these microtransactions puts them in a bad situation. Unfortunately, it's hardly exclusive to Neopets to foster addictions and prey on their users' unhealthy spending habits, but I find it particularly disappointing on this website that barely bothers to keep itself functional. I admit that I did chuck $10 their way because, well, it is a virtual world that's still up and running, and I find that worthy of at least a bit of support. But I also couldn't really say that I recommend this. This website is so buggy that you can't even try on the Neocache items like you're supposed to, and sometimes the items don't even show up on your pet in the dress-up page until after you click save. And that $10 didn't really get me a lot. I did get this cherry blossom skin, which I admit is pretty cool. It's pretty much
Somebody
an
wake up
equivalent
cherry
paintbrush,
blossoms.
but that's pretty much the only really cool thing, and everything else was just a basic clothing item. You pretty much have to spend Neocache if you want any advanced customization with your pet, and so I really feel like the Neopets team at least owes it to their users to get this in working order again. Another problem that's deeply emblematic of the issues that have been plaguing Neopets as of late is known as the pound glitch. I'm under the impression that this issue has recently been fixed, but this issue was so destructive, so pervasive, and lasted so long that I would be remiss not to mention it. So, Neopets has a mechanic that allows users to abandon their pets, usually because they've reached the maximum amount and want to try something else. And for a long stretch of time, anytime you went to place
Y'all, those buttons? Make me cry, desert me, give me up, kick me out, throw me away. Oh my god. Look, if the game is gonna guilt trip you that hard for it, why even do it at all? I remember when faced with the Chow Garden goodbye function, I would just stare at the little Chow with the stick over its shoulder, looking like sadly back at the viewer, and I'd just sit there, and then I'd start tearing up, and I would never be able to do it. I could never give up a Chow.
Try something else. And for a long stretch of time, anytime you went to place an unwanted pet in the pound, it would essentially be a Russian roulette of which Neopet actually goes there. So let's say you have a plain color Gellert that you're trying to put up for adoption. You go through the steps, hit the button a bunch of times as your pet is screaming and pleading with you not to abandon it, because traumatizing children is fun. And when you're finished, your rare color Cybunny has been put in the pound instead, and your Gellert's still sitting pretty in your pet page. No worries, you can just adopt her back, and she's gone. Or if the pet affected by the glitch happened to be a Lutari, an otter-like limited edition pet, there's no chance of getting them back at all without the intervention of the Neopets team, because a peculiarity in the pound system causes these pets to disappear into the void rather than being sent to the pound.
That's
the
crazy.
pets affected by this glitch would frequently get snapped up instantly by pound watchers, and you're essentially at their mercy on whether they'll be generous enough to give them back to you. And since a lot of these users have a finders keepers mentality, they're frequently lost to the original owner forever. It's encouraging that the new management of Neopets has prioritized fixing this issue, but it's absurd that this was a known issue for so long with no action taken. It used to be that a major aspect of Neopets gameplay was known as plots. They've had many over the years, and they've all been retired except for one, known as the Altador plot. And, well, just because you can still access it doesn't mean it's officially supported anymore. It's a lot like how the old games used to be. They don't want to nuke the content entirely because there's nothing new being added to the site and they don't want to take away the meager amount of gameplay that remains, but they're also unwilling or unable to make sure the plot stays functional. However, this seems fixable because this plot is perfectly functional with the Ruffle extension. Well, almost, because a chronic issue with the syncing of the in-game clock makes one of the sections of the plot extremely obnoxious to finish, to the point that a lot of players get the impression that it's unfinishable. An assumption supported by the Neopets team claiming that the plot no longer works. However, I did finish it, and not that long ago either. The plots seem like the most salvageable and relatively low-effort additions that the website could.
Unrelated. Her little like, it might be a little small to see on the screen, but she's got a little like crescent moon eyebrow ring that I'm like, ooh. I've considered getting my eyebrow pierced multiple times over the last couple of years.
Make, because I am sure a lot of the users would be happy to play the old ones again. The one plot that remains is pretty engaging and challenging and keeps you engaged with the website for a decent stretch of time, which is something that the current version of the website sorely needs. Neopets announced plans for a new plot to be released in early 2024, and I really hope they don't get rid of the Altador plot when this one's released, because removal of even more gameplay features is exactly the opposite of what the website needs right now. Another point of contention with the fanbase is that several of the site's most beloved features have vanished with no signs of ever returning. For example, KeyQuest was an extremely popular multiplayer board game that was a feature on the site from 2008 to 2014. The abrupt ownership
Oh,
handoff
cute.
from Viacom to Jumpstart would be the death knell for this beloved game. During the transition, key files were lost, and the new staff had minimal experience with the game's coding language. According to NeoTruths, in early 2015 the lost source files had been found and the game was in a functional state. Well, that was until the employee that accomplished this was unceremoniously laid off about a week later, dashing in
Damn.
hopes of the game's return to the website. And even though this game has been retired for years, for some reason you're still able to spend real money buying tokens for this game. This is pretty much completely inexcusable to me. There is no
Hell
reason that
no.
these things should still be able to be purchased, and it clearly says no refunds, so people can just buy these things, have no use for them, and be unable to return them. Another casualty of the handoff to Jumpstart was Habitarium, a game where you observe microscopic creatures. There's less concrete information about why this one closed, but it's safe to assume, like KeyQuest, the new ownership just didn't have the staff with experience and necessary skills to keep supporting the game. Other games lost in the post-handoff cataclysm have been undergoing a quick fix since 2014, still available on the games page but with no hope of return. These games were some of the strongest gameplay elements that the site had, and their seemingly permanent discontinuation and the lack of willingness or ability to fix or replace them has been bad for the site's reputation and generated a lot of bad faith in the Jumpstart ownership of the website. There may be some hope that these features could be revitalized under the new independent management, but the chances of this seem small. At this point, it kind of seems like the amount and diversity of gameplay will remain indefinitely gutted, as most of the effort and labor for new gameplay is being invested in apps and offsite experiences. And now,
I'm so sick of apps. I need y'all to understand how tired I am of apps, okay? It's not the same. Okay, like, the handheld console needs to make a return so badly. So badly. So badly. The Switch kind of counts, but not really, because like the Switch is where Nintendo is putting like all of their like big budget games, you know, because it's like it's a handheld, but it's also like the current Nintendo console of the era. It's been a very long time since we've had a Nintendo console and a Nintendo handheld like functioning at the same time. I guess people still buy like PS Vitas, but allegedly PlayStation is coming out with like its response to the Switch, and it looks really lame and stupid. Apps will never, ever, ever, ever feel the same as like having like a DS or something on hand. Like the feeling of the entertainment that you're getting is it's completely different. It feels the feeling is entirely like it's not the same. It's not the same. If you're gonna make a Neopets video game, make a Neopets video game. I don't want to buy Neo coins with Apple Pay. I don't want to do it. Please. Make a Biblio game.
Now, a menagerie of relatively minor issues. The clock is about 30 seconds out of sync from how it reports on the website, causing numerous
Damn.
issues with time-based game features. The Neo Home section of the website, where you were once able to design a home for your pets, despite appearing on the site's tutorial checklist, is now completely non-functional. If you don't
Wait, are there like interior design games? Wait. How cool would it be to do a stream where we did like we decorated houses? Like Happy Home Designer, but like... Hold on, I'm searching Steam real quick. When I was a kid, like my favorite game ever on Roblox was one where you like built a home. It was a tycoon game where you built a home like from like the foundation up. Oh, this is cute. There's one that I'm finding on Steam that's called Hermit Home Designer, where the main character is a hikikomori and you design her home. That's cute. Anyway, unrelated. Back to the video.
Don't have a new home already, it's
I'd love to
completely
decorate a
impossible
house
to
with you,
create a
chat.
new one, and if you do, all you can do is place items and not arrange them in any way. The jackpot reward for the Grumpy Old King daily activity, where you construct a joke out of some predetermined menus of words, is broken in the new format of the website. You can still play it, but you can't collect the prize for winning anymore. It requires a user script to set it back to the previous version, which is technically against terms of service. There is no distinction made between the classic games that work with Ruffle and the ones that are glitchy or unplayable. Sometimes you'll run a game just fine, but other times you'll get what I got when I attempted to play Doubloon Disaster. I'm pressing keys, clicking. Yeah, this doesn't work at all. Items with a rarity of exactly 100 are never available in the shops due to a part of the code where it says less than 100 instead of the functional less than or equals to 100.
Oop.
A lot of these issues aren't necessarily a result of the sloppy transition out of Flash. Some of them have been there all this time and have just never been resolved, possibly because the Neopets team doesn't know how to fix these things without destroying some load-bearing part of the code. And oh, the problems don't just start and end with the website. Let us discuss Neopets' failed crypto and NFT projects. The first attempt at this came in 2018 with the launch of Neopets CryptoQuest. This was a blockchain-based trading.
I started getting YouTube ads on my phone. Excuse me. I started getting YouTube ads on my phone about like crypto shit again, and let it go. Let it die. Please. I can't stand it anymore.
Card game with some limited integration with the Neopets
Crypto
website.
Quest.
These
Ugh.
trading card packs were sold both in traditional currency and in Ethereum, with a going rate of $4.99 USD per standard pack and $7.99 per deluxe pack. Duplicates in these card packs could be resold for Ethereum. Each card came with a prize code that could be redeemed for some Neopoints in an item.
I used to
CryptoQuest's
work
trading
with
cards
somebody
came
who had
with
an
the promise
Ethereum
that
sticker on
because
their
they were
car.
backed on the blockchain, they were, quote, yours forever to keep or sell.
Mm-mm.
So how well does that claim hold up? Turns out, not so well. When the CryptoQuest website became defunct in 2019, the usefulness and value of the CryptoQuest trading cards was impacted in two major ways. Obviously, because the game was no longer available, these cards no longer had any meaningful application because their usefulness was intrinsically linked to the game. But hey, you can still look at your cards and reminisce, right? Well, since the visual information on these cards was linked to the CryptoQuest website, after the site went down, the people who own these cards couldn't even look at them anymore. So while these cards technically do exist on the blockchain, any practical or sentimental use for them has vanished. After this project imploded, it was time to move on to their second unsuccessful crypto venture, Neopets Metaverse. What was this game like? Well, I'm not really sure. It seems like the game, when it did exist, was pretty limited as far as public access and amount of gameplay, so there's not really a lot to go off of besides some short trailers. God, 3D Neopets are so f***ing ugly. This project came with the launch of 10,000 Neopets
bleeding
collection
colors.
boxes, which could be exchanged for a randomly generated NFT Neopet. According to Kotaku, these NFTs went for an average of 2.057 Solana, or approximately 460 USD. You
$460? Hey, Spoon. Listen, y'all. I understand that, like, the worth of the target audience of a crypto project. Hey, how's it going? How are you, Spoon? The intended audience of a crypto project is not anybody that would engage with the franchise that the crypto is based on. It is specifically aimed at crypto collectors as a way to, like, bring in money as fast as possible. However, when it comes to a virtual world, we literally just established that the whale spenders of a virtual world are basically like the top 3% of the entire player base. Who in their right mind is spending $460 on a Neopets NFT? NFTs always have and always will be stupid. There is no practical use for an NFT. They should not be here. Never ever. I swear to God.
may think that's ludicrously expensive, but I implore
Scam,
you,
money
just look
laundering,
at
scheme.
these
Oh yeah,
things.
9,000%.
Can't you see the inherent value?
They all look so sad.
They sold nearly half their stock of collection boxes, accumulating over $2 million for the Neopets Metaverse project. So, what became of that $2 million? Well, it seemed as though the Neopets Metaverse was in alpha for a while, and then, like most other NFT projects, unceremoniously disappeared, along with any hope of retaining value for those several $100 Neopet images. Well, at least these sad little images can still be viewed instead of only existing as a data point on a blockchain ledger. So at this point, it's pretty clear that the Venn diagram of people who enjoy playing classic Neopets and the people who are into NFTs looks approximately like two separate circles in two separate rooms. And
Thank you,
any person
Speaks.
who used to exist in the overlap had their faith burned out by what many perceived to be as two separate rug pulls. And as of last month, this rift has caused some major drama between the Neopets fanbase and creator and former owner of Neopets.com, Adam Powell. Prior to the shenanigans that went down in the summer of 2023, Adam Powell was known as a fairly well-regarded figure to the Neopets community as a whole. That all changed when several Neopets communities throughout the internet began expressing their distaste over Powell's new crypto-based game project known as Dragons. It seems like ground zero for this particular drama was this r/Neopets post, simply asking, anyone hear of Adam and Donna's new game, Dragons? With its AI-generated concept art and promised blockchain technology, as well as the fact that this is apparently been in development since 2018 with very little to show for it, well, the community was unreceptive to say the least. On this thread were such glowing appraisals as, couldn't think of a worse concept if I tried. Adam and Donna are serial liars and grifters who leech off the Neopets community at every possible opportunity. And I hope all their damn crypto schemes crash and burn. And this lack of support for his new crypto-based project resulted in every single one of his hinges falling right off, culminating in Powell obsessively seeking out, participating in, and subsequently getting banned from every single Neopets community that he could get his non-fungible hands on. And since he seems to intentionally seek out the kind of content that covers the situation and his resulting behavior, there is a very real chance that Adam Powell is here right now.
Oh
so
no, Adam.
You here? Practice a bit of self-love and go engage with something that you actually like instead. Clearly, none of this is making you happy. The goals and values of the Neopets community are completely misaligned with your own. And frankly, every single time that you leave another comment and get banned on yet another platform, it makes you seem more like a petulant teenager instead of a seasoned tech professional. So if you're here, Adam, and hopefully you've stabilized to the point where you aren't seeking this kind of thing out anymore, just click off the video. Go drink some water, take a little walk, get some fresh air. I believe in you. Jelly Neo, a fan-run Neopets news site, covered the start of this whole debacle. Seemingly in response to this poor reception from this initial Reddit discussion, he showed up on the r/Neopets Discord server in order to evangelize his game.
It's because It's because she's wearing black eyeliner with white mascara on one eye and white eyeliner with black mascara on the other eye. It took me a while to figure that out.
The point where you aren't seeking this kind of thing out anymore, just click off the video. Go drink some water, take a little walk, get some fresh air. I believe in you. Jelly Neo, a fan-run Neopets news site, covered the start of this whole debacle. Seemingly in response to this poor reception from this initial Reddit discussion, he showed up on the r/Neopets Discord server in order to evangelize his game and the concept of crypto in general, stating in response to criticism, "Crypto is the antidote to all the world's ills," and that the unsupportive reaction to his blockchain ventures were how the human race goes extinct. The way he was behaving in this Discord had pretty much everyone convinced that he was a troll, considering the belligerence and general incoherence of his arguments. However, he ended up confirming his identity by dropping the most memed image of this whole shenanigan.
God.
This photo of himself holding up the
He kind of looks like Elon Musk if Elon Musk worked at Home Depot. Does that make any sense?
middle finger, often shared with the caption and his direct quote,
I hope you live forever in poverty.
Needless to say, the Neopets community went completely bonkers over this. I've compiled some highlights.
I hope you live forever in poverty. I hope you live forever in poverty. I hope you live forever in poverty. Yeah, yeah. I hope you live forever in poverty. I hope you live forever in poverty.
Oh my god.
In a remarkable example of how exactly not to behave as a public figure on the internet, Adam continuously kept combatively interacting with his critical response to his behavior, seemingly seeking out anything and everything that mentioned him at all, until he was banned from r/Neopets, their Discord, Jelly Neo, and ultimately shadow banned site-wide on Reddit. The other founder, Donna, has also
Site-wide, that's
in the
impressive.
Neodrama, completely disavowing the Neopets community after taking a look at an 18+ section of a Neopets fandom Discord. And while there is something to be said about the ethics of producing NSFW content centered around a property that's fundamentally for kids, I think placing that content behind an age-restricted barrier on a purposely limited platform like Discord is just about the most ethical version of that you can find. And, like, this seems like a bit of a dead dove do not eat moment.
How bad you gotta be to get banned from your own franchise?
What I expected.
It's kind
Art
of
versus
on you
artist,
to go
something,
into a space
something.
that's clearly labeled adults 18+, and then get upset that there's adult content in there. It's perfectly reasonable to be uncomfortable with this kind of thing, and even to be upset by it, but it's pretty unfair to act like this specific niche Discord channel is representative of the entire Neopets community, or to act like the people involved in these private chats are filthy degenerates for daring to be adults participating in adult-oriented conversation. So, Neopets is independently owned again. This means that everything is going to get better and it's going to go back to like how it was in the glory days, right? 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 I cannot stress this enough. Neopets as we know it is still in a pretty precarious situation, and the switch to independent ownership is not a guarantee that Neopets will make a complete return to form. The biggest thing that's making me feel not so optimistic about this new development is the substantial change in what you get when you visit the URL neopets.com. Instead of taking you to the virtual pet homepage as it always has, it leads to this more general homepage that hosts all of Neopets' currently active projects. And in my opinion, this is a big red flag. I think this is a sign that they may be considering phasing out classic Neopets in favor of these newer games. Classic Neopets could be removed entirely without majorly affecting the overall layout of this new homepage. And I hope that I'm wrong, but this feels like a sign that Neopets is on its way out. The fact of the matter is, we have no idea how much of this new investment money is going to be put towards classic Neopets and how much is going towards their new projects like World of Neopets. In my non-professional opinion, the longevity of the Neopets franchise hinges on them keeping this old website up and running. The core of the Neopets audience is and will always remain to be people who were playing during the 2000s, who are much more interested in nostalgia and preserving the things that they grew up with rather than these new, frankly unappealing easy attempts. They need to preserve the old website or else this franchise will go the way of Club Penguin. Gen Alpha does not care about Neopets, and any attempts to rebrand the site towards something that would be interesting to today's kids would be, in my opinion, deeply misguided. I've been seeing some people celebrating the fact that Neopets is out of the hands of the NFT bros responsible for those ludicrously ill-conceived Neopets crypto projects. Listen, you need to understand that the default state for any one of those Silicon Valley tech types is a crypto bro. It's just the type of scam that isn't illegal yet. And tech business people love scams. They love running scams, they love being scammed, they love them. So no, the looming threat of Neo NFTs is not completely gone because the new ownership is, yet again, another NFT bro. The announcement of new
When did this video come out? 4 months ago? I have a feeling we're not out of the woods. Apparently, who said that? Who said... Yeah, Cherry earlier said that she heard that they actually fixed the Neopets economy recently, which is a start, kind of. I still don't trust like this.
ownership came with a claim that the new game World of Neopets will not be crypto or NFT based, so hopefully they've got it in their heads that these things are entirely incompatible with the Neopets fanbase. But I'm a little worried about this wiggly phrasing of currently there are no NFTs or crypto used in World of Neopets. I think the Neopets community would be more confident with there will never be NFTs or crypto used in World of Neopets, but no, we just get a currently. So as part of their efforts to revitalize the site, they've reached out to some public figures to make them brand ambassadors. This makes sense, you do need marketing to get your stagnated website back off the ground. So, when you think of a celebrity or public figure who would make sense to endorse Neopets, who comes to mind? Maybe somebody associated with gaming? Maybe somebody associated with 2000s nostalgia? Or how about renowned singer-songwriter John Legend?
Hey
John
everybody, I'm
Legend?
excited to announce that I'm the new brand ambassador for Neopets. You know the game, it's a classic pet game, and it's long been a favorite in our house.
When I first saw this, I kind of assumed that it was a joke.
John Legend, brand ambassador for Neopets? You know what? If you got money, you really can't get anybody to do anything, huh?
This pairing makes so little sense that I was like, oh, that's funny. I wonder why he's pretending to be working with Neopets. Oh wait, he's not pretending. This is a real thing that's happening. My first impression of this is,
Olive, we no longer likes Olive.
Investment money aren't necessarily being put to
If
good
I could
use.
pin two things, I'd pin that.
I can't imagine that an endorsement deal with John Legend is cheap, and forgive me if I don't exactly believe him when he claims to care about Neopets at all. It comes off as a confusing and expensive choice, and it makes me doubt that Neopets' new owners have the site's best interests in mind, considering that every dollar of John Legend money is money that isn't being used to fix the profoundly broken website. I have a bit of breaking news here. Just today, the
Neopets G Fuel. Wait a minute. Wait a damn minute. Hold on. Wait. It was 4 months ago. Is that still a thing? Guys, should I get Neopets G Fuel for the G Fuel stream? Wait, actually, hold on. The flavors are raspberry and lemonade, snow cone, and cherry pomegranate. That actually sounds like it slaps. Wait a damn minute. Damn. Okay. Wait, no, Spoon, that's wrong. I'm not, no. I'm still the same Pippi you always knew. No,
collaboration
Neopets waifu
These are
cup.
based on the slushy items from Neopets, and there's also a few bracelets. The bracelets sold out pretty much instantly, which confirms to me that they ought to produce more wearables because people want to buy that. So how do I think their money could be better spent other than frivolous celebrity endorsements? Improvement number 1. Hire experienced web designers and cybersecurity professionals to start dredging the site out of borderline inoperability. This should easily be the number 1 priority. If the current Neopets team doesn't have the chops to restore the site on their own, bring in some people who can. Get them working on the frequently complained about issues, get them working on the botting problem, make the browsing experience cohesive, and bring those old but functional pages out of hiding. Improvement number 2, overhaul the inventory system. As of right now, the inventory is like pulling teeth to use. There's no tool available for organizing multiple items, and it has some serious issues
I'm just gonna
with out and not
passively agree with her because I don't actually know. I don't actually actively play Neopets right now.
Than this current busted version, so maybe it would be for the best to model the new system after that. Improvement number 3, overhaul the pound system. At present, tons of Neopets are completely unadoptable due to containing strings in their name that will just never appear as you're refreshing the page. It would serve this game mechanic much better to be more easily and comprehensively browsable, and it would also help if the search function was broadened a bit to not require you to spell the Neopet's name with exact precision. Improvement number 4, allow users to toggle on and off the old version of the website in the new beta version. To be honest, most people don't want to look at this, and it might just be for the best to scrap the beta look entirely. Or at the very least, if the new appearance remains, refocus the design to highlight the Neopets again. We should not have to load several pages just to see if our Neopet is hungry. Improvement number 5, revive expired parts of the website. This could include plots, neo-homes...
Every time she flashes a number on her hands, I don't know, it's so captivating. And I think it's her nails. Because she I don't know, she flashes up a couple of fingers, and for whatever reason I'm like, whoa.
Or more ambitiously, the retired game's key question
she's so good at having hands.
To make new stuff that users will be satisfied with, and I imagine that it's pretty hard to make new stuff that users will be satisfied with. Just bring back the old stuff. The user base would probably be more happy with that than attempts at new additions to the site. And improvement number 6, new ways to make Neopoints, and adjusting the current payouts to be responsive to the current state of Neopets' economy. There just aren't enough ways to accumulate currency in the new version of the site, and the methods that are currently available either pay out a pittance or are just not really that enjoyable to use. And the resulting inflation that would come with producing more currency could be offset by a meaningful solution to the botting problem. Now that I've discussed why Neopets sucks so bad right now, let me explain how to play it anyways. Cause hey, if this site doesn't get any new players, it's definitely doomed for sure. So allow me to explain how you get the most out of the site, flaws and all. Warning, warning, Wii U, Wii U! This is not a friendly game for new players. I'm not saying you'll get
The
bullied
captions, the captions. Wait.
and all. Warning, warning, Wii U, Wii U!
The caption in place of Wii U put Wii U as in the console. That's fucking.
This is not a
That's funny
friendly
as hell.
game for new players. I'm not saying you'll get bullied or anything like that, although, I don't know, maybe you will. I've never participated in the boards. But it's just not easy for a new account to make any appreciable amount of money. No, it's more than not easy, it's borderline impossible. However, if you're fine with just a casual virtual pet that you can spend a few minutes tending to each day, you may enjoy playing Neopets. Or if you used to play the game
She
and
plays
feel
a lot of
nostalgic
music
for
in
it,
her
you can
backgrounds
experience the
from
simulacrum of the
games that I
game
used to
you
play as a
know.
kid.
Because, well, it's only half, or maybe more like a fifth, converted. A lot of this website still presents as the old version of the game. Returning
Sometimes I
players
don't
will
even
be
remember the
familiar
game
with
it's
this,
from.
but new players may feel a bit daunted by Neopets'
Wait.
proclivity towards punishment.
I think I recognize that one though. I think that's the Chow Garden theme from Sonic Advance. Hell yeah. Okay, that's enough.
RNG. This manifests in the chance wheels, which you pay for, taking your items or harming your pets just about as often as they give you anything useful. There's the fact that random events sometimes just steal your stuff or screw you over. There's the fact that you can attempt to access a specific section of the website for years and years and years and not make any progress. Neopets may technically be a kid's game, but there are a lot of features that are way above any child's aptitude level, including a lot of mathy gambling. Most of which usually just take your Neopoints more so than ever paying out. Kind of like real life. There are guides out there for new players who hope to become rich in Neopoints, and this will not be one of them. Mostly because it's not something I've ever managed to accomplish for myself. This is a guide made by and for the casual player. If you're a returning player who hasn't logged in a long time, don't get your hopes up about being able to recover your old account. It seems like mine, which has been untouched for over 10 years, has now been wiped from existence, and I also don't have access to the email I used to make it either. Let's start with the basics, creating a Neopet. The Neopets that you see on any given day of the year are the standard selection, and there are a few Neopets that can only be created on certain days of the year. Neopet names follow site username rules, so no duplicates. Keep in mind that the Neopet trading economy is highly driven by these names. In general, the fewer characters the better, and the inclusion of any underscores or numbers greatly devalue the name of the pet. Real words take priority over invented words, and real
That's your
names take
fucking
priority over
mother.
both of those. Pronounceable names also have
That's
a
your
higher value
fucking
than ones that
mother.
you can't.
Show
But if
some
you're not
respect.
interested in trading your
Who
Neopets,
raised you?
this isn't really something that you have to concern
Not
yourself
you,
with.
Dad.
Neopets
Not
come
you.
in the default colors red, blue, yellow, and green. And if you want them to have a fancier color, you're going to need to find yourself a paintbrush. Paintbrushes are one of the more high-value items out there, but they can be gotten organically from certain random events and some jackpots for daily tasks. The reason I have so many pets in cool colors, the Darrigan Poogle and Wraith Akara are highlights in my opinion, is because I take a look at the site Lost and Pound once per day. The site's a little broken at the moment, but only on the homepage. You just need to type in after the .org /neopets/ the name of the Neopet you're looking for. For example, /neopets/Cybunny. One day. Or how about /Neopets/Uni? There they are. This is how I've gotten all of my Neopets except this Aisha. You can have a maximum of 6 Neopets without buying additional slots with premium currency or membership. Now that you have a Neopet, you're free to explore the world. Take a bit to explore the world map and familiarize yourself with the locations, shops, and various other things that the links take you to. A much more
Tadpoles,
efficient
I
way
hope
to use
you're
Neopets than
making your
navigating through
Neopets
the site
accounts right now.
directly is to use one of several dailies lists. I personally like to use the one on thedailyneopets.com, and there's also the dailies list from jellyneo.net. So what is there to do every day? If you need some food, be sure to hit the giant jelly and giant omelet. These food items are particularly useful because you can get more than one use out of them instead of being a one-and-done consumable like most purchasable food. If you have a brand new account with very few Neopoints, you can also feed your pets at the soup kitchen. Every day that you'll log in, you'll get a notification for
Neopets has a soup kitchen. Neopets has a specific mechanic for being a broke bitch. God damn.
Trudy Surprise, a slot machine that pays out some Neopoints. If you can manage to do this daily for 25 days in a row, you'll get a large bonus of 100,000 Neopoints. It's worth it to take a look at the Money Tree, where you can pick out 10 items per day, and the secondhand shop, which serves a similar function but for clothes. Both of these locations count towards your 10 daily item limit. You can find some good stuff here if you're lucky, but they get snapped up very quickly by other users. There's the Tombola, which can award you some Neopoints and items if you win. There's the Fruit Machine, which usually doesn't give you anything, but you can get some high-volume items like a paintbrush if you're lucky. There's Coltzen's Shrine, which usually gives you some benefit like healing your pets or making them stronger. There's the discarded magical blue Grundy. There's the discarded magical blue Grundo plushie. Fucking hell. There's the discarded magical blue Grundo plushie of prosperity, which gives you a random benefit. There's a few daily events that might give you a prize, but might also hurt your pets or take your stuff. But more often than not, you'll just walk away with nothing. You don't need to do all of these tasks every day. Just familiarize yourself with the ones on the list and pick and choose what's worth it to you and what isn't. And of course, there's the gambling. There are several prize wheels and scratch cards, which are more likely to lead to disappointment than any decent payout, but are sometimes worth the risk. If you wouldn't like to worry about feeding your Neopets every day, you can use the Neo Lodge to keep them fed instead. You can choose from several different hotels of varying prices and also pay for several add-on amenities, but in terms of function, the cheapest possible hotel is exactly the same as the most expensive with all possible add-ons, which renders anything but the cheapest option a needless waste of Neopoints. Since it can be costly and time-consuming to feed your Neopets every day, I just choose the maximum length of stay every time and send them in again after it expires. Using the lodge won't limit your access to your pets, it just keeps the hunger meter maxed out. Because of those previously mentioned disadvantageous random events, be sure to keep your extra money in the bank and any valuable items that you don't immediately intend to use in your safety deposit box. Another thing that's important to note about playing on Neopets is that they're pretty unforgiving about what's considered cheating. Most online games allow you to use multiple accounts so long as you're not deviating from what's considered normal play, but on Neopets you're forbidden from using multiple accounts for any type of item or currency gathering gameplay. In practice, side accounts on Neopets are mostly just for storing extra pets. That is, unless you're the user with over 40,000 stolen accounts. A great resource for this game is r/Neopets, the Neopets Reddit board. This is probably the best way to get real-time updates about the website, as well as letting you know about valuable opportunities. One of the available daily tasks is called Tarla's Non-Toolbar Treasures, where if you show up at a specific time in the day, you receive a rare item. When the item is particularly rare and valuable, you'll often see a post letting you know what the item is and when you should click on the page to get it. At present, this is probably one of the easiest ways to rack up a large amount of Neopoints. You can find daily information on the prizes and time window on the r/Neopets Discord. Another useful resource is Jellyneo, which posts news up.
Dude, this game is like Web 2.0 for babies. And like, these motherfuckers have subreddits and web pages and spreadsheets and Discord servers. This is insane. This is like its own like living, breathing creature. And I guess in that way it'd be a little bit sad to see it go.
Updates and various goings-on in the Neopets community. And that's about it. If you want to play Neopets again and need to make a new account, please consider using the link in my description because I get a little in-game kickback from that and I'd appreciate it. Also, add me as a friend on there at Lee Speaks. My latest Patreon exclusive video is a ranking of all the Neopets paintbrush colors. Now it seems like this would be an easy A for me, wouldn't it? But the pinks that they used, they're bad. Have you ever wanted your Neopet to be a fart? If you'd like to see that and all of my other exclusive videos, check out my $5 per month tier.
This might
Thanks
be a
again
cult.
to Scentbird
Good
for sponsoring
God.
today's video, and don't forget to check out the link in my description.
No. Do not check out the link, chat. Do not leave the stream. That was the Lee Speaks video. Okay, What do you guys want to watch next? We can watch more Lee Speaks. We can watch more Neopets. Yeah, have you guys seen any videos lately that you'd want me to watch? I will poke around for one. There's an Izzy's video specifically about the life and death of the Neopets NFTs. If you guys are interested in that. I can go hunt for a different one if you would like. Is the issue. I try not to jump around too much. Because, like, I don't want to, like, snap y'all's necks. We're just rolling with it right now. Yeah, okay. You know what? Let's watch the Izzy's Neopets NFT video. We'll keep it relevant.
In 2021, beloved pet site Neopets made headlines when they announced that they would be delving into the world of NFTs and crypto with a project called the Neopets Metaverse. In that very same 2021, I made a video about what an embarrassing...
Actually, hold on. So a couple days ago, my friend took me to a Korean bakery. Oh, Baby Sippy, thank you so much. A couple days ago, a friend of mine took me to a Korean bakery, and I bought a little sandwich cake. It's a little, like, marble layer cake. Hold on, I'm gonna go get it. Okay, so it's 3 marble cakes with, like, cream in the middle. I also got a roll cake that was really good, but it was bizarrely salty. Like, the cream in the middle of the roll cake was salty, so I'm interested to see how this tastes.
Calabox remains beefy.
Calabox.
4 months. Library.
Hello, how are you, Kali?
disaster the whole project had been up until that point, and I summarized that video
He's
with
a little
the
louder
following
than Lee.
statement. Personally, I think that the NFTs will sell out, mainly to bots, but to a few actual buyers, and then the project will fizzle out. Well, I want to thank my guy Apollo for the gift of prophecy, because almost 2 years to the day, that's exactly what's happened. Yes, the Neopets Metaverse has officially
Update.
crashed and
The
burned,
marble cake
to
is
the
delicious.
surprise of no one. And not only that, but Neopets itself is undergoing some huge changes, including going independent for the first time since 2005. So come with me today as we recap Neopets' messy histories with NFTs, how the
Good, you just want to stop by? Well, hello. Thank you. You did unfortunately miss the updates part of the stream, but I'll be posting kind of a Spark Notes version in the server later, so if you didn't miss anything, chill for as long as you want. Thanks for coming by.
Neopets Metaverse fell apart and the uncertain future of the website. Before we jump into things, I just want to give a huge thank you to Lovin.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not want to give a huge thank you to Lovin' Pies.
The whole Neopets NFT debacle started in September of 2021 when a seemingly official Neopets affiliated Twitter account at Neopets Meta made an announcement. Side note, yes, I know it's called X now. No, I'm not going to call it that. This is my hashtag
Neither do I really, Pop.
stand. The announcement read in part, quote, Neopets is excited to announce a partnership with Radium, an automated market maker, AMM, and Launchpad powered by Solana to bring a collection of NFTs based on characters from the 20 years of Neopian history and lore. Collectors and fans will have the opportunity to acquire one of 20,500 equally unique, algorithmically generated lovable Neopets NFTs. It was also announced that the Neopets Metaverse project had plans to eventually create a full-fledged 3D game world for Neopets to play with their Neopets in, all powered by cryptocurrency. Hilariously, the official Neopets account mistakenly called out this project as a scam.
Not only is it
Clearly,
socially
whoever
acceptable
was
to bully
running
people
this
who call it
account
X, but
wasn't
it's
even
also a
aware
normal
the project
obligation.
was an actual official thing, showing just how seamless communication was.
How
behind
about
the
your
scenes.
community
And
by
this
ostracizing X
unprofessionalism
users?
and honestly pretty terrible communication would become a very common thread throughout this whole project, as you'll come to see. The Neopets metaverse was the brainchild of a man called Dominic Law, a Harvard business graduate who had been employed at NetDragon Websoft, the company that owned Neopets as of 2017. He was the director of new markets, and seeing the huge hype around crypto and NFTs, he was quick to push the idea of a Neopets crypto project to the higher ups at the company. So, with their approval, Mr. Law set about his lofty goal of making a fully 3D blockchain remake of Neopets with NFT and crypto integration. Naturally, the Neopets.
So maybe I'm stupid. Hold on. Chewing on cake. So maybe I'm kind of dumb, but I am not entirely sure how a blockchain-driven video game would work. In part because no one has ever successfully made a blockchain-driven video game to my knowledge. At least not to the scale that crypto bros are really pushing. How long ago was this? A while ago, like a year or two ago. 4 months ago is when Izzy's declared that this project finally died for good. How? Like, I'm not gonna Google it. I don't care to find out how it works. But the concept itself is so... like, it's baffling. It's more than baffling. I don't know what to do about it. It sounds like it sucks. Just make a normal video game. Like, how hard is that?
Neopets community rioted. We talked extensively about this in my video on the history of Neopets scandals and the video about the NFTs themselves. Yes, this is my third Neopets video. If there's a dead horse, I'll be there with boxing gloves on. But this announcement came off the back of years of poor management and shoddy site upkeep. Players had been asking for a super long time for Jumpstart, the company who at the time owned and ran Neopets, to fix the many bugs and issues that plagued the site, which was extremely dated and basically cobbled together and held with duct tape. It had been around since 1999 after all, and carried with it a ton of, let's just generously say, quirks from that older era of the internet. Quirks that made it dated, annoying to navigate, and near unusable at some points. Jumpstart had done very little in the way of site upkeep, however, instead choosing to focus on the many ways that they could monetize the site, which now appeared to include NFTs. I'm sure by this point you've heard the whole NFT bad spiel about 1,000 times. I mean, it's 2023, it's pretty much a dead topic by now. They say making an entire video revolving around them. But the general gist is that NFTs are harmful to the environment since they have to be minted on a blockchain, which requires a huge amount of power. The NFT space is highly unregulated and absolutely rife with scams, and they're also just ugly as sin. It's actually criminal that Bored Ape Yacht Club got so big, because what in God's name is this? Jimmy Fallon, you will pay for your crimes. Anyway, my point is Neopians weren't just upset because the site wasn't getting the attention and upkeep it so desperately needed, but also because many of them saw NFTs as just plain immoral for a number of reasons. Additionally, most users at this point were longtime veterans who had put up with a lot of bullshit over the years, from Scientology rumors to data breaches and information leaks, to the infamous ongoing
my model's
war over
animation is
unconverted
cartoonish.
bits, which we don't even have time to get into. It's a whole can of worms. The whole can of koi. Just a little Neopets humor for you guys. Basically, the user base was small, and though they were dedicated, the Neopets team hadn't exactly drummed up a ton of goodwill through their decisions, so they were on kind of thin ice. And if you're wondering if the quality and sheer artistry of the NFTs outweigh these ethical concerns, well, judge for yourself, I guess. They're basically just PNGs of Neopets with randomized skins and expressions and accessories, the sum of which is always some garish and vaguely horrifying neo-abomination. Well, in the original announcement, it was claimed that 20,500 NFTs would be dropping. Once it was made clear just how few people were truly interested, that number was cut in half to just 10,500. But before we get into the actual drop itself and how many sold, spoiler alert, not many, let's cover the many varied ways that the Neopets Metaverse project went off the rails. Immediately upon the announcement of the project, Jelly Neo, a fan-run Neopets news site and the most popular place for players to get updates, started the No Neo NFTs hashtag hashtag, which took off in the now outraged community. Neopians began protesting in-game, using the weekly beauty contest to submit anti-NFT art and slogans which other players would vote for en masse, pushing them to the top of the rankings. In one instance, a No Neo NFTs piece, which placed first, was deleted by the staff team in what the community considered to be a pretty egregious act of censorship. The winner was
Jesus.
later reinstated after the community called TNT out, but it was far from the last time that the staff would censor and speak down on the players for holding anti-NFT views. Enter the official Neopets Metaverse Discord group, because of course that was a thing. I'm sorry, unpopular opinion, but I just feel like any project where the communication happens mostly through Discord has like a 90% chance of being a disaster, and this project was definitely no different. Not only was the group filled with dude bro NFT investors who frequently used profanities and straight up slurs, but the admins of the group refused to censor said slurs when asked, which is obviously a pretty bad look in the official Discord server for a children's game. There was also an instance where a moderator doxed a minor who was spamming in the chat, and another instance where they accidentally made a private channel
Doxing for spam? These people are delusional. What the hell?
public, revealing a discussion where they
Doxing a minor for spam. That's a child. They spam IRL all the time.
hope that the Neopets
It's
team would
literally their
release
only
some new
job.
updates to distract players and, quote, change the tone of the boards. Then there was the dodginess surrounding who exactly was behind the Neopets metaverse, two companies called Moonvolt and Cherrypix. Moonvolt appeared to be a shell corporation set up about a month before the Neopets metaverse project dropped, and Cherrypix was owned by NetDragon, who also owned Neopets itself. The Cherrypix website was page after page of nonsensical business tech babble, interspersed with stock photos and bizarre articles praising their own CEOs. Accusations of money laundering were tossed about, and while I don't particularly think there's enough evidence to confirm that, since, you know, these are pretty big accusations, I wouldn't exactly dismiss it either, since these are NFTs we're talking about. You know, it could be true in Minecraft, etc. All of this subterfuge and shadiness should be of no surprise to anyone who knows anything about the world of NFTs and crypto. These projects just always end up being like 3 scams in a trench coat. Believe it or not, we're only scratching the surface here. There was plenty more, from using their public social media to shout out the NFT project Horny Hedgehogs, to stealing art and images from fan sites, to the fact that they had actually already launched a crypto project several years prior, CryptoQuest, which was also a disaster. But we've already spent a hot minute talking about how scammy and controversial the Neopets metaverse
I feel like if you do it once, you really shouldn't do it again.
was before it even launched. So let's get into what happened once the fateful NFTs finally dropped. On the 12th of November of 2021, the Neopets metaverse dropped its first and last NFT.
I actually have this Neopet 210 second row, first from the right. Not with the egregious accessories or anything, but I actually have a very tiny plush of that rainbow Neopet that I got, I think, from like Burger King or something forever ago.
Collection, and to the surprise
Shout out
of
to my
no
Burger
one, it
King
tanked
Neopet
hard.
stuffy,
The
which is
drop-off
99.999 times more real than this NFT.
10,000 unique collection boxes containing Neopets Solana NFTs, and from crypto news site Blockworks, quote, the initial tranche of 1,250 boxes was retailed at a set price of 1 sol, $240 at the time, $26.40 today, though the overall average price ended up being roughly double that. Side note, but this article has the most disgusting AI art as its cover piece, and I think that
Ew, what is this? This is disgusting. This looks horrible.
meant to look like Neopets, but dear God, the Jubjubs have been inbreeding. Jelly Neo followed the NFT drop closely and published an article with all the stats and numbers once the drop had come to a close. At the time of closing, 4,233 of the 10,000 NFTs had been sold at an average price of around $400, give or take.
This is the Smash roster.
That means the Neopets metaverse ended up selling less than a quarter of the 20,000 that they originally intended to sell, so, you know, L plus ratio plus your Neopet is starving. Despite this sounding pretty dismal, that still resulted in an estimated $2 million in earnings for the Neopets Metaverse project. Additionally, the company managed to secure over $4 million in funding from various investors and venture capital firms who wanted to support the Metaverse project. So unfortunately for the many fans who hated the Neopets Metaverse with a burning passion and wanted it to die a fiery death, things were actually looking pretty promising for the project. In May of 2023, a teaser trailer was released showing demo gameplay footage from the Neopets Metaverse game, and it looked, at least visually, pretty good. Though there was some confusion over whether it was even a real Metaverse project since all the characters had legs. The gameplay looked it was clearly pretty heavily inspired by other better games like Animal Crossing with the small town feel and cutesy.
I don't know, guys. Had they committed to just had they ditched the blockchain bullshit, something like this, I don't know. Like, I feel like it really could have worked. Cause this is cute. Like, objectively, this is cute. It reminds me of when I was a kid, I used to play Littlest Pet Shop online before that shut down. That's what this reminds me of. It's like if LPSO and like Free Realms like combined, and it's adorable. But it had to be bogged down by NFT bullshit.
It was clearly pretty heavily inspired by other better games like Animal Crossing with the small town feel and cutesy customization, as well as Pokemon with the combat mechanics. There was also
Combat mechanics? Girl, what?
Of crypto cringe that kind of brought down the vibe. Like one of the selling
Why are
points
the
being
girls
master
fighting?
the art of staking and yielding. Neopets Meta had already been running limited trial runs to select NFT holders and avid Neopets players for a few months before this trailer launched, and unbeknownst to the public, because the comments were turned off after they were quickly filled up with negative and disparaging remarks, the reception from actual players was pretty poor. There's nothing I've seen in the 3 alpha builds so far that indicate the final game will be a compelling time sink, one early access player wrote, adding that it feels like an unrelated game that has paid to insert the Neopets IP. Over on the Neopets subreddit, feedback from the wider community was similarly discouraging. If it was 2005 and I saw this trailer alongside a Wizard 101 trailer, I'd be excited, but it looks pretty bad. Like, it clearly has a lot of resources behind it, so it looks better than most things coming out of Neopets these days, but there's just not much there. The idea of a lot of these things, explore, design, battle, are all appealing in a surface level way, but when I think about how they all connect together and what the gameplay loop actually is, it just seems like a generic monster trainer game. Swap out the assets and it's just a game about battling pets and getting customization items. Without a play to earn hook, I don't think anyone would be that excited about it. It's disgusting to see a children's brand put out what looks like a child-friendly game up until it gets to the part where it talks about gambling on the market that you have to invest real money into as a core feature. The first thing I look for in a game trailer is gameplay, and what little we see is bare bones. Even the minigame and combat isn't showing actual gameplay, just animations. It's like trying to be a Pokemon clone but also customizable houses and Neopets but also transactions, I guess? Basically it feels like a mobile game and not in a good cohesive way. But Neopians wouldn't need to worry for much longer because in a shocking
Like, I love the idea of like a not really something that's like quite as advanced as like your modern MMOs, but like I like the idea of a virtual world that's also a pet simulator, you know? It'd be fun. It'd be fun. Somebody should do that. Somebody should bring back virtual worlds. Please.
twist, just a few months after this trailer dropped, it was announced that the Neopets metaverse would be completely cancelled, the game would be scrapped, and Neopets itself would be going in a completely new direction. While I can't say that this news came completely out of the blue, I mean since the project's launch NFTs have plummeted in value and basically lost all relevance, but still considering how long this facade had been going on for and seemingly how much progress the team had made in crafting the metaverse game, the sudden announcement came as a bit of a shock. The news was broken in a Twitter post by the Neopets metaverse team, reading in part, quote, "TNT has taken a close look at every nook and cranny of Neopets, and after doing so, the decision has been made to transition away from the Neopets metaverse game and redistribute those resources to the development of a game that we feel can better reflect our values and vision. For those of you who have supported the Neopets metaverse project, we appreciate your loyalty and dedication. We will continue to support the community that has embraced ownership of these collections. The Neopets Metaverse Discord will continue to exist as a place for digital collectible holders to connect with each other. With the evil finally vanquished, the community celebrated and rejoiced, but the NFT buyers who had been burned had a far less positive outlook on the whole situation. Nice way to...
I think NFTs are a scam, and anyone who buys them deserves to get scammed.
Say you rugged us, lol. That's the nicest way to say you got scammed. We took your money.
What do you mean? you bought an NFT. Anytime you buy an NFT, you're getting scammed, brother. Like, come on,
You
man.
also think your space is scummy and illegitimate. Enjoy your rug. So lovely. Such values. I don't know if I'm looking too much into this, but is this dude, like, making a Doge reference in the year 2023?
Me when I doge about the
I
fact.
can't, but if he is, I mean, this.
What is it? When you, fuck, what is that called? It's on the tip of my tongue. Wax poetic. When I wax doge about spending $500.
This is extremely disappointing. Terrible to see opportunities wasted and abandoned, but this one hurts. Neopets is an easy W and the ball was fumbled. Had funding, had community, had an entire digital infrastructure already blueprinted. Never abandon your community. Rule number 1. Thank you, Bubba Crypto. Very cool.
Thank you, Bubba Crypto.
The dissolution of the mess formerly known as the Neopets Metaverse was just the tip of the iceberg. Jumpstart, the company which managed Neopets, announced that it will be shutting its doors on June 30th and taking down all of its associated games. Naturally, rumors began flying that Neopets itself would be shutting down, but these were quickly quashed by the Neopets team in an article titled A New Era for Neopets, which confirmed that Neopets wouldn't be shutting down and elaborated on the whole situation. For most of the last decade, the Neopets team has been under the management of Jumpstart Games, which over time has struggled to find success for Neopets. Beset by aging site features, a waning user base, and a lack of resources, TNT had to work tirelessly just to barely keep the site afloat. The resources available to us simply weren't substantial enough to sustain the level of growth and development that the site needed to keep up with the times, resulting in bugs, unconverted pages, broken games, and a lack of new content. Despite these challenges, TNT pushed onwards, guided by an unwavering belief that this iconic brand that has meant so much to so many truly deserved better. Enter the new leadership team headed by Dominic Law. Yes, for those keen observers/listeners out there, that is the same Dominic Law that we covered earlier, the man who basically created the Neopets metaverse. It seems that he's been promoted to the head of the company and is now leading Neopets' bold new direction, which has included scrapping his own terrible NFT project, likely because of the
I don't know how I feel about that.
negative reaction from the community. If the article is indeed right about Jumpstart operating at a loss for decades, things aren't looking great for the Neopets brand, and Law likely figured that the only way to salvage the site was to pander to the small but dedicated community that they had shunned. And in my opinion, he's 100% right. Neopets is an iconic brand and it has a lot of nostalgic value. People flock back to the site all the time to check on their old dying pets from when they were 13, but this fleeting nostalgia isn't enough to carry the site. The user base is a fraction of what it was back in the heyday of the site, but those who have stuck around truly love Neopets and are incredibly dedicated to the site and seeing it succeed. Launching a cheap and scammy NFT project was the worst thing TNT could have done, since it turned away many of these devoted longtime fans. And now with this backtracking and revamping of the site, it seems that they're trying to win them back. Whether it works or not is another story entirely. This article also confirmed that Neopets was going independent for the first time since 2005 under the new name World of Neopia Inc., no longer managed by Jumpstart or owned by NetDragon. The article continues, quote, "We are thrilled to be working together as one unified team guided by principles of transparent communication and community-centric product development. We want to create games that the Neopets community will love, and that means listening closely to what users have to say. In fact, we already are. We want to bring Neopets back to its glory days as much as all of you, and we're committed to making it happen." And you know what? Part of me is super excited for the player base of Neopets, those who have stuck around through all of the NFT bullshittery, that is. This is by far the most strong and actionable stance on improving the site that TNT has ever taken, having spent so many years dodging questions.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I wasn't paying attention, so I'm just gonna agree with her.
For quick cash, which as a side note makes a lot more sense in retrospect now that we know how long they'd been operating at a loss for. This is a clear, concise statement that states TNT's intentions to fix and improve the site, as well as listen to players' voices and improve their playing experience. There are plans already in place and a roadmap available for players to view what the team are working on. This is all great stuff. This is really good management, which is kind of new for Neopets. Historically, things haven't been great. But on the other hand, there was one thing in the article that caught my eye and actually made me pretty sad. In the FAQ section, among questions like, is Neopets shutting down and what will happen to the Neopets Metaverse Discord, one question reads, why should we believe things are going to get better now? And honestly, the fact that this question even needs to
That's
be added
crazy.
should tell you everything you need to know about how much of a gauntlet the Neopets community has been through over the years. Countless issues, countless promises that things will get better, and countless years spent waiting for that to happen. I'd like to believe that things will be different this time, I really would. And I want to believe that Dominic Law can undo all of the damage he's done to the Neopets brand with the Neopets metaverse by making the site the best it can be for the people who love it. But the truth of the matter is, currently, right now, Neopians don't really have a reason to believe that things will get better. Only time will tell if they do, and for the sake of those who love the site, who have a ton of nostalgia attached to it, who spent their childhoods playing it, and who have supported the site through thick and thin throughout all of these years, I really hope that they do. Wait, hold on.
Now, an independently owned company is operating at a loss and running solely on preservation, re-centralization of community-oriented content. Yeah, I'm not confident in Neopets' future. I would love to be wrong, but I'm not 100%.
What's this? John Legend has been announced as the new Neopets brand ambassador.
Hey everybody, I'm excited to announce that I'm the new brand ambassador for Neopets. You know the game. It's a classic.
You know the
pet
game.
And it's long been a favorite in our house. And I can't wait to share the joy and nostalgia.
He looks kind of like he's like high and like really like trying not to let anybody like see how red his eyes have gotten.
All of you. So stay tuned. We'll have some amazing adventures together.
Yeah, I hated that noise.
Game of the year. Everybody pack it in. We're looking at the future of gaming right here. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I really hope that you enjoyed that video. I have another video coming this month, which was originally going to be this video. But
Hell yeah, brother. Okay, I think I've got one more in me. What should we watch next? He's reading this. I'm surprised you can't see his like. It at least looks like he like remembered the script. Shockingly, I don't really see his eyes going back and forth, so that's fun at least. At least he's treating it like a job. I need to find a good medium length video. Not too long like I had the tendency to watch. I had the tendency to watch really long videos. Like let's have a good 30 hitter, you know? There's some nice like 4-hour chunkers in here that I would love to pop on, but I know I would not escape alive. Oh, you know what? You know what would go perfectly with this? Let's watch some Defunctland. Let's watch some more Defunctland. Okay. What Defunctland video should we watch? Which ones have we not already seen? I've seen so much Defunctland, and I can't remember which I've shown on the channel and which I haven't. Can you imagine getting sponsored by the most out of left field thing, like Pippi Stream sponsored by Heinz Ketchup? That's crazy. I would love to be sponsored by some like super random product or game, you know, like something you've like never heard of. Not like in a scam way, but just like something that makes you tilt your head. Like, what? Could you imagine if there was, running off the ketchup thing, could you imagine there was like Pippi brand ketchup, like in the store? Like, how they used to do like colored ketchup, like back in the day, like way long time ago. Insanity. I would love for somebody to go to a store and see my face. That'd be insane. That'd be so crazy. What should we watch? What should we watch that I haven't already watched and don't remember enough to be able to watch again? know what? Fuck it. Let's watch the mystery of abandoned Santa Claus theme parks.
My name is Kevin Perger. I investigate theme park rides that have been closed, offed, killed. This time of year, most people
Strawberry
are thinking
jam,
about
hell
decking their
yeah.
halls and what presents they're going to get their loved
Would you put Pippy jelly on your sandwich? Like if the ingredients list was conveniently not on the jar, would you put it on your sandwich? Don't worry about why I'm asking. I'm just wondering.
ones. Usually I would be too, but at the moment, I can't focus on neither the holly or the jolly. I am haunted. Haunted by a photograph.
I am
Yes,
haunted.
Photograph. That's right. Jolly old Saint Nick. He has his own theme park. Or had. That's just the tip of the North Pole. Take a look at this one. That's not a different angle. That's a different park. And this one, a third. I went down that reindeer hole quicker than you can say eggnog. I have questions. How many Santa-themed amusement parks are there? Why are there so many? What happened to them? Most importantly, who or what is responsible?
But I'll do it for Not My Yoshi. Hell yeah.
Exhibit A. Santa Claus is coming to town. In 1849, a small community was developed in rural Indiana. It wouldn't be until the early 1850s that the townspeople would organize an official township by means of applying for a post office. They submitted
Hold up. Pato says, I think I mentally fucked a man by accident. Explain. We are not playing a single second more of this video until you explain what exactly you mean by that. What does that mean? Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, say no more.
the application under the name Santa Fe, which the United States Postal Service rejected. The more recognized Santa Fe had
I'm the man and it was no
8 years
accident.
prior, along with the rest of the New Mexico territory. But the
Spoon
reason
Yowie
the
is
Postal
happening in
Service
my chat
rejected was
again.
actually because there already was a Santa Fe, Indiana, just north of Indianapolis. The veto meant that the townspeople would have to rename their community. The town formerly known as Santa Fe, Indiana, would eventually decide on the name Santa Claus, Indiana. The legend told throughout the town was that the debate was settled on Christmas Eve, when the townspeople gathered in the church, and a gust of wind blew the front doors open, exposing the sound of sleigh bells in the distance. The children in the church, hearing the sounds, all ran to the door exclaiming, "It's Santa Claus!" And the name stuck. This story is apparently entirely made up, and the most likely reason is that someone said it as a joke in a meeting and no one could come up with anything else. It officially became Santa Claus, Indiana on May 21st, 1856. Almost immediately, the town's post office received letters from children addressed to Santa Claus. It wouldn't be until over 50 years later in 1914 that the town's new postmaster, James Martin, would begin responding to a few of the letters as the Jolly Man himself. 16 years later, in 1929, Robert Ripley would feature the town in his popular newspaper series, Ripley's Believe It or Not. After this, the town's post office was flooded with letters, and Santa Claus, Indiana was given—
Look, I haven't done any research. I have no proof of this, but there is a piece of me that does not trust Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not fame as far as I can throw him, and I have weak little noodle arms. I would not be able to lift Sir Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not fame, so I would not be able to throw him, so I would not be able to trust him. Something about Ripley of Ripley's Believe It or Not fame does not sit right with me. And I say this without having done any Googling, no research, no nothing. I have absolutely nothing to back this up. Just the vibes. Just the vibes. Nobody is filled with that much uncontained silliness without something being wrong. You don't get books, museums, TV shows without being. Help me, I don't know how to finish this. Something is sus about it, okay? I don't trust him.
in a national spotlight, seeing a prime opportunity for some good old-fashioned Christmas commercialization in attorney—
God, I just looked down at my at my Discord in my toolbar and had 9+ notifications. Pato, what did you do to that man?
named Milton Harris approached Postmaster Martin about an idea to profit off of the attention the town was receiving. He suggested a Christmas-themed park where children could play and their parents could buy gifts. This idea could be considered the world's first themed attraction. Disneyland would not open for another 20 years, and Knott's Berry Farm was nothing more than a restaurant until 1940, and arguably not an amusement park until the late 60s. Postmaster Martin, now nationally recognized and referred to as simply Santa Claus, would pass away in April of 1935, just months before the park opened. Harris would open his creation, named Santa Claus Town, on December 22nd, 1935.
Santa Claus
The
Town?
park boasted a candy castle
That has
and a
no
toy
ring.
village, complete with
Negative ring.
merchandise and sponsors. Despite Santa Claus, Indiana having a population of 67 people, 7,000 attended the opening. Harris was not celebrating, however, as on the other side of the town's only street, a Chicago businessman named Carl Barrett had erected a 22-foot granite statue of Chris
Oh
Kringle.
my
Not
god.
only was Barrett announcing his own Santa-themed amusement park, to be named Santa Claus Park, but he had also bought the land that Harris was leasing for Santa Claus Town, resulting in conflicting ownership of the land in Santa Claus. A highly publicized
Jesus.
court battle ensued, with the entire country on the edge of their seat, waiting to find out
Town
who yielded
coming to
authority
Santa
invoke the
Claus.
birth of Christ in a town of less than 100 people. The battles raged on for years, but the legal proceedings were not the only issue. A portrait of Santa Claus in Harris's Candy Castle came under fire for its depiction of the holiday icon holding a sword. The townspeople demanded that the sword be painted out and be replaced with a trumpet, which Harris did without question to better his chances of winning the court case. On the other end of the street, the statue that Barrett had advertised as granite had almost immediately developed a crack on its exterior, proving it to be merely concrete, which did not help his case. While the proceedings continued, an auto company would attempt to purchase the town of Santa Claus for $100,000, and a soda company would attempt a purchase of $750,000. The latter would be just under $14 million today when adjusted for inflation.
Here.
Both attempts were unsuccessful, but they were proof of the small town's prominence in the late 1930s. By this point, the post office was receiving 60,000 letters a day during the Christmas season, and the new postmaster, Oscar Phillips, had enlisted the help of his wife.
Start
and
building
5 children
Santa's
to
medal as
respond to
fuck.
as many of the children's letters as possible. As if things couldn't get any more chaotic, a mysterious man purchased post office box number 1 in the town. The shipping name on the box was Santa Claus.
Oh my
Disappointingly,
god.
This was not the real Father Christmas come to save a town in way over their heads. It was a Michigan auto worker named Jack Cannon that had legally changed his name to Santa Claus in another attempt to profit off of the town's name. When he arrived to Santa Claus after the long journey from Michigan, he found that there was no room available in the town, a hilarious circumstance that was unfortunately overshadowed by the conflicting businessmen. The two continued to run their parks. Harris is operating under the company Santa Claus Inc., and Barrett's operating under the company Santa Claus of Santa Claus Inc. Finally,
my
in July of
God.
1940, the case made it all the way to the Indiana Supreme Court, which overturned a previous ruling halting Barrett's development of his park. This meant that Harris would not have a monopoly on the town of Santa Claus, but he would get to keep the land he built Santa Claus Town on, which unfortunately had become a lot less lucrative over the past 5 years. The United States' involvement in World War II in 1941 would end the hopes of a larger fairy tale theme park once dreamed by both entrepreneurs. But in 1946, a year after the war ended, the town of Santa Claus would catch the attention of yet another
Who
businessman.
are these people? These are some of the scariest black and white photos I've ever seen in my life. The people, the Santa statue. I don't know what's going on here, but I really hate it.
This man, Louis J. Koch, had much better intentions.
His name is what? Louis J.
After noticing
Koch.
that Santa Claus, Indiana lacked a meet and greet with the man himself, he set off to solve the problem, eventually landing on a year-round theme park called Santa Claus Land that opened on August 3rd, 1946. This is often
Santa Land. Santa Land is right there. It sounds better than Santa Claus Town. It sounds better than Santa Claus Land. Santa Land. Fucking Santa Land.
credited as the first theme park in the world, as
Good
Koch's
God.
Park was complete with a meet and greet, a restaurant, and attractions. The park was a huge success, and it would remain open for years, eventually rebranding to include other holidays and changing its name
Oh my
to
god, Spoon,
Holiday.
right? His tacos look
Continues to
amazing.
operate successfully today. Harris's Candy Castle also remains in the town of Santa Claus, seeing a regular use around the holiday season. And Barrett's statue still stands, now outside
Why?
of a Santa Claus.
Why
Indiana.
does it
The
still
rise of
stand?
Santa Claus, Indiana is a bizarre tale, but is merely the groundwork for my case. Commercializing Christmas with a Santa-themed theme park was a revolutionary concept, and as with any such idea, it would attract imitators. Exhibit B, I'll Be Home for Christmas. In 1937, another town named Santa Claus would be established. This community was located in Arizona right off of the heavily trafficked Route 66. It was founded by Nina Talbot, a West Coast realtor who billed herself as the biggest real estate agent in California due to the fact that she weighed over 300 pounds. In the 1930s, Talbot had the idea to create an entire resort town themed around Kris
Yes, in
Kringle,
the
where she
30s,
would
that would
take
be a
on the
lot.
role of Mrs. Claus. The idea was a success. It was the perfect roadside attraction that one would expect to find alongside Route 66 during those days. Parents and children could come to meet Santa any day of the year, and the town's post office was the perfect spot for parents to send their children's letters to Santa. The town was also famous for the Santa Claus Inn, which was later renamed to the Christmas Tree Inn. The eatery served dishes such as chicken a la North Pole and rum pie
Chicken
Chris
a la
Kringle.
North Pole.
Incredibly, the restaurant received high praise from the famous food critic Duncan Hines. After a 12-year
Damn.
run, Talbot realized her dreams of a full-blown resort town were falling short, as the only people who stayed in the town were the employees who worked there. She sold the town in 1949 as it was currently functioning as nothing more than a cute-themed roadside attraction that also had a restaurant. For a few years after that, the town of Santa Claus retained relevancy in American pop culture. The Christmas Tree Inn drew celebrity visitors when actress Jane Russell threw a dinner party there in 1954. However, it seemed Christmas couldn't last forever. Once the popularity of Route 66 died down, so too did the popularity of the town called Santa Claus.
Can you still drive Route 66? Hold on. Although it's no longer possible to drive US Route 66 uninterrupted all the way from Chicago to Los Angeles, much of the original route and alternate alignments are still drivable with careful planning. Some stretches are quite well preserved, including one between Springfield, Missouri and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Interesting. Do you happen to like dragon girls that are also maids? Yes, I do, actually. You see signs every now and again. Really? Let's see here. Let me look at a route. Yeah, I think if I went looking, I could find a stretch of Route 66 near me. But I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how long any alternate route would take you. I want to go on a road trip this year. I don't think I'll ever I don't think I'll go on a road trip like through Route 66 this year, but some kind of road trip I want to go on this year. I think it'd be fun. Anyway, sorry.
Claus, eventually leading to its fate as a roadside ghost.
We have an awesome alternative on our hands. Interesting. Okay. I'll check
The
later.
town of Santa Claus has officially been removed from Arizona maps, but those that drive past will see the remains of what was once the holliest, jolliest town in the West. Exhibit C.
The highest, jolliest town this side of the Mississippi.
Do you believe in Santa Claus? The first Santa-themed theme park not to be located in a town named Santa Claus would open in Wilmington,
Hell
New York
yeah.
in the summer of 1949.
Big day
Created
for
by
people
local
living in
businessman
towns not
Julian
named Santa
Rice,
Claus.
Santa's workshop allowed children to visit the North Pole, with various buildings being constructed, each with unique activity inside. The park was an immediate success, seeing
Appear in
50,000
GTA
visitors in the
5.
first
That's
2 months
crazy.
of operation. Walt Disney himself was rumored to have visited the park before the opening of Disneyland to consult with Rice on the design of Santa's workshop. The humble park is still open today, but its popularity has declined
cool.
significantly, and the management is having trouble making ends meet. As the park's current owner Doug Waterbury described it, the problem seems to be that in the 1950s, quote, a 13-year-old might still believe in Santa Claus. It's unusual today that a kid over 7 or 8 still believes. There's an urgency to get families to bring their kids here before they grow away. The park is still open, but
Aw,
its future
that's
is
sad.
uncertain.
You have to believe in Santa Claus to, like, you know,
Exhibit D.
have joyous
Maybe it's
wonder.
cold outside. Born in 1918, Glenn Holland grew up in Arcadia, California, and spent his childhood years surviving the Great Depression. By the time he turned 18, both his parents had passed away, leaving him the sole caretaker of his younger sister. Holland's drive to build a theme park came from his desire to give kids like his sister a place where they could escape reality.
Here's the problem. Going back to Route 66, here's the problem. You either have to live in Chicago or LA to have the most, like, fulfilling, least expensive experience of Route 66, because if you live anywhere in between those and you want to see the full thing, you have to go back before you actually get on the road and go forward. It's kind of bullshit.
Reality. According to his daughter, Pamela Holland Reese, quote, he wanted Christmas to be just magical. He always thought that children should have adventures and great happiness in their lives. He wanted to make that come true. Holland was supposedly inspired by Santa's workshop in Wilmington. In the early 50s, Holland began sketching out his own version of a Christmas theme park. He wanted his park filled to the brim with holiday magic, larger-than-life festive attractions that would immerse visitors in the Christmas
How
spirit.
long does it take
He
to
took this
drive Route
concept and
66?
began selling it to investors. Holland leased land in Lake Arrowhead, California, just north of San Bernardino, and it was there that his Christmas fantasy, Santa's Village, would come to life.
You
in
need
the
3
spring of
weeks to complete Route
1955,
66.
just 6 weeks before Disneyland would open. On that opening weekend, the park's general contractor recalled that the
Interesting.
traffic was, quote, backed up all the way down the mountain. Thanks to Holland, Christmas had come to California early, and it was a smash hit, but he wasn't done yet. Holland went on to open 2 more Santa's Village theme parks. The first would be located in Scotts Valley, California, and would open in 1958. This marked the first time a theme park had ever been franchised in the United States. The Santa's Village parks were filled with petting zoos, live reindeer that would pull a sleigh, train rides, something called a whirling Christmas tree ride, and holiday-themed playground areas for children to explore. Part of Holland's success was his commitment to theming. He even went so far as to develop a passport ticket that families could use instead of paying cash. Families would get their ticket punched for every purchase they made throughout the park, and then the parents would cash out their ticket at the end of the day with an employee. Holland believed that this would preserve the magic for the children. The third and final Santa's Village would
That's a
open
good
in
idea,
1959 in East Dundee, a suburb of Chicago, Illinois. Tragically, this park would be considered the downfall of the Santa's Village theme parks.
Excuse me.
It seemed that moving east would be a smart business decision, considering the immense popularity of the first 2 parks in California. However, Chicago's climate is slightly different than that of Southern California, notably the existence of a winter season. The decision to develop
The
in East
existence
Dundee
of a
was
winter
huge misstep for the
season.
franchise, as the park couldn't even be open on or around Christmas. And for a park themed entirely around that concept, this did not exactly bode well for business. When investors began to panic and pull out in 1965, a broken-hearted Holland sold the business and officially left the
Yeah,
company.
that's
He
upsetting.
lived out the rest of his life as a real estate developer and passed away in 2002. The park in Scotts Valley would close in 1979. The one in Lake Arrowhead would eventually close in 1998, and the park in East Dundee would surprisingly last until 2006. The parks would sit abandoned for years. Eventually, the parks in Lake Arrowhead and East Dundee would reopen in 2016 and 2011 respectively, under new management. They now operate a Sky Park at Santa's Village and Santa's Village Azoosement Park. The Azoosement Park, as that terrible
Azoosement
pun
Park.
implies, is now more of a zoo, and Sky Park at Santa's Village is oddly enough part BMX course. Though these
What?
parks had evolved drastically from their original
What?
form, they both remember their roots and pay homage to their original
Excuse
creator.
me.
Glenn Holland came from hardship to build something magical and full of whimsy, a place for people to forget about life for a little while and celebrate a popular holiday year-round. According to his daughter, quote, "He knew he had touched people with those parks. It was the most special thing he felt he had ever done." Exhibit E. Where Are You, Christmas? Parque Albanol in Brazil was meant to be the largest theme park in the
Brazil
entire country,
mentioned.
and it was going to be comprised of multiple themed lands,
Oh my
including
god,
the
that's
Old West
terrifying.
Town, a water park, a concert hall, and more, spanning over 38 million square meters. For comparison, that's about a third of the size of the entire Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando. The park's creator
Actually, slightly unrelated. I've done multiple projects in school about Brazil specifically. Just like by coincidence. When I was a kid, I did a whole unit about Brazil in this class that I was taking. And we ate like imported foods and stuff. Like some soda that they don't sell here that I can't really pronounce. And then we also ate star fruit, which is like impossible to find specifically where I live. And some other snacks and whatever. And I remember there being music, and we learned how to dance to a song that I actually consulted Twitter after I got a little bit of a following. I consulted Twitter, and a very kind Brazilian user actually helped me find the song again after forever. Shout out to that Twitter user. They're the whole reason why when I start putting out YouTube videos, I want to put Portuguese subtitles on them at some point. And then a couple years later, in my geography class, we each had to take a country from South America and do like a presentation on it. And I did mine on Brazil, and I got very high marks on it. I don't remember a single thing about it, but I do remember I had so much fun with it.
was politician Antonio Albano Reis, who had a knack for dressing up as Saint Nick during the holidays. His love of Christmas
He had a
culminated in the
knack?
idea
What does
for the
that
park,
mean?
but he was tragically struck and killed by a car just outside of the park's entrance during construction in
No!
2004. Without its fearless leader at
That's
the helm,
horrible.
plans for Parque Albanol were abandoned. Today, there are a plethora of truly eerie photographs that can be found. Massive candy canes and galloping reindeer
no.
stand rushing amongst a jungle backdrop, and Santa heads with gaping mouths, frozen in permanent ho-ho-hos, will surely replace those sugar plums dancing.
That's how Baby got sponsored by the entire country of Brazil. This stream is sponsored by Brazil. That'd be crazy. What would a Brazil sponsored stream even look like? I don't know. I actually hate soccer. That's like my least favorite sport in the world. I hate playing it. I hate watching it. I can't even think of like some like insensitive Brazilian stereotypes to make this into a joke. I just I don't know what I feel like there's material here. I could make this funny. I just can't.
In your head at night. Exhibit F. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Red-nosed reindeer Rudolph. That's crazy.
Radio pioneer Jack Papel put up $125,000
Soccer and
to
Jesus,
create
G pussy,
another
pick
Santa
your
theme park
poison.
in Vermont.
Oh my god, Spoon, you're forgetting Carnival, which is like the only Brazilian holiday. They don't celebrate anything else. Oh my god, Mukavo, thank you so much. Thank you for the raid. Hi raiders, how's it going? Hold on, I have to wait for TTS. No? No TTS there? Okay, cool. Hi everybody. How's it going? My name is Pippi Ananasa. I'm not your Oshi, and tonight we are winding down with some Defunct Land. This stream is sponsored by the entire country of Brazil, so make yourself comfortable. Settle down. We'll be get your snacks, get up and stretch. Thank you so much for the raid, Mukavo. If you got a dip, I do not mind at all. Get up, go stretch, get some water. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What did you guys do?
The product was a small Christmas town with such attractions as a post office and a ding-dong school. It would also feature a
The
petting zoo
fuck
where
is a
children could get
ding-dong school? Thank you so much. What is a ding-dong? A ding-dong school?
school. It would also feature
Wait. Hold on, guys. Ding dong. We did literally nothing. Hell yeah. Ding dong school. Hold on. This is Ding Dong School. This is a TV show, I think. Billed as the nursery school of the year as a half-hour children's TV show which began in Chicago. What? Wait. This is like a TV show. I don't understand. What is a ding dong school?
feature a petting zoo where children could get up close and personal with reindeer. The animals attracted not only families,
Is that
but
legal?
also one lazy hunter that purposefully shot 2 of the captive animals. Santa's Land in Putney, Vermont opened on
Wait, whoa, back up.
petting zoo where children could get up close and personal with reindeer. The animals attracted not only families, but also one lazy hunter that purposefully shot 2 of the captive animals.
That's fucking insane. That's insane. Could you fucking imagine? Who was on the clock that day? I gotta know.
Santa's Land in
Who?
Putney, Vermont opened on August 10th, 1957. Papel would add more attractions to the park, most notably a Humpty Dumpty roller coaster in
Jesus
1960.
Christ.
He would own the park for another decade before selling it in 1970 to a local family who would own it for the next 30 years. The park would be passed to yet another owner in the early 2000s, but this is when luck for Santa's Land would run out. The new owner was struggling to turn a profit
Thank
off
you.
of the over
Finally,
50
somebody who
year-old
names
park.
the park
In
something reasonable.
2011, the park announced that it would not reopen for the 2012 season. An auction of the park's remaining assets were planned for 2012, but the event was canceled when the park had mysteriously been purchased by an anonymous buyer. Speculation of the buyer's identity ranged from Vermont Governor Peter Shumlin to WWE superstar Mick Foley. It turned out that the new owner was Vermont local Lillian Belowicz and her family. She announced her excitement in acquiring the park and for the upcoming 2013 season, although concerns were raised about the park's condition, as many of the attractions and facilities had not been updated for decades. These concerns were not misplaced. Santa's Land underperformed in its first season under new ownership, and the park closed its doors, with no plans for a 2014 season. Things would only get worse from there. In March 2014,
Oh
when a
my
county sheriff
God.
visited the park to return a lost license plate that belonged to the park's animal handler, Brian Deisler, he felt that something wasn't right in Santa's Land. An investigation of the property was launched by the county sheriff's department. Investigators found 18 animal carcasses, 16 deer, a pheasant, and a pot-bellied pig. The petting zoo animals that were still alive were
Aquazy,
extremely
have a great
malnourished
night. Good
and on the
night.
brink
Thanks
of
for the
starvation
raid.
and dehydration. Belowicz and Deisler were both
The rest of you hold the phone because I need to know how that happened. Who rolled up and was like, the vibes are off. And then they found 18 dead animals? What in God's name?
arranged with a misdemeanor and forced to follow strict guidelines to save the animals. Another
Oh my
scoop of the
God.
property in September of that year revealed that the guidelines were not being met. resulting in the confiscation of many of the petting zoo's animals. Only 17 deer would remain in the park's hands, with the goats, donkeys,
Why would
ponies,
you leave
emus, and llamas being
17?
put up for adoption. Bellwick's would file for bankruptcy around this time, and the park would remain closed, falling into disrepair. The park quickly became worn by weather, vandals, and thieves, appearing as if it had been abandoned for decades in just a few months. It would remain abandoned for years, until in 2017, when a man named David Haversat would reopen the park. He did his best to repair the tattered buildings and attractions, as well as adding some new offerings. Unfortunately, a statue of Humpty Dumpty was completely destroyed. and no one could put
No.
it back together again.
Not
Haversat
Humpty
did not work in the
Dumpty.
park's petting zoo for
Whatever will
obvious
we do
reasons, although
without?
he left the pen standing in case he ever changed his mind. Haversat did an incredible job saving the historic park. He would even receive the Preservation Trust of Vermont Award for his effort in restoring Santa's Land. Exhibit G, 12 Days of Christmas. Opened in 1953, Santa's Village in Jefferson, New Hampshire is one of the most successful themed amusement parks in the world. The management's dedication to adding new rides has resulted in a modern park despite the antiquated theming. The park is still thriving today. In 1955, another Santa's Village opened outside of Bracebridge, Ontario. It is a similar setup to all of the other Santa theme parks, but one unique feature is this awesome-looking reindeer roller coaster, or at least I thought it was unique until I found that 2 other Santa theme parks had the exact same ones. The park is still operating today, and it has expanded to include ziplining and ropes courses. Santa's Workshop is another currently operating Santa-themed amusement park located in Cascade,
Why are there
Colorado.
so
The
many?
family-run park opened in 1956, and it is still owned and operated by its founders. In 1966, another Santa's Land would open in Cherokee, North Carolina with a similar concept and execution as the others. It is also still operating today. Opening in Miami in the 1980s, Santa's Enchanted Forest claims that it is the largest holiday theme park in the world. With over
Timwa
100 festive
indoctrinated
activities
Anno
to choose
O
from,
Kavo
Santa
into the
Claus Village
Chadpole
opened its
family.
doors in
Timwa
Findlay,
Thank you so much for the
gifts
Giphy
their
subby.
Sexy
It's a booming
Anno
tourist
O
destination
Kavo.
to this day.
This is
The
their
park is
first
located
gift sub
inside
in the channel.
Thank you, thank you.
the Arctic Circle, an ideal backdrop for the official hometown of Santa Claus. You can meet Santa year-round, and the park has a special event on Christmas Eve where visitors can count down and watch their beloved Santa Claus ride off into the sunset on a sleigh pulled by actual reindeer. On December 8th,
Oh, that's cute.
1984, Santa World in Morris, Sweden opened its doors. The park is a recreation of the North Pole, and families continue to come to meet Santa and his elves, tour his workshop, meet his reindeer, and encounter whatever this thing is. Conclusions. My findings revealed 3 abandoned, 3 abandoned,
Whoa,
reopened,
thank you
and
so
9
much.
operating Santa-themed
Timwa
theme
is the
parks.
beefiest
This is enough to
tadpole.
fill my stockings, but when you look at each individual case together, a strange pattern emerges. Notice that 8 of these theme parks opened within 10 years between 1949 and 1959. Only 1 of them opened in the 1960s, and then none in the 1970s. All of a sudden, 3 more pop up in the 1980s. The only Santa park to be constructed in the 2000s was Park Avenel, and since then, no major Santa-themed amusement parks have been developed. My focus is on these 2 peaks.
That's crazy that no major Santa-themed amusement parks have been developed since the Bush administration. I think we all need to think about that.
In the 40s and 50s, and again in the 80s. The peak in the 40s and 50s actually has a simple explanation. Before World War II, Germany was a major manufacturer of the Christmas products that the United States and other countries imported for
Excuse
the
me.
season. This included decorations and toys. After World War II, with Germany's manufacturing industry destroyed and the United States stronger than ever, the US was able to produce the necessary Christmas products and then some. It was in this area that Christmas made a large impact on popular culture. Most recognizable movies, songs, and also theme parks came from the 1940s and 50s. The slump in Christmas
You know what,
culture
that's
in the
something I
late
never
60s
thought
and
about.
70s and rebound in the 80s is where my theories come in. My first theory is that the typical cycle of media resulted in the short hiatus. Pop culture comes in waves, sometimes naturally by Hollywood's inability to sustain quality production, and sometimes purposefully by companies attempting to avoid consumer fatigue. This is evident just by looking at the Christmas films produced in the 70s.
Oh my
versus
gosh,
the
thank you
40s
so
and
much. You're so
80s. This could be
generous.
the reason that the Santa-themed amusement park trend came back
Timwa
for a
threw
short time in the 80s in
X100
the
coins
US and
into the
European
pond.
countries. The second theory is that the slump in the 60s and 70s was a result of the lack of Christmas celebration during World War II. Children growing up in the 30s and 40s would be raising children of their own in the 60s and 70s, and if they grew up with a lack of Christmas commercialization during the Depression and Second World War, they would presumably be less likely to give their children the same holiday experience that those growing up in the 50s enjoyed.
That's a good
Likewise,
point.
those children growing up in the 50s would be raising their own children in the late 70s and 80s. That demographic would be more likely to give their children the commercial Christmas experience, similar to the one they had in the years after the war. This theory seems to be corroborated by a study from the Pew Research Center, revealing that children that were raised in the 1940s, 50s, 80s, and 90s reported that Santa visited them on Christmas Eve more often than those that were raised in the 60s and 70s. As with most cases, the moment you publish your findings, the more evidence comes out. Did I miss any parks? Could I have brushed over any events in my research? These are the kind of things that keep me up at night. But this time of year, I don't mind it. Seeing the snow float to the ground, blurred by the frigid air clinging onto the window pane, beautiful lights wrapped around houses and trees, and in the distance, sleigh bells? Could it be Santa Claus?
I love Defunctland, genuinely. I think Kevin Perjurer, in addition to being like actually like a really fucking good documentarian, he's also funny, which is like not a balance that a lot of YouTubers prioritize. He has a very like dry sense of humor that flows very well within his scripts. He is objectively like one of my favorite channels on the platform. That being said, I know I said that would be the last one, but now I kind of want to watch more Defunctland. I kind of want to watch another one. Question being, what should we watch? Do you guys want to watch a Defunctland or a Defunct TV? I'm kind of feeling Defunctland. I'm gonna go back a little bit because I've seen a lot of the recent ones. You know what? Let's watch the failure of Hong Kong Disneyland. Why not? Boom, bada, boom, bada, boom. Doink. I feel like I was gonna say something. I don't remember, so it probably wasn't that important.
On September 30th, 2005, Michael Eisner officially left the Walt Disney Company. He formally resigned as a member of the board and as the company's chief executive. His successor,
Thank God.
Bob Iger, had been running the company for the past 6 months
Boo.
as he transitioned into his new role. Eisner's departure was not front-page news. The climax of the events leading to his resignation had long played out.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go refill my water like really quick. Be like less than a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Wahoo! Gotta change the thing back. Welcome in, Hitsuji. Please don't squeeze a lemon all over my pee-pee. Hugs for the pee-pee. Hugs for the Hitsu. Hi, how's it going? Oh, Hitsu Dumpy. Hitsu Dumpy in chat. We're watching the failure of Hong Kong Disneyland. You're just in time because we just started.
And all that was left was for him to pack up his things and go home. He refused questions from the press, and he only left behind a one-page career retrospective to be published in the company's newsletter. Those close to the executive explained that Eisner was not ready to give up his job at Disney, and that he was most worried about his legacy at the company. The second half of his 21-year tenure, especially the past few years, had certainly clouded what was one of the greatest corporate success stories of all time. How, then, did it come to this? To understand that, we'll need to go back a bit.
The big cheese. I'm not the big. I wish I was the big cheese. This is the big cheese.
I wish it was the big cheese, chat. Love and appreciate you. I love and appreciate you too, Hitsu. I will definitely rest when I can. Honest to God, I am like kind of sort of settling back into like working 5 days a week after going back to school for a little bit. Every couple of hours today, I've remembered that it's Saturday and not Sunday, and I can sleep in tomorrow. And it has been such a relief. It's been such a relief. Capitalism is so hard, guys. Smeeb in the well. You deserve the Smeeb. You also deserve the Smeeb. Hong Kong Disneyland. Created by our Lord and Savior Kevin Perjurer. Disney World? Disney World, make it Hong Kong.
On November 1st, 1999, the government of Hong Kong announced that a deal had been reached with the Walt Disney Company to bring a Disney resort to the autonomous territory. Hong Kong was relying on the new resort to help the recovery of its struggling economy, and they were certain that a Disney park would increase tourism and create new jobs. The Walt Disney Company was silent on the matter, although a spokesperson had confirmed a few months earlier in March that Disney was considering expanding internationally into Hong Kong. If the plans were to come to fruition, it would be the company's third international resort after Tokyo and Paris. At this time, the Walt Disney Company still saw expansion as a viable option. Many in the company, including Eisner, felt that Disney had not properly capitalized off of the immense success of the studio's recent animated films. However, it wasn't from a lack of trying. The failure of Euro Disneyland in France and the inability to build Disney's America in
Euro
Virginia
Disneyland
turned Eisner away from big-budget expansion projects in the parks. On top of this, Eisner struggled to secure a steady management team. The death of Disney president Frank Wells, the departure of Walt Disney Studios president Jeffrey Katzenberg, and the hiring and subsequent firing of talent agent and Eisner's personal friend Michael Ovitz had left Eisner as a lone wolf at the top of the company. All he had to hold on to was the most lucrative executive contract in the business. In extension, as chief executive, he had
Boo-hoo. Michael Eisner. All alone. He has to take naps all by himself on his monumental piles of cash. He's so lonely. He doesn't have anybody else. He only has his fucking bands.
signed a few years earlier, guaranteeing his position at the company.
Wah.
Annual salary of $750,000 and stock
2D main
options
feature
with a
animated
projected
movies,
value of
please. I can't.
$771 million.
I can't do the same face Disney movies anymore. I can't. I didn't even watch. I haven't even watched the last couple. I can't. I can't.
$1 million. Eisner had significant insurance on his job, as Disney could not afford another high-cost severance package after spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the departure of Katzenberg and Ovitz. This would help Eisner greatly as Disney entered the new millennium. After Disney's acquisition of Capital Cities ABC was completed in 1996, Disney officially became the largest media company in the world, passing Time Warner. This also meant that Eisner now had to keep an eye on the company's film division, television division, and theme park division. Walt Disney Pictures was, in retrospect, ending its Renaissance era of hit animated films. Tarzan, released in the summer
I
of
love the Disney
1999,
Renaissance.
would end the second half of Disney's most financially successful era. Disney's post-Renaissance would bring films such as Fantasia 2000, Dinosaur, The Emperor's New Groove, Atlantis the Lost Empire,
Good movie.
Lilo and Stitch, and Treasure
Good
Planet
movie.
within just a few
Good
years.
movie.
Some of these films were well received by critics and audiences, but all but Lilo and Stitch and Dinosaur were considered box office failures. The film slated for after
Really?
2002 would produce similar, if not worse, results, and the success of Pixar and DreamWorks Animation would demote Walt Disney Animation to third place, an outcome unimaginable as the company.
You guys, okay. Oh, what the fuck? I forgot. Raiders. If any of you are left, you can join the Discord server. We had a whole thing, updates earlier. I'll be posting the Spark Notes on the Discord so you can know what to look forward to from this channel. It's so perfectly timed. Please join the Discord server. But anyway, lately I've been possessed with the urge to like rewatch Shrek. What if that was our first Discord movie night? You guys want to watch Shrek with me?
The company had enjoyed a monopoly over the medium for over
Let me know. We'll
6
talk further
decades.
about movie nights
The
later.
company's new stake in the television business was not going as planned either. Eisner and Disney were having trouble
Yeah,
putting together
hell
a
yeah.
successful primetime programming block, and ABC was relying on the newly produced U.S. version of the British game show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, to compete in the ratings.
Who Wants
One
to Be a
positive
Millionaire is
mover
British?
was Robert Iger, the COO and president
Shrek 2
of
is
Capital
peak.
Cities ABC. The young executive impressed Eisner. Although
Maybe
he
we can do a
worried that
back-to-back.
Iger lacked the necessary creative skills to run a company such as Disney. Iger would become the president of the Walt Disney Company in early 2000. The position had been left vacant since the departure of Ovitz. Finally, the theme park division was not thriving in the way that many thought it should, and much of the expansion and renovations promised 10 years earlier to be part of Eisner's Disney Decade Plan had not come to fruition. Eisner had been able to add additional parks in both Orlando and Anaheim, adding Disney's Animal Kingdom to the Walt Disney World Resort in the spring of 1998, and beginning construction on Disney's California Adventure to create the Disneyland Resort in January of that year. Also, plans for a second park in the Paris resort were revived, and the development of Walt Disney Studios Park began. On top of these, a second park for the successful Tokyo Disneyland Resort was also in development. His most recent attempt at an expansion outside of the existing resorts was Disney Regional Entertainment, 3 entertainment chains to debut in multiple cities throughout the US. The flagship concept, the virtual reality arcade Disney Quest, had just
I think about my own Twitch channel, for as small as it is, and the things that I would like to do to improve your experience as viewers and to reach out beyond what I was previously capable of as a creator. And even the smaller things, like building more into the Discord server, making a presence on YouTube, how I'm going to accomplish all that makes me like sick to my stomach because of like how much work I'm going to be putting in this year, like how hard I'm going to be working. Being part of a multi-billion-dollar company, opening multiple parks, multiple what do they call it? Like something avenues of revenue, right? No. Something multiple like paths of revenue on like a company level. On like a business level. Construction, establishment, working with like government organizations like the IRS to make sure everything is like in line from a tax perspective, from a copyright perspective. Oh my god, Disney is insane. Disney's a fucking monster.
just opened its Chicago location in the summer of 1999. Now, with rumors of a third international park in Hong Kong circulating, it seemed that Eisner was ready to test expansion again. On November 2nd, 1999, the day after the news broke that a deal had been reached between Hong Kong and Disney,
Plan to do all these things, then
representatives
turn
from
around
both
and delegate it to
officially
different
announced that
teams.
a Hong Kong Disney resort.
No, I'm not saying he was worth shit. I'm just saying like in general as a brand, you know, because like Pippi on Anasa is a brand, but it's like so much smaller, and even the effort to delegate that kind of thing to different teams. Oh, I get so sleepy thinking about it. I want to go to bed.
Be constructed. The treatment Disney received in France after the announcement of Euro Disneyland was quite different than the reaction they received in Hong Kong. While Disney had the support of a few French contractors and a few government officials, it seemed that the overwhelming majority of citizens aggressively rejected the prospect of Disney coming to their country. Hong Kong had the exact opposite reaction. They hailed Disney's arrival, treating them as an economic savior of sorts, lauding Disney and proclaiming that the theme park would rescue them from their prolonged recession. A few in the local media were skeptical, using the same talking points that Disney had to fight against any time they attempted to build a new park out.
Girly Pop, if you're in a recession, how is Disneyland going to save you? I don't know too much about economics, by the way. I'm an anime on the internet. I don't know too much about these things. But doesn't an economic recession require, like, it implies some level of, like, lack of circulation of money because people don't really have money. You need to spend money to go to Disneyland. You need to spend money to build Disneyland. I'm confused.
Outside of Orlando or Tokyo. This could easily be compiled into a greatest hits by the opposition album. Now that's what I call a good reason to reject a Disney theme park. Here are a few. The government will spend taxpayer money to subsidize and incentivize Disney to come to the area. In the case of Hong Kong, estimates said that this could be around $2.6 billion. Oh
my God.
A commitment that Hong Kong officials used to lure Disney away from a park in mainland China. The employment benefits that the park will bring after the construction will be low-wage, part-time jobs. While discussed during the time of the Hong Kong Disney announcement, the consensus was that given Hong Kong's struggling economy, that any jobs would be a good thing. Finally, that the positive economic impact promised by Disney is overstated, and that the subsidies given to the park will offset any financial benefit to come from it. The small opposition
Thank
did
you,
bring up
Kevin
these points,
Perjurer, for
but
answering my
overall,
questions
Hong Kong seemed welcoming
instantaneously.
to Disney, expecting
And I
them to
wouldn't have
bring
had to ask them had I
1.2
just let the
million
video
additional
play.
tourists and spark an annual GDP growth of almost 0.5%. The site for the park was to be located on Penny's Bay, a northeast section of Hong Kong's largest island, Lantau Island. After rumors of the new Disney resort began to circulate, local archaeologists went to the island to search for and remove any artifacts before Disney's arrival. Disney's new Hong Kong resort was set to open in 2005, so development began immediately. This resulted in Disney's California Adventure, Walt Disney Studios Paris, Tokyo Disney Sea, and Disney's Hong Kong resort being constructed at the same time. Eisner and other executives were wary of spending
wish
too
we'd
much
get other
on
theme
planning before
parks.
new parks. Disney Sea's development and construction was conducted by the Oriental Land Company, the independent Japanese company that pays Disney royalties and contracts its Imagineers. Finances were rarely an issue in Tokyo, unlike in the United States, France, and now Hong Kong. In 2000, Disney began clearing the land in order to build the park. The dredging upset
terrible
local
lot.
fishermen
That's
and
ugly.
environmental groups. They petitioned the government of Hong Kong to stop
It has nothing to do with
development,
anything.
claiming
It's
that Disney was
an
in
ugly
violation of
lot.
their agreement, as the dredging had been killing many of the fish in the bay. Hong Kong shrugged off the accusations toward Disney, telling those concerned that the amount of fish being killed was generally in line with what they expected. The
Me
same year,
too.
Eisner
Hearts.
commented on the troubling amount of air pollution in Hong Kong, which the government quickly assured him they were fixing. This would be the beginning of what could only be described as an awkward relationship between Disney and Hong Kong. On February 8, 2001, Disney California Adventure opened to mostly negative reviews. Visitors disliked the budget park, citing the lack of attractions and the terrifyingly poor quality of the existing ones. Executives were worried that the small park's main issue would be its limited capacity, but as it turned out, this wouldn't be an issue at all. Attendance was poor out of the gate. This combined with the potential of an economic recession. sent
Don't
Disney
worry
to
about it
compete
because the
with
park sucks.
California Adventure and the 3 other parks currently in construction. Despite these concerns, it appeared as though Eisner was planning for even more international expansion. In the summer of 2001, an article released by
Eisner.
the Beijing Evening News reported that Disney was planning to build a park in the capital city in time for the 2008 Olympics. This infuriated Hong Kong officials. If another Disney park were to open in China, it would destroy Hong Kong Disney's chances at attracting mainland tourists and becoming a premier vacation destination. After the outrage made its way to Eisner, he announced that Disney would not open another park in China for at least 8 years, that the company was 100% focused on Hong Kong, and that in the event that Disney did build a park in mainland China, it would most likely be in Shanghai and not Beijing, a clarification that seemed to prove Disney's desire for a new park. Later that year, the terrorist attacks of September 11th triggered an economic downturn, and the tourism industry saw the worst of it, with many across the United States and the world afraid to travel. On top of this, rumors circulated that Disney's theme parks could be a target for terrorists. This did not bode well for the struggling parks division and the company as a whole. Each division of the company seemed to be in major trouble. This brought more budget cuts at the parks and more projects in development being canceled. Hong Kong Disney was too far into development to be stopped, but the Walt Disney Company's financial struggles removed any possibility of
Hold
a
on.
budget.
This was in the 90s. This newspaper opened 1955. Employees 14,000 from Anaheim, California. The day pass is $39 for an adult and only $10 less for children. Hold on, what is that in today's money? Hold on. $39 in 1998. 39 in sorry. I'm pressing my test buttons. $39 in 1998 is worth, that's $73 today. Wait, how much is a Disneyland ticket today? Disneyland ticket. Ticket prices Disneyland. Ooh. Wait, are they saying what the day-by-day prices are? The price of admission depends on the type of ticket you buy, the guest age, the number of days you visit for one-day tickets. Oh, the date. they change the prices depending on the date. Damn. Wait, no, because I want an answer to this. Hold on. Disneyland theme park tickets in Anaheim, California, which is where this one. Wait. Holy fuck. Standard theme park ticket starting at $96 a day. Oh my god. Kids special ticket offer. Children ages 3 to 9 visit the park for as low as $50 a day from January 8th to March 10th. Those adult tickets are $104 a day. Oh my god. Good news though. If you're a resident of Southern California, it's only $92 a day. Oh my god. Pocket change for the average Californian it is. Good god. And that's for one day. Oh my god, Ew.
Increase for the park. In 2002, the rumors of a park in Shanghai resurfaced, with Disney refusing to comment. Hong Kong officials and residents were once again outraged. By now, they were expecting half of Hong Kong Disney's visitors to be from mainland China, and the region had already poured $2 billion of public funds into constructing the park and improving surrounding infrastructure in preparation for its opening. Analysts estimated that it would take 13 years after opening for Hong Kong Disney to offset construction costs, and if a park in Shanghai opened during that time, there would be little to no chance of a return on the investment. The park was to begin
One day
construction
of
next
massive
year,
lines
and
where you
Hong
get
Kong
on 3
continued to
rides at
beg
most.
Disney
Yeah.
to not commit to a park in mainland China. Before the construction of the park began, workers still dredging the water surrounding the Hong Kong Disney site encountered something peculiar in the bay. Dozens of bombs buried in the ocean floor were now exposed.
Bombs? Bombs? Bombs?
Local bomb experts were accused of underestimating the amount of shells and explosives left over from World War II. The bomb experts assured Disney and the workers that bombs that old won't go off, although they did mention that sometimes they do. Crews continued dredging, a bit more carefully than before. At the same time as this, an outbreak of the severe acute respiratory syndrome virus, known as SARS, took the lives of nearly 800 people, with the majority of reported cases coming from southern China. The disease eventually spread to Hong Kong in February of 2003, terrifying public and health officials. Travel was discouraged as containment efforts intensified, with Hong Kong at the center of the epidemic, which did not bode well for the Disney park under construction.
I'm like fighting off the
Thankfully, for
urge
health
to
of the
shiver
people
right
of the
now.
affected regions, and also beneficial for the new Disney park, Hong Kong was removed from the World Health Organization's affected areas
Troubling.
in June 2003, and the outbreak was classified as contained in July. This greatly impacted Hong Kong's economic recovery, and officials were banking on the Disney park to restore tourism to the region more than ever. On November 20th, 2003, Roy E. Disney, nephew of Walt Disney,
I've
son
never heard
Roy
of
O.
SARS,
Disney,
which I guess is a good
chairman of
thing.
Walt Disney Animation, and vice chairman of the Walt Disney Company's board of directors, resigned from his position. Stanley Gold, another Disney board member and an ally of Roy, resigned from his position as well. These two had one goal with their resignation: to take down Michael Eisner. In a letter addressed to Eisner and sent to the press,
Fuck
Roy
Eisner.
explained
All my
his
homies
issues
hate
with the
Eisner.
executive. He pointed to Eisner's conduct with the ousting of board member Andrea Vandekamp, who was vocal about her displeasure with the direction of the company. Roy accused Eisner of stacking the board in his favor and ousting anyone that didn't agree with his ideas. In the letter, he outlined 7 main reasons for his resignation and why Eisner should be removed from his position. Number 1, Eisner and Bob Iger's inability to develop successful programming for ABC. Number 2, Eisner's micromanagement of those around him. Number 3, the loss of quality in the parks. Roy mentions the theme parks built on the cheap, specifically citing Disney's California Adventure, Walt Disney Studios Paris, and the upcoming Hong Kong Disneyland. Number 4, the decrease in value of the Disney brand as a result of money grubbing and lack of creative direction. Roy claimed that the public perception was that Disney was always trying to make a quick buck. Number 5, the discouragement of creativity and art produced in the past few years. Number 6, Eisner's inability to build and maintain relationships with Disney's creative partners, emphasizing Pixar, which at the time was unhappy with the Disney partnership for a multitude of reasons. Months after this, Pixar would announce an end to their distribution partnership with Disney, turning many more against Eisner and Disney's management team. Number 7, Eisner's refusal to discuss succession. In the letter, Roy also specifically referenced the death of Frank Wells and Eisner's inability to run the company without his partner, a common belief among employees that infuriated Eisner. This was the start of Roy and Gould's Save Disney campaign.
Something about Roy Disney's face. I don't know, it's like really unsettling to me. He looks like somebody like wearing a skin suit.
Of an elaborate effort to oust Eisner and his management team.
Maybe I'm just really tired though.
And if it came to it, legal action. Roy used the legacy of his father and his uncle Walt to his advantage, urging shareholders to preserve the magic of the company. He specifically appealed to cast members and the smaller shareholders that invested in the company not just to make a profit, but to be a part of the magic that it creates. Eisner and management brushed off Roy's efforts as a political stunt, and many within the company believed Roy's issues were personal, and that by taking them public, he was only making matters worse for Disney. They also pointed out that many of the
The sins of his family are actively tracking down his skin towards hell. Your crimes still have their claws dug deep into your skin.
Were decisions that
Can you feel it, Roy?
Roy admitted that he had given management the benefit of the doubt too many times, but that his campaign was to prevent the company from continuing its string of failures. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, the alleged budget park was still being constructed, now being used as an example of mismanagement in the company years before its opening. The question...
Could you imagine being a member of this team overlooking the construction of Disney Hong Kong? And you get wind of all this bullshit that is happening overseas, like on like a corporate level at Disney. And Disney is also like actively trying to fuck you over, constantly like pushing to build a park in mainland China as well. You have to deal with all this bullshit on all fronts. And then you have to walk outside your office and take a picture with Mickey Mouse for the newspaper.
Sparked by Roy's allegations.
Shit's embarrassing.
A budget Disney theme park. The parks are known for their spare no expense immersion and attention to detail. This results in attractions costing tens of millions of dollars to build, and potentially billions for an entire park. How can you build a well-themed immersive environment cheaply? As Eisner proved, it was actually pretty simple. But it comes down to choosing the right theme. If you want to build a faraway land with detailed dark rides that take you on adventures beyond one person's wildest dreams, then it's next to impossible to do it on the cheap. The key is to pick a theme that is easy and low cost to deliver to its full extent. For instance, choosing a county fair, a pier amusement park, or a carnival as a themed land in the parks is a great way to operate multiple rides without having to build immersive theming. Any poor craftsmanship or lack of effort fits that theme perfectly. Another example is theming a section of the park or the entire thing to Hollywood. This saves a lot of money when it comes to set dressing attractions. There's no need to build your roller coaster in a beautifully sculpted mountain. Instead, build it in a large tan box, and spray paint Studio in a few of the corners. It doesn't cost nearly as much, and it technically delivers on the promised theming of studios. In the case of Hong Kong Disneyland, how would one save money on something as crucial as the park's central icon, for instance? Certainly, there wouldn't be any way to avoid spending whatever is necessary to ensure that the center of the park is the most beautiful and well-themed section. Except,
Eisner.
The solution to the issue of the expensive icon was claiming nostalgia and creating a tribute to the original Disneyland castle. The smallest of any of the Magic Kingdom Park castles by a long shot. This would not be the only area where the company would save money, but being the icon, it would be the most obvious. This was the corporate mindset with which Hong Kong Disneyland was built. On March 3, 2004, the Walt Disney Company held their annual shareholders meeting in Philadelphia. Just a few weeks prior, Comcast had made a surprise bid to acquire the Walt Disney Company, catching both Disney and the media off guard. Disney was struggling, but the company had just released a strong first quarter earnings report, and they were coming off of a successful slate of films in 2003. The seemingly random bid raised the stakes for the shareholders meeting. While Disney had expressed no interest in the merger, this strengthened Roy's argument to preserve the soul of the company.
Stop showing his face, it's freaking me out.
A large media conglomerate. At the same time, it provided management with a lot of options, including a potential graceful escape plan for Eisner should he approve.
I think I have a problem with all of these men's faces, and you all at home should know that the reason for that is because I think all rich old men have unsettling faces. It's part of the brand. But I think Michael Eisner rubs me the wrong way, specifically because he doesn't look like the kind of rich man who would work for Disney. He looks like the kind of rich man that would work for ESPN. Hey Dopey, how's it going? They look like characters that came to life. Hey Dopey, how's it going? Like, he has a very, like, sports face. I don't know how to describe it. He looks like I should turn on the TV and see him talking about the game last night. Like, he looks like a tennis player, tennis coach face. Oh my god.
The merger. Everyone was present at the shareholders meeting.
This is a horrible shot of Roy Disney. This is some analog horror shit. Like, what in the skinamarink is going on in this photo?
Roy
Get
gave
it
a
away from
passionate
me.
speech on his Save Disney campaign, which was met with thunderous applause.
Stop zooming in. Stop zooming
Eisner's speech spoke of the company's success and its future, and he claimed that the points Roy were making were exaggerated.
Why do none of these photos ever get Michael Eisner with his eyes all the way open? He's always like vaguely squinting.
Or simply untrue. The applause he received was described as light. It then came time to read the re-election vote for the board of directors. Roy was hoping for around 20% of shareholders to withhold their votes for Eisner's re-election, which would have been a strong vote of no confidence in the chairman and CEO. Once the votes were tallied, Eisner jokingly tried to adjourn the meeting. After howls of protest, he said, quote, "I almost got away with that." The results of the votes were then read. For Roy, the news was far greater.
Fun fact, I woke up like 30 minutes ago,
For
and it's
Eisner,
almost 7 a.m. here. It is almost 1 a.m.
43.4%
here.
of shareholders withheld their votes to re-elect Eisner to the board. An opposition vote of that magnitude was unprecedented, with only a handful of comparable examples in the history of corporate America.
They
It was
hate
later
this guy.
revealed that over 70% of cast members voted against Eisner, indicating how pay cuts and budgeting in the parks was affecting the morale of the company as a whole. After the vote,
That's some rest.
Eisner was
Who, me?
stripped of his role of chairman of the board.
Give me context to the video just to make me less confused. This is a Defunctland video about the history of Hong Kong Disneyland. Basically, Hong Kong Disneyland, as of right now, I think it's 2004. They are $2 billion has been sunk into Hong Kong Disneyland, and corporate troubles are getting in the way overseas, in addition to an argument between Hong Kong and Disney about potentially opening up another park in mainland China, which they think will have an effect on their tourism and economy. It's just a mess. The park isn't even done yet, and it's a mess.
Retaining his seat and his position as CEO, Eisner had suggested the idea of him resigning as chairman far before the meeting, but it was a strong indication that Eisner's days at the company were numbered.
All of us at the Walt Disney Company are thankful for having the opportunity to create for the people of Hong Kong and China a Disneyland of their own. With Chinese New Year just...
What is this? What is this setup? This isn't in the park, is it? Look at that like neon green grass in the background. This is a liminal space that they're all just sitting in.
around the corner,
Disney being Disney. Exactly, Dopey, you get it.
the first one to say,
Mario 64 as setup.
thank you.
Later in 2004, it was announced that Hong Kong Disneyland would open
Oh, this
on
is like an
September 12th,
amphitheater.
2005. The company discussed Hong Kong's excitement for the new park and how it would focus.
Disney Hong Kong is still active. Tickets are cheaper than California. Everything's going to be cheaper than California right now. Hong Kong Disneyland. For reference for Dopey, we looked, as of 1998, tickets for one adult in Anaheim, California, Disneyland, were $39 or $73 in today's money. And then when we compared the price of the actual prices to 2024, I guess 2023, it's $104 or more for a one-day ticket. But what's good? What's good, sheepy? For ticket purchase, click here. How does that compare to Hong Kong Disneyland? One-day passes are as follows. Hold on. Hold on, it's loading. Hold on, it's loading. One-day tickets. Hold on, I need to do some conversion. Hong Kong dollars, $639, $81. That is a steal. These motherfuckers really want concerts and anything with tickets to be worth your kidney. Yeah, no. Inflation throughout the United States, it's not as bad as it used to be, like a year ago or so. A year ago, 2 years ago. But it's still, like, not great. And in California, it's really bad. Like, everything costs an arm and a leg in California. I've heard that there is, I don't want to say like an exodus because that like makes it sound like there's an evacuation, but like, by the way, Pippi, the $104 ticket is the basic ticket. Don't tell me that. Here, Portugal is shit, still inflating, and the government doesn't do shit. Yeah, no, it's not quite as bad as it is in other countries. Other countries, it's objectively worse. Spoon, you're trying to kill me with those numbers, dude. What the fuck? You know, the United States isn't nearly as bad, but it is interesting that because of the separation between federal and local governments, everything is like so bad in California. Like California is crazy expensive. I've heard a lot of people are leaving California because of how bad prices are getting over there.
Focus on bringing the American entertainment experience to the region, closer to the strategy for Tokyo Disneyland as opposed to Euro Disneyland. Still, they were careful to incorporate the area's distinct culture, hiring a professional feng shui consultant to ensure that the park would provide a familiar and harmonious layout to its guests. The coming year was shaping up to be a big one for Disney parks, with both the opening of the Hong Kong...
Oh, here's the great thing, Dopey, is that not only do prices fluctuate because of tickets, because of the quote-unquote type of ticket that you get, but also the day you buy it changes the price. The tickets cost different amounts on different days of the week.
Disneyland Resort and Disneyland's 50th anniversary celebrations.
For 2/3 of the price of a basic LA home, you can buy a literal mansion in Detroit. Yeah.
Board of directors announcing his intent to leave Disney after his contract expired on September 30th, 2006. The move was mainly a formality, as it was clear that the board would not renew Eisner's contract anyways. He also endorsed Bob Iger
Get
as his
fucked,
successor,
Bob Eisner.
although an outside search was launched by the board. Many, including Eisner, questioned whether or not he would remain on the company's board. But after deliberation on the issue, it became clear that he would have a complete exit from the company. Roy and Gold continued their campaign, claiming that Eisner's resignation letter was a well-calculated move to hand CEO duties to his ally, Iger, and that he might still try to retain power in the company. They urged the board to end his contract a year early, removing Eisner from the company in 2005.
Get his ass. Kill him.
They did ensure that a successor would be chosen by the summer of the next year. On March 14th, 2005, Disney's board unanimously voted to select Bob Iger as Eisner's successor. The selection process
Does Bob
was
Iger
quite
still work for Disney? I think he
with Roy
does.
and Gold criticizing the
And I don't
decision
think
to
anyone likes him.
appoint Iger and the lack of outside candidates. The search was made more difficult by Eisner's insistence to be present during every interview, a situation that turned many potential candidates away. There was some good news for Roy and Gold, as with the announcement of Iger's promotion, it was revealed that Eisner would retire a year earlier than expected on September 30th, 2005. Coincidentally, 3 weeks
Isn't he the head of Disney? I think so.
Hong Kong Disneyland. Iger would take over day-to-day CEO duties, while Eisner would assist him with the transition. In June of 2005, environmentalists objected to Disney's plan to serve shark fin soup at wedding banquets held at the resort. Despite the dish being a traditional Chinese cuisine, activists were worried about the declining shark population and the animal abuse conducted in order to obtain a shark's fin, which included fishermen pulling sharks out of the water, cutting off their fin, and throwing them back into the ocean to die. Disney attempted to find an environmentally sustainable way to provide the dish.
Is there
but a
nowhere
study
else that
revealed
eats
no such
sharks?
options were available. The park took the dish off the menu and stated that they would only serve it for parties that specifically requested it. On top of this, they would provide those that ordered the dish with a pamphlet explaining the horrors committed in order to make the meal possible, which would have certainly been a hit among newlyweds. Even with these accommodations, activists would not back down, and Disney decided to not serve shark fin soup whatsoever. The month after the shark fin
soups,
backlash,
yeah.
a news report broke
I
claiming
wonder why
that
the fin though. Cause like, I don't know. When I imagine like the parts of like a fish that have like, I guess meat, the kinds of meat that you like get a lot of like flavor out of for cooking. I don't imagine the fin. Y'all seen the Stephen Hawking situation? No. Oh wait, is it like the island thing? Hold on, wait. Yeah. Yeah. I've vaguely heard. Anyway, Hong Kong Disneyland.
Nearly 50 stray dogs that had been roaming around the Hong
Eek.
Kong Disney site. The headlines were sensationalized, as Disney merely called in government dog catchers who took the strays immediately to a shelter. The shelter, having no time to find homes for
I'm not
the
even gonna
animals,
say, to be honest.
were
Yeah,
only
neither
able
am
to
I.
relocate
We're
3
gonna
of the
stay far away
45
from that.
dogs, giving lethal injections to the remaining 42. Media also reported that some of the dogs were unofficial guard dogs used by construction workers.
Wait, like literal dogs? Hold on, I lost track. When did the dogs come in?
The month after the shark fin backlash, a news report broke claiming that Disney had rounded up and killed nearly 50 stray dogs that had been roaming around the Hong Kong Disney site. The headlines were sensationalized, as Disney merely called in government dog catchers who took the strays immediately to a shelter. The shelter, having no time to find homes for the animals, were only able to relocate 3 of the 45 dogs.
3 out of 45?
Remaining 42. Media also reported.
Here's the thing. Hong Kong is not as nearly as big as China, but people still live there. You can still, really? Was it 45, 42? 42. You couldn't find homes for 42 dogs? That's not, never mind.
Dogs were unofficial guard dogs used by construction workers.
The price is worse than I thought. Which price? Air it out. Grill 'em, spoon. Ticket. Okay, for California. Oh my god, I'm scared. See, with one ticket, you can only go to one of 2 parks. Oh yeah, because there's not as many parks in California as there are in Florida. Yeah. Okay. So if you want, okay, how much do you have to pay if you want to, like, see the park? There exists a completely separate ticket for the park hopper. Okay. Shitty, but expected. 300. Okay, let's place our bets. W says 300. I'm gonna say 275. Starting at 169. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. If it starts 259 a day. 259 a day. That's crazy just to see a mouse.
But both Disney and the construction company denied these allegations, instead claiming that the
Look,
dogs,
he's the big
badly
cheese.
behaved, put crews in dangerous situations. The bad press, deserved or not, was just the beginning.
Oh, who's
as
this
these
little
types
guy?
of negative reports on Hong Kong Disney would increase exponentially as the park's September opening neared. On August 19, 2005, reports were released accusing Disney of running manufacturing plants in mainland China that overworked and underpaid employees, reportedly compensating some 33 cents an hour, which was 9 cents under China's minimum wage of 42 cents an hour. Disney promised to investigate the matter, while the factories denied the allegations. On August 27, 2005,
$555 for 5 days. I'm going to pass away for plot reasons.
Hong Kong actor Daniel Wu voiced opposition to the park and announced a personal boycott. He claimed that when him and the other stars were filming a promo for the park, the American workers were disrespectful to them. A spokesperson for Hong Kong Disneyland chalked the incident up to miscommunication and hoped that everyone would come to the park themselves to see the fantastic service. On September 4th, Hong Kong Disneyland held a rehearsal day, bringing in 29,000 guests to test
Time to
the
sell your
attractions and traffic
kidneys.
flow. The event was created to avoid an opening day disaster like Disneyland's 50 years prior, but it actually achieved the opposite. The day was a disaster. Guests waited in some lines for hours just to have the ride break down, and the park's restaurants did not have nearly enough seats to accommodate the crowds. It certainly didn't help that Hong Kong Disneyland was the smallest Magic Kingdom-style park ever created.
Oof.
While some early concept work showed a more ambitious version of the park, the budget park seemed that it was going to live up to its title. It also appeared that Disney was planning to expand the resort before they expanded the park, pre-planning for a second gate and more hotels. Weeks before opening, a case of food poisoning at the park made its way into the news. Worse, when Hong Kong authorities came to investigate, Disney security demanded that they remove parts of their uniform before entering. When the story broke, Hong Kong residents were outraged, and there was potential that Hong Kong authorities would pursue legal action over the encounter. Luckily, the park's opening would overshadow
That's
the
very
incident.
red.
Before the opening, Disney seemed anxious to distance themselves from the past year of controversy and to see just how well their budget park would perform.
That poor camera quality killed my eyes just now. This park is fighting for its life. Thank you, subtitles. You're really helpful right now. Let's go, kids. Give us money. He's probably saying something along the lines of, hey, kids, are you small and vulnerable like me? Well, you should go to your parents and tell them to empty their wallets into Michael Eisner's pocket right now.
December 12th, 2005, the Hong Kong
Fork up that $2.59 for the park hopper ticket, or else.
Disneyland Resort officially opened to the public. Both
Who are
Iger
these
and
little
Eisner were
guys?
in
They're so
attendance for the big
cute.
day.
Look at the
Reportedly,
little
while
waggy
Iger
tail.
was watching the opening day parade, he
Only
noticed that the studios
$259 a day.
Pixar characters more than they did to the classic Disney animated characters. This realization fueled Iger to repair Disney's relationship with Pixar, which he would do less than 6 months later by acquiring the computer animation company. Hong Kong Disneyland featured only 4 themed lands: Main Street USA, Adventureland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland.
Why is Made for USA and Hong Kong Disneyland? Why does it need to be there? Genuine question. Why?
The park advertised 22 attractions, including Autopia, which would not open until 2006. For reference,
The
this is
company
about
hated
half of
me,
the
so I
attractions
bought the
currently
company.
offered at the Magic Kingdom. Of these 22 attractions, one was City Hall and Guest Relations, and another was the Main Street Vehicles. Another was a large set of tiki statues that sprayed guests with water. Sleeping Beauty Castle and a Snow White themed wishing well were another 2. The Railroad and its only stop in Fantasyland were listed separately. Of the remaining 15
The railroad and its only stop? That's crazy.
attractions, 2 were live shows found elsewhere: Festival of the Lion King from Animal Kingdom and the Golden Mickeys from Disney Cruise Line. In Adventureland, Tarzan's Treehouse and the rafts to get to Tarzan's Treehouse were listed separately. In Fantasyland, there was Mickey's PhilharMagic and a character meet and greet. The remaining 9 attractions would be considered by guests to be the park's only rides. This included the Jungle Cruise, the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, Dumbo the Flying Elephant, Cinderella Carousel, Mad Hatter Teacups, Orbitron, Space Mountain, Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, and the soon-to-open Autopia. And that was it. No Peter Pan's Flight, no Pirates of the
This is
Caribbean,
perfect
and no
for a
Big
park
Thunder
in
Mountain.
Nowheresville,
This park
Michigan.
was more fleshed out than Walt
Hong
Disney
Kong,
Studios
though?
in Paris upon its opening. But Hong Kong Disneyland
You
was
should have
no doubt
seen
able
this
to
shit
take
coming.
similar financial hold. This is not the fault of the Imagineers or the cast members. Those designing and operating the park were still able to create a sense of magic and add beautiful features and flourishes despite the financial restrictions. And the park was a huge success in delivering the perfect mix of American and Chinese culture. However, executives couldn't care less about how the park looked on the guide map. They were focused on how the park looked financially. The head of attendance calculating at the Walt Disney Company estimated that 5.6 million people would visit the park in its first year, with around 10 million visiting every year after that. Hong Kong's population was only 6.8 million in 2005, so the park was relying on 2/3 of its estimated visitors to come from mainland China and other countries in Asia. Right out of the gate, things were not looking good. Quite the opposite, really. Despite the worries of Disney executives and Hong Kong officials that the park's
Aw.
low capacity would result in unmanageable crowds, the park's opening week attendance did not meet predictions. An indicator of the weak performance was the resort's inability to fill the rooms in its 2 on-property hotels, a similar issue faced in Paris. For Hong Kong, this meant
Kelly?
that mainland and international tourists were not showing up in droves, and it seemed that locals were not about to make up the difference. The month after the park opened, an employee climbed to the top of Space Mountain, threatening to take his own life. Luckily, the attempt
Dude. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's like this park is cursed. Like the whole time it's being developed, it's controversy after controversy after controversy after controversy. Of course no one's gonna fucking go. There's bombs in the fucking bay over there. Like, come on, man.
was thwarted. However, an opinion poll following the incident revealed the extent to which the public relations nightmares that the park had endured were affecting the public's perception of the resort. 24% of those polled by Asian Trade Magazine Media reported that they had a negative view of Hong Kong Disneyland. Only 42% claimed that their view was positive. The negative publicity, combined with high ticket prices, Hong Kong's struggling economy, a lack of attachment to Mickey & Company by the people of China, and a lack of attractions revealed how much trouble the park could be in. Worst of all, Hong Kong Disney was having a difficult time competing with the nearby Ocean Park, which saw a jump in attendance after Hong Kong Disney opened, and visitor numbers seemed even between the two.
Look, bitches love the ocean, okay? Hundreds of thousands of years from now, Disneyland will crumble. Every Every and all evidence of the existence of Mickey Mouse will eventually fade away, either to time or to weather. There will be no Disney, there will be no princesses, there will be no Mickey, there will be no Minnie, no Goofy, no Kingdom Hearts, no nothing. But the ocean will remain. Because the ocean's a fucking real one. I do not blame Hong Kong for this at all. I would also rather go to Ocean Park. The oceans will fucking remain.
The possibility that Ocean Park was doing better. As if things couldn't get any worse, Hong Kong Disney finally saw the crowd that officials had been fearing. During the Chinese Lunar New Year festival, a swarm of guests crowded the park. Hong Kong Disneyland hit capacity day after day during the festivities, doubling its regular crowd size. Disney, not anticipating the crowds, did not have special holiday tickets, and crowds of guests with valid entry passes were turned away at the gates. Furious over being denied entry, many engaged in screaming matches with the cast members and the police, while few took a more active response and tried to scale the park's fences. This brought more bad press for Hong Kong Disneyland, and park officials apologized profusely, issuing official statements almost every day of the festivities. A simple special event ticket would be required the following year to avoid a similar disaster, but the damage had already been done to the struggling park. Hong Kong Disney's first year underperformed, with 5.2 million guests visiting the park, nearly 500,000 short of projections. The news would only get worse from there. The projected attendance in 2006 of 10 million visitors was a bit off. The actual attendance was even lower than the first year, at 4.17 million visitors. In 2 years, the park had created a $200 million deficit. Hong Kong legislators began to publicly criticize the park's poor performance. Hong Kong owned 57% of the park, with Disney owning the rest. With an initial cost of $3.5 billion and a large deficit, the park's debt was just going to keep growing. Disney was already making attempts to remedy the lack of attractions. 4 new shows and the classic boat ride, It's a Small World, were set to open in 2008. This boosted attendance slightly, however it was not enough. Disney and Hong Kong knew that they had to do something big to save the resort, especially since a deal between Disney and Shanghai was close to being reached. The solution was a $465 million expansion to Hong Kong Disney. This would add up to 30 new attractions to the small park and 3 new lands: Mystic Point, Grizzly Gulch, and Toy Story Land. This would also increase Disney's stake in Hong Kong Disneyland from 43% to 48%, with Hong Kong's falling from 57% to 52%.
Is it like there's something about like, and I think it might be the lighting. There's something about like, I don't know, like just like film productions in general that come from China that are like modern, and like for like the Chinese audience, so like commercials or just like TV broadcasts. They have a very specific visual style that I just cannot put my finger on. But like watching like this background footage makes me think of sitting in some of the small Asian restaurants in the place that I live, because some of them will play like TV or like commercials or whatever from the country that they're from, and like I don't know, it's a very distinct visual style, and I'm pretty sure if I like sat down and I like studied it, I'd be able to like put my finger on like what about it makes it so like unique.
Toy Story Land would be the first to open, debuting on November 17th.
Like, do you guys know what I mean? Like,
the park was a near clone of the quick fix land that had opened at Walt Disney Studios Park a year
I
prior.
can't put my finger on like what exactly about it is so distinct, just that it is.
On July 14th, 2012, Grizzly Gulch opened with a new roller coaster, the Big Grizzly Mountain Runaway Mine Cars. A unique spin on both Frontierland and its famous e-ticket, Big Thunder Mountain. Big Grizzly Mountain featured audio animatronic bears,
Terrifying.
changes in direction, and a launch. The new additions brought great news for both Hong Kong's government and Disney. The resort had finally turned an annual profit. The new attractions motivated attendance.
Let's go.
6.7 million guests.
Let's go. Let's go Hong Kong Disneyland turning a profit almost 10 years later.
And the resort was poised to climb its way out of its debt. There was only one issue. The long-rumored Shanghai Disneyland project had been approved.
God damn it.
It was set to open in 2016.
Comeback is real.
Mainland guests would visit
It
Hong
wasn't.
Kong as the date approached. The bad news, while expected, put a damper on the park's recent success. All Hong Kong could do was continue its expansion with unique attractions and hope that guests would continue to travel to the resort. On May 17, 2013, Mystic Point opened with its signature attraction, Mystic Manor. The ride takes the place of the Haunted Mansion found at other Disney parks. Due to Chinese traditions and censorship laws restricting depictions of the supernatural, the popular dark ride featuring departed spirits cannot be cloned to the resort. The new ride, Mystic Manor,
That's interesting.
told the story of Lord Henry Mystic and his monkey Albert. When Albert opens Mystic's music box, the house comes to life. The trackless dark ride is one of the best attractions ever created by Disney. It was a hit among guests and solidified the park's expansion as an overwhelming success. 2013's profit was even higher than 2012's, and it would be even higher in 2014. Unfortunately, this was the last year of profit that Hong Kong Disneyland has seen to date. Shanghai
No!
Disneyland opened on June 16, 2016. The high-capacity park boasted state-of-the-art rides and unique attractions. Unlike the budget park built in Hong Kong and possibly learning from its mistakes, Disney in Shanghai spared no expense, and it reflected in attendance. In its first year, over 11 million guests visited Shanghai Disneyland. The park's massive success was one of the main factors in the loss of profits in Hong Kong. In 2015, 2016, and 2017, the park reported increasing losses, despite revenue being up as of recent. This is partly due to the cost of expansion, including a third resort hotel and the new simulator, the Iron Man Experience, both of which opened in 2017. A new Moana stage show opened in 2018, a new Ant-Man and the Wasp ride opening in March of 2019, replacing Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters.
Bro, if you're out here making attractions out of Ant-Man and the Wasp, that's how you know you're desperate.
Land and another Marvel attraction to be opened within the next few years, and perhaps the most symbolic of the park's transformation, a new castle.
Let's
The Fall
fucking
Sleeping Beauty
go!
Castle will be renovated and built to a much larger and
Oh,
more elaborate
goodness.
centerpiece.
That's
This seems to
gorgeous.
mark the end to Hong Kong Disneyland's years as a budget park. And while the resort will most likely continue to report losses during the $1.4 billion expansion, there is hope for Disney's worst performing Magic Kingdom. The expensive reimagining of the park is a typical strategy used under CEO Bob Iger, and he has had to
Ugly Castle. Okay, never mind.
Disney California Adventure and Walt Disney
Forget I said
Studios
anything.
Paris. Large price tags have never scared Iger during his years at the helm, and it is too early to see the return on some of these investments or evaluate Iger's strategies as a whole. It is possible, however, with his predecessor. Since Michael Eisner left Disney in September of 2005, he has continued his entertainment career, albeit on a much smaller scale. He has funded a few TV shows, including the successful Netflix animated
BoJack Horseman was funded by Michael Eisner?
comedy BoJack Horseman.
That's fucked.
And his investment company recently bought the Portsmouth Football Club. He left a mixed legacy at Disney. He no doubt saved the company from takeover and financial ruin in the 80s and 90s with the help of Disney president Frank Wells, bringing about the Disney Renaissance, revitalizing old assets, and creating and acquiring new ones. However, after
I don't know if I'd put that up to Eisner, to be honest with you.
Wells' tragic death, Eisner let the Walt Disney Company slip into a similar situation to the one in which he found it, with Eisner having to fend off a potential Comcast acquisition. Disney was much larger, more diverse, and more poised for success than it was 2 decades prior, but it was no doubt in trouble. No better indication of Eisner's fall was his relationship with those around him, such as Roy and Gold and the endless list of executives that left the company because of him or refused to work with the company with him at the helm. So what happened that reversed Eisner's Midas touch? It is hard to narrow it down to one event: the death of his partner, the failure of Euro Disneyland, the backlash over Disney's America, the fallout with Katzenberg and Ovitz, the failure to expand the parks, the difficulties creating programming for ABC, and the series of box office failures in the early 2000s all played a role in
Who
the downfall.
fucking watched this
Perhaps the
movie, dude?
greatest factor was not a single event, but an overall change in mindset. Eisner was a one-of-a-kind creative executive. As he told Disney War author James B. Stewart,
That's one way to put it.
"I'm not sure you're going to see another chief executive in Hollywood like me. I think I'm probably the last of the
Why the fuck would you say that? Dude, I hate this guy.
tribes to run a company like this." Eisner constantly stressed the power of creativity, how a quality, unique product is all that is necessary to be successful. He did this early
I
in
don't
his
remember the name of it either, Dopey.
when he was at Paramount, greenlighting lower budget films with good concepts as opposed to high budget, low quality scripts. He continued to stress creativity even to his last days at the company, referencing his concern with Iger's lack of creative abilities numerous times before his departure. While he continued to mention the creative process and its importance, his understanding of it became twisted. In his final years at Disney, he either forgot or had difficulty implementing one of the most important aspects when producing and releasing a creative work: risk. Producing art is unpredictable and difficult. Producing an artistic experience is even more so. When it is done wrong, whether on purpose or by circumstance,
Was that Blue of Blue's Clues fame?
understanding of it became twisted. In his final years at Disney, he either forgot or had difficulty implementing one of the most important aspects when producing and releasing a creative work: risk. Producing art is unpredictable.
Bring back the Blue's Clues
Producing
Gangnam
an
Style,
artistic
please.
experience is even more so. When it is done wrong,
I think there's a reason why this is the most replayed. That's funny as fuck.
Whether on purpose or by circumstance.
He's
it can
kind
make
of spitting.
risks
That's
seem
the
like
unfortunate
enemy
part.
and make the safe
Disney
option
Renaissance is
much
so
more
good.
attractive. But when it is done right, when the balance between financial responsibilities and creative aspirations is found, it is beautiful, memorable, special, magical, profitable, and powerful. A world devoid of such creations is bland, and an artistic landscape full of copiers and imitators is not much better. These colorful, larger-than-life experiences become part of who we are as people, and it is crucial to continue creating them, regardless of the risk. It is everything, and it all comes from one thing, that one little spark of inspiration. And despite forgetting it for a short period of his career, Eisner knew this, possibly better than anyone.
Because mediocrity is what fearful people will always settle for. Again, think of the pointless painting. One bad dot cannot ruin the painting. You fix it and you move on. However, if people are afraid to take risks with bright and bold colors, then the entire work will be very dull and very bland. If you want to discover inspired ideas, you simply have to accept that you will have to encounter more than a few that don't make the grade.
Okay, fine. Kevin Perjurer has convinced me that Michael Eisner's entire run at Disney wasn't completely bad. Is that what you wanted to hear? I'm kind of going back and forth on whether or not we want to do one more. Because I feel like it. Let's see here. If we do one more, guys, this tennis coach is kind of on something. Shut up. Look, if we do one more, it has to be of a very specific length. I don't know what that length is. That length is however long it takes me to be able to sort of pause and talk through the video, but not so long that I run out of energy and get into a bad mood by the end of the stream. Let's see here. We just did a big Disney video. So let's see if we can't find something that's park related but not Disney related. Pippy Sippy, thank you very much. Ah, thank you. Various stretch routines. Are you guys interested in hearing the neck crack for the stream as a part of this posture check and stretch? Oh my god. Whew. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can't summon one from the depths. There you go. That's your neck crack for the stream. Thank you. I'll be here all week. That shit's been cooking. Well, I haven't done one yet this stream. Alright. Got another video. This one's about a park in Australia.
In the summer of 2004, a large shipment arrived at a zoo in South Dakota called Reptile Gardens. The package was humongous, even for the zoo that was used to receiving shipments of abnormally large animals. Reptile Gardens was expecting
I'm an abnormally large
but it
animal.
was still shocking to see the contents in person. The shipment was a 16-foot crocodile named Maniac. The 34-year-old creature was born in captivity in Australia.
You put him in a box?
And got his name after killing other
Inside
crocodiles in its
was your
habitat.
mother.
For the previous 14 years, Maniac had been on display at the Australia
so
Wildlife
stupid.
Park, where he witnessed the rise and fall of one of Australia's most popular theme parks.
My god, did you get the crocodile in for the interview? How's the audio? This video sounds a little loud. It's all good. Okay, cool.
In 1972, Kings Island opened in Mason, Ohio. The park was the first theme park to be built by the Taft Broadcasting Company, and its new theme park division, the Kings Entertainment Company, or KECO. Taft Broadcasting would implement the theming and details seen in the theme parks constructed by the Walt Disney Company, utilizing the classic Hanna-Barbera cartoon characters that they had recently acquired. Kings Island was a huge success, and it would prompt Taft and KECO to build more parks. The company built Kings Dominion in Doswell, Virginia, which opened in 1975. They acquired Carowinds in Charlotte, North Carolina the same year. KECO would open Canada's Wonderland in Ontario, Canada in 1981. In 1985, they would be hired to operate Great America in Santa Clara, California. Taft's expansion into theme parks had been a huge success, and the company continued looking for areas to expand. The prospects of international theme parks outside of North America became much more attractive on April 5, 1983, when the Walt Disney Company opened their first international park, Tokyo Disneyland.
I didn't think that these motherfuckers in the recordings are all old now.
It might not be a coincidence that a mere 4 months later, Taft Broadcasting announced that they were planning to build an international theme park of their own. Only their park would not be in Asia. Taft Broadcasting was going down under.
I'm sorry, if there's ever a Pippi on an Also World tour, I'm not going to Australia.
In 1983, Sydney, Australia was home to over 3 million people. Despite a wide array of entertainment options and a thriving art scene, the city only had one notable amusement park named the Harborside Amusement Park. The park had opened under the name Luna Park in 1935, where it had operated for over 40 years. After a tragic ride fire in 1979, the park was
Bullying
closed
Australia.
and
I will
mostly
continue to
demolished,
bully
with some of
Australia,
its
okay?
attractions being sent to the small Magic Kingdom Park just south of Sydney. Luna Park's ownership was changed, and the park, now missing most of its signature features and attractions, reopened in 1982 as Harborside Amusement Park. Local developers took notice of the controversy and instability of the park and began to consider building an all-new theme park for Sydney. As luck would have it, an American company with years of experience in the theme park industry was already looking to expand internationally. Taft Broadcasting's choice to expand its parks to Australia was far from random. Hanna-Barbera had created a studio in Sydney in 1972, and Taft would operate the Australian division of CIC Video,
Ow, my
a VHS
eyes.
distributor. Due to this, the children of Australia had a familiarity and appreciation for the Hanna-Barbera characters.
Good lord,
After
that
conducting a thorough
costume.
market research examination on Sydney, Taft was confident that a theme park would work well in the area. The park cost an estimated $65 million to build, which was down from early
Such a
projections
good
of
costume that
$75 million.
eats your
Taft
fucking
wanted the
soul
park
when
to
you
be
make
smaller
eye
than its
contact with it.
American counterparts, and they expected to rely on locals rather than tourists to populate the park. Some locals were concerned over Americanization of the area, especially after hearing that the park was to be the biggest in the
For real.
Southern Hemisphere. The result, however, was hard to scoff at.
Finger licking fun park? Ew. Why is it called that?
There's a world I'd like to live in, a world I'd like to see, where there's too much fun for everyone, and still lots left for me, where there's magic on every corner,
Banger.
and a smile on every face.
Top bops of 1989. Brain rotting marketing. Who wrote this shit? Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could get 1,000,000 subs? Doesn't hold a candle to free credit reward. God damn it. I'm just glad Education Connection isn't still
Named
around.
Australia's Wonderland,
L commercial.
officially opened on December 7th, 1985. The park's management predicted 1.6 million guests would visit the park each year, despite its limited operating schedule. The park would be open only on weekends and during school and national holidays. It would also be closed from mid-May to early August, Australia's winter months due to its location in the southern hemisphere.
Oh, I forgot Australia.
When guests first walked through the gates of Australia's Wonderland in 1985, they were greeted with 3 major lands within the park: Medieval Fair, Hanna-Barbera Land, and Gold Rush. While these lands did contain
Hanna-Barbera
classic
Land? Is that the
amusement
only
rides,
like
the
thing
park
you could
emphasized its
think
live
up to call it?
entertainment, boasting 23 different stage shows and characters unique to each land that would interact
I feel like
with
people back
guests.
then were so much simpler. Yeah, there is something to say about like the general ideas and stuff for parks of the day being like much simpler than they are today. And I think it's a combination of like expansion of brand recognition and like technological the fuck is the word when you make the tech better? Development? That's not the word I was looking for, but that does work. Yeah, I think it's a combination of those two things and people's expect progress. Yeah, that's still not the word I was looking for though. I don't know. Who cares? Doesn't matter. You understand what I'm trying to say. I think it's a combination of those two things and people's expectations are just naturally higher. So I think a park like this like would not fly today. And I think it's a really interesting thing to explore, honestly.
Medieval Fair was themed to the mythical Middle Ages. The land gave guests themed attractions such as a bumper car ride named the Jousting Ring, the Spinning Sea Demon,
Advancement. The word I was looking for was advancement.
and the looping starship, Bounty's Revenge. Guests experiencing the latter would often forget to empty their pockets before riding, resulting in hundreds of dollars worth of coins falling to the lake below. And in one bizarre situation, a
I'd do
cigarette
that
lighter
shit.
falling onto the queue's roof and exploding. Fortunately, no one was injured. Hanna-Barbera Land featured beloved characters from the cartoon studio, as well as rides and attractions based
And
upon
people
the
having
respective shows.
8.8 seconds of attention span now. Yeah, I don't think the people back then were simpler. I just think that maybe we didn't have the technology that we have today that would allow us to sort of make things like specifically designed to be eye-catching in the same way that we do today.
These included Judy's Jetliners, Huckleberry Hound's Merry-Go-Round, Old McScrappy's Golf Farm, Fred Flintstone's Splashdown, and the Celebrity Night Gala Show, featuring some of the more popular characters. This land also had a children's wooden roller coaster, the Beastie, which was half the size and height of Wonderland's premier attraction, the Bush Beast, located in the Gold Rush section of the park.
The
This
Bush
section
Beast?
included attractions
We're not
such
going
as
to comment on
Thunderweb,
that.
the Skyhawk, Ned Kelly's Getaway, and the river raft ride Snowy
I
River.
Scooby music too.
Bush Beast was the main.
Could you imagine if that was in like the if that was part of like the interview process? Like how well can you walk on all fours? What? You're playing the role of Scooby-Doo. We can't have you seen standing up. How well can you walk on all fours? What are you talking about?
Main draw of the area, and it was themed as the sister to Kings Island's popular wooden coaster, the Beast. The Bush Beast reached speeds of up to 56 miles per hour and heights of 90 feet, and it was the tallest
Beast.
wooden roller coaster in the
My
southern
nickname in
hemisphere
college.
at the time of its opening.
Gets paid in
During its
doctorates.
opening season
That's what you
was a
get for being a
huge
theater
success,
major.
And expansions of the park were quickly greenlit to ensure public interest remained in the attraction. In 1988, Wonderland received The Beach, a water park that operated seasonally and adjacent to Wonderland, where park guests could visit without purchasing another admission ticket. In 1989, the Double Lift Ferris wheel.
All of this footage you see, this is taking place in December. Fucking Australia, dude.
Seen another admission ticket. In 1989, the Double Lift Ferris wheel, the Zodiac, was relocated to Wonderland
Double
from Kings
Lift
Island.
Ferris wheel. That's
1990
interesting.
saw the opening of yet another park adjacent to Wonderland, the Australia Wildlife Park. The park was home to over 600 animals, including dingoes, kangaroos, koalas, goannas, penguins, and crocodiles, such as the homicidal maniac. The park heavily
Homicidal maniac.
culture, most likely for the international tourists,
Such as the
offering
croc in the
activities
box.
such as boomerang throwing, whip cracking, and serving Billy tea and damper. For all of the guests wanting to experience the outback without leaving the city, this was the perfect destination. In the early 90s, Australia's Wonderland and its parks blossomed with even more shows and attractions being added. The Blinky Bill show, based off of the famous Australian cartoon, was a hit with kids, and the Rock and Roll Wrestling show featured legendary wrestlers and gave families the opportunity to win a lunch with a wrestler of their choice. Rides like the Demon,
Hell
the
yeah,
Coma
question
Boomerang
mark?
Coaster, and the Space Probe, a drop tower, were also added to the parks, and a new themed area named Transylvania was created. Wonderland was so popular
Oh, that's
among
actually a
locals that
sick-ass
weddings were
rainbow.
even
Hold
held
on.
in the park. In less than a decade, Wonderland had proven its naysayers wrong. Those who visited Wonderland had overwhelmingly positive experiences. Likewise, the park knew what guests wanted, and actively sought to provide fun, high-quality entertainment for the whole family. When Keko Entertainment was bought by Paramount in 1992, Wonderland was the only park out of the original 6 TAF parks to remain under local management, avoiding
Hell
the era
yeah,
of
brother.
painful intellectual property tie-ins that other parks such as Kings Island would experience. The fun seemed like it would never end, but in 1997,
Wait, is Hanna-Barbera
as
not an
Maniac
intellectual
watched
property?
family after family pass his cage, each enjoying their vacation in Wonderland, he nor they realized that the park's days were already numbered. In
Oh
1997,
no.
the Malaysian-based Sunway Group acquired Australia's Wonderland. Sunway Group already owned theme parks around Malaysia, and it seemed as though it was poised to take Wonderland to the next level.
I
Despite
blew
its
up
popularity
Malaysia.
among locals, the park's ownership was having trouble breaking even with all of the
SpongeBob.
expansions and operating costs, as the park now operated year-round instead of its initial seasonal schedule. After the change in management, it was speculated that even more expansion was on the horizon for Wonderland, that perhaps Sunway Group would bring more rides, attractions, and possibly a full resort. The Sunway Group added the Skyrider attraction in 1997, changed the park's name to Wonderland Sydney to coordinate with the Olympics coming to the city
No
in 2000,
brand
and brought properties
tie-ins.
from Marvel Comics and Cartoon Network to the park in 2002,
Wait, Cartoon Network?
which also
Hold on.
brought a revamped welcome sign featuring Spider-Man and the Hulk. Popular Marvel
Why
characters now
Spider-Man
roam
and the
the
Hulk?
parks, offering meet and greets and autographs.
Like, I understand Spider-Man. Spider-Man is literally like one of, if not the most popular superhero in the world. But like, why the Hulk?
And a Powerpuff Girls live stage show was added. However, it soon became apparent that Sunway Group had no interest in expanding the theme park further. In fact, the
Love
company
the
even
Powerpuff
began
Girls.
inexplicably shutting down whole sections of the park, using odd excuses such as efficiency studies finding that the park was too big. Select rides were closed or removed altogether. The kid favorite coaster, the Beastie, sat dormant, to the dismay of the visiting children. Compared to the rapid expansion the park saw under Keko, this was a massive blow to the locals and fans. Park goers were forced to watch their cherished local park crumble bit by bit before their eyes. In early 2004, after a slow, painful descent into disrepair, Sunway Group announced that they would be closing Wonderland Sydney. And on April 26, 2004,
Pour one out for a real
Wonderland Sydney closed its doors.
It's really upset the Hulk. Captain America.
That is not the Hulk.
Hang tough, troopers. But no one cheers when a fun park dies.
I spent many days here, early mornings to late at night, with a lot of friends.
I've never experienced that, but I would love to like go to a theme park like right when it opens and like not leave until it closes. I think I'd like to do it just once because it sounds like it requires a lot of energy. But yeah, if I could do it once, that'd be wonderful.
Had great times.
For 18 years, Wonderland Sydney has cheered
Only
up
18 years?
and exhilarated patrons with its Just for Fun theme. Today,
First time hearing this sad
keep
Austin.
fun going for staff arriving for their last day on the job.
Me and my work bestie fucking around on the clock.
It's going to be like a big thing gone out of their childhood.
Looks like Australian Selena Gomez.
The fun park will be replaced with a
The
business
fun
park.
pack?
Are you sad today?
For 1 year, the park
Why
sat
would you
abandoned.
ask him that?
Rides
He's
were
like
removed
6.
seemingly without agenda or haste. As the months went on, various attractions such as Bounty's Revenge, the Great Balloon Race, Galleon's Graveyard, Little Monsters Flying School, and the Broken Hill Mill Games Arcade were all sold and moved off of the property. By June of 2004, the
Don't
Bush
call
Beach
him
train
based.
cars would be sitting on top of the lift hill while other trains were removed from the ride. During the same month, the park was used by the soldiers of the Reserve Response Force as training grounds. The worst part of the way in which the Sunway Group handled the park's closing was its treatment, or lack thereof, of the animals in
Oh,
Australia
no.
Wildlife Park. While Maniac and a few others were relocated, many of the other animals were not. Due to this, former park employees began breaking into Wonderland Sydney to rescue the animals that had been forgotten. In 2005, the demolition was halted and prolonged over an improper license dispute the demolition company was in possession of. There was an incident in 2005 where a man fell from the defunct Space Probe ride and sustained back injuries, although it was unclear why he was up there or what he was doing. In August of 2005, the Bush
Excuse
Beach
me.
was finally ripped from the ground and demolished. The Marvel superhero-themed front gate was detached and sold for $1,000 to a junkyard in Londonderry.
Good. I think
where
that's
it still
ugly.
remains to
I don't
this
like
day.
that at all.
Even after the quick descent and abrupt closure, the question on every local and every Wonderland fan's minds was, why? Why did this beloved park, in the height of
I
its
like this odd
popularity,
phenomenon of
close
people
its
in
doors?
Spider-Man states
Sunway
getting
Group
up to
did give a
mischief.
reason. Multiple, actually. The company's CEO listed the September 11th attacks, the 2002 Bali bombings, the collapse of HIH insurance, the SARS virus, the bird flu virus, consistent losses during the Asian financial crisis, the collapse of Ansett Australia, the Iraq War, and the 2003 bushfires as the reasoning for the park's closure. However, it was obvious to everyone else that it was the Sunway Group's lack of updates and poor management that sealed Wonderland's fate. They took a lucrative offer for the land beneath the park, selling it for over $50 million, a price similar to what they bought it for, and just like that, Wonderland's fate was sealed. Since the park's closure and demolition, there have been talks and proposals for reviving Wonderland. Florida-based David Backus, who is the operations manager of Walt Disney World, promised a new park in 2021 called World of Wonder. He
Is that what
stated
it's
he is
supposed to
currently
look
devoted
like?
to developing Australia's largest theme park destination resort, the spiritual successor of Wonderland Sydney, for Western Sydney Theme Park Development Trust. In addition to the theme parks, the location would include a shopping center, a sports
What the
arena,
fuck is that
and a
supposed to
convention
look
center.
like? Hold on.
Classics like the Bush Beast.
Look at this. And look at this. And look at this. And look at... Wait. And look at this. This is like 4 separate locations. There's no way this can be the
Disney
same
World
thing.
promised a new park in 2021 called World of Wonder. He has stated that he is currently devoted to developing Australia's largest theme park destination resort, the spiritual successor of Wonderland Sydney, for Western Sydney Theme Park
No
Development
way.
Trust. In addition to the theme parks, the location would include a shopping center, a sports arena, and a convention center. Classics like the Bush Beast will inspire the revamped rides, made possible by cutting-edge technology. Hopefully, the new
Where?
project
There's
will
no
be able to
room.
come to
It's all
fruition
buildings.
and maybe even capture some of the magic that Wonderland once did. Maniac the Crocodile
That's
still
bizarre.
entertains guests today at Reptile Gardens. Most
Oh,
of
hell
those that
yeah,
pass by
Maniac
his cage
lives.
do not know the tragedy of Wonderland Sydney. What the Beast observed in his time at the park was a sight seen all too often. A park filled with fun and joy, a place where memories were made by millions, and a cultural landmark that made an imprint in its city. All of that killed by financial issues and corporate logistics brought about by companies barely making an attempt to manage a work of art that they don't fully understand. Even the homicidal crocodile might take issue with the death of Australia's Wonderland.
Incredible. Pour one out for Maniac. Okay. I think I'm finally starting to get tired. Let's fight so underage, shall we? I have no idea if anyone's going to be up. But we can certainly try. Wait, actually, no. Sethos is up. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Do. Okay. Thank you everybody for coming to stream tonight. I really appreciate y'all being here. I'll be... Sethos just operates on his own time zone. Exactly. I feel like he's never not online. I'm a little concerned. Like, I don't really know him, but I'm a little concerned. I will be posting a little bit of a SparkNotes version of the updates presentation before I go to sleep. We are rating It's Sethos, who is playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now. Be nice. Share him. Hello. Raid message. Everyone said such funny things today. What should our raid message be? Crazy. I accidentally unrated. Anyway, God, what should the fucking raid phrase be? Anyway, sorry, hold on. Let me finish talking first. Thank y'all for coming. Please be kind to yourselves and each other. No, that's not going to be a thank you. How about, hold on, how about, no, that's not good either. Damn. I can't think of anything good. Make something up while you're out there. Show Sethos kindness. Creative juices are empty, yeah. Back. Dopey, we are rating Sethos. It's ending time. I will see y'all on the flip side. I don't know when. There's some stuff I gotta put together, but see you Spoon, see you Dopey. Thank you everybody for coming. Don't forget to rest easy. Make sure you eat, stretch, get up and pee, refill your waters, all that kind of stuff. And I will see you all next time. Bye 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 bye.